This is an unabridged audiobook by author Megan Linsky. To maintain content guidelines, certain scenes have been removed from this audiobook. Summaries of these deleted scenes can be found within this audio. To listen to this full audiobook with deleted scenes, please visit meganlinsky.com. The Wolven Mark, Hidden Legends, University of Sorcery, Book 1. Written by Megan Linsky. Narrated by Liana Walsh and Max Pinkins. A note from the author. This book contains characters with the following medical conditions. The information included is meant to educate readers on disabilities featured within the University of Sorcery series. Common Variable Immune Deficiency Disorder. CVID is a rare and complex primary immune disorder that is estimated to affect 1 in 25,000 to 1 in 75,000 people worldwide, including the author of this novel, Megan Linsky. It is categorized by low levels of immunoglobulins and antibodies, which makes the body prone to infection and other diseases. Patients are often treated with human plasma, which replaces the missing immunoglobulins people with CVID need to survive. Amputation. Amputation is the removal of a limb by trauma, medical illness, or surgery. Some 1.8 million Americans are living with amputations. Many amputees use prosthetics as a way of increasing quality of life after losing a limb. Autism. Autism is a developmental disorder that impacts the nervous system and affects each individual differently, with a wide variety of symptoms. Challenges with social skills, repetitive behaviors, and speech are common. Autism can affect as many as 1 in 59 children. The University of Sorcery series is part of the Hidden Legends universe, a paranormal fantasy world created by authors Megan Linsky and Alicia Radez. Included in this universe are the following series: the Academy of Magical Creatures series, the College of Witchcraft series, and the Prison for Supernatural Offenders series, with more to come. Each Hidden Legends novel features magical romances with disabled characters fighting for a better world. You can find out more about the Hidden Legends universe by going to www.hiddenlegendsbooks.com.
Chapter 1. Ethan. The world was wide and open, and I couldn't wait to spend the rest of my life exploring every inch of it, savoring every slip through reality. My powerful legs propelled me forward through the tall pine trees that towered hundreds of feet above me. My paws landed on the lush, rich ground, thudding a pagan war sound that signaled to the world we were hunting. My tail flew out from behind me as my white fur blended into the thick ferns that coated the area. My sharp ears could pick out the sound of waterfalls in the distance, birds chirping, lake churning with fish. My nose caught on to the scent of the mountains, fresh rain, and I enjoyed the blissful sun rays as they beamed onto my back. This forest was old, very old, probably as ancient as the world itself. The original founders had come here millennia ago to form the country of Molovia in Eastern Europe and had left the wilderness mostly untouched. They took only what they needed to survive and build the community. That was the way of the Arcania. Our world was one from medieval times, a living, breathing monument in the modern digital age passed down from our Fey ancestors. We stuck to the old ways, as was our tradition. My name was Prince Ethan, and one day I would be king of the Arcania. I wanted to follow in the footsteps of my fore-rulers. I wished to protect nature and my people equally. Arcania, magic, and the land living together in perfect harmony. It was my dream. I ran for a mile more before I came to an open clearing. I paused to catch my breath. I wanted to give an experimental howl to see if any other wolvens were nearby, but that might scare the monster off. I stayed put, trying to figure out where to go next. I'd run all around the nature preserve, but it went on for hundreds of miles. Even working together, my father's entire hunting brigade probably hadn't covered a tenth of what was out there. I heard the roar of the dragon above, along with a long shadow. I searched the skies and changed into my human form. Fur became clothes, and I went from standing on 4 legs to 2. I sat on a nearby boulder to wait. There was a loud sound nearby, like a creature was landing, and the ground shook. I heard a rustle in the trees, and the scent of scales and smoke. A few moments later, a man stepped out of the trees and stood beside me, smirking. "Miss me, White Wolf?" I tossed a rock at the dragon shifter. "I just saw you this morning. Far too soon, in my opinion." Stefan dodged the rock, and it hit a nearby tree. It made a blasting sound and shattered off a chunk of the trunk, sending bark and splinters everywhere. I suppose I must have thrown it too hard. Stefan gave a sarcastic noise. "Your temper's getting worse than mine. You could have killed me. It would have bounced off your thick skull. Nothing can penetrate that boulder you call a head." "That's not the only part of me rumored to be harder than stone," Stefan boasted. I would have laughed if I knew that wouldn't encourage him, so I forced the grin off my face. I didn't want to spend the rest of my time out here listening to crude jokes from my buddy. We had a job to do. Stefan was the same age as I was, 20 now, and was taller and broader than me. He had black hair, black eyes, and a look that dared someone to try and piss him off. And, oh, how he enjoyed himself when they did. He liked toying with his prey, human or animal. We were in the same grade at Arcania University, both about to head into our 3rd year. "Did you see any trace of it?" I asked him, specifically referencing the monster in question. Stefan shook his head before he drew out his cell phone. He sent a quick text, probably to his commander, before shoving it back in his pocket. Although our race made use of modern technology alongside our ancient customs, we kept our society hidden from humans to ensure our survival. After all, if the human world found out there were sorceresses mated to men who could change into dragons, wolves, alicorns, and griffins, they'd surely kill us all. There were a lot more of them than there were of us. Our sorceresses kept our city hidden from humans with their magical illusions and wards to prevent such a chaotic event. But sometimes there were mistakes, and if whatever we were hunting got out into the human world, it could expose us, which meant we needed to kill it. Fast. "I lost whatever we're trailing somewhere over the falls," Stefan said. "It just up and vanished." Damn it. This was concerning. The monster had already slain 3 people, and we had yet to discover what it was. This forest was huge, one of the largest in modern Europe. It could be anywhere. "Sure you're not losing your touch, High Prince of the Arcania?" Stefan asked in a scathing tease. I smiled. Stefan was a prick, but it was always good to have a dragon as a best friend, so I kept him around. No one liked to argue when you had muscle to back you up, and in the land of the Arcania, violence was the only language people knew. "I'm quite bored." "Want a race?" Stefan asked. I laughed. "Not much of a contest with me stuck on the ground and you using your wings." "Better run fast then." Stefan pounced and rose into the air. His body shifted mid-jump to become a large black dragon's nearly 25 feet in length. He tore down trees as he ascended, spreading his leathery and spiny wings to their full span. His scales were the color of obsidian rock, and sunlight bounced off his scales as if light couldn't bear to touch the inky blackness. Long, curved horns grew out of his head, and white, sharp fangs hung over the lips of his mouth. Spines grew along his back, ending in a sharp barb at the end of his tail that he'd threatened to stick me with one too many times. He gave a roar that sounded like an insult. I gave him a rude gesture in response. He was already several lengths ahead of me. We were supposed to be working, but we'd been trailing the mysterious monster for 3 days now, and we were exhausted. So what was the harm in having a little fun? I bounded back into my shifter skin and chased after him. I increased my strides in order to catch up, and found that I had to push myself to retain speed. Stefan was more or less gliding effortlessly over the trees. I was no small wolf by any means, nearly 12 feet in length myself and half that in height, but I had yet to gain my wings as an Arcania, and therefore had to run everywhere I went. Asshole. Stefan was having a delightful time up there. I could hear his barrel laughs as I struggled to catch up. He lit the trees on fire up ahead, and I had to dodge around flames as the forest ignited around me. I nearly burned my paw on a falling branch, and I could smell the fur on my tail singeing. "You dick!" I shouted. Stefan only laughed harder. In our shifted forms, we could still speak using telepathy, and I wanted Stefan to know just how much of a jerk he was. Time to show him who was boss. I bounded off my back legs until they were burning, trying to catch up, and victoriously felt the shadow of Stefan pass me as I came out ahead. Stefan noticed that I was getting the upper hand and increased the beat of his wings to match my pace. We were neck and neck now. The trees were getting thicker here. We had to slow down. I attempted to use my magic to call out to him. "Stefan, watch out for that!" Too late. Stefan ended up losing control and careened into a section of trees. They uprooted, and the sound of wood cracking rang out through the forest. I moved like hell to get out of the way as Stefan went barreling through the trees at high speed, wrecking everything his large body came in contact with. Finally, his mass reached a structure that would not be moved, a large stone wall that had worn away from part of the mountain. He slammed into it, and debris from the stone wall went crumbling as the dragon came to a complete stop. "Tree." I watched as the dragon went slinking down into the ground. I nearly died laughing as the dragon shook his head, dazed. He changed back into Stefan, sitting on the ground and holding his head. A huge chunk of forest had been torn down by his crash landing. "Oi!" Stefan shook his head again. "You win this round, mate. Must have been weighed down by my big—" "What are you two boys doing?" A pleasant voice broke our banter. The king of the Arcania broke through the trees to join us. He wore a wide smile and paid no attention to the destruction that Stefan had caused on his way down. Father's stance was wide and commanding. His long hair was gray, broad shoulders covered by a long cape of bear's fur. People said he was a mountain of a man, though I was nearly as tall as he was. His large hands were covered by rabbit-skin gloves, one of which grasped a tight dagger in his belt, set with ruby gemstones. "Aw, Dad, just goofing off," I said. The royal guard wasn't with him, which I was thankful for. Dad had a tendency to be less of himself and more of a king when people were watching him. Father's eyes slightly narrowed. "This isn't a game, boys. There's a monster on the loose." I knew he wasn't mad. A chuckle was playing at the corners of his mouth. "I'm convinced it flew off. It shouldn't be taking this long to locate a wild beast," Stefan said. He sneezed, and a bit of smoke came out of his nostrils. "You have a right to be concerned. Something's different about this one." Father rubbed his beard. "I can't quite put my finger on what it is." I slung my arm around his shoulder. "What do we have to worry about? After all, we've got the best monster slayer this side of the country on our side." Like the rest of my kind, I was attending Arcania University to become a monster hunter. I'd had no better teacher growing up than my dear old dad. He could behead a monster in less time than it took most Arcanians to assess the situation. Father shook his head. "Experience is no substitute for information. I don't believe I've ever hunted a creature this elusive." He made a face. "Perhaps I should send you boys back to town. This monster could be out of your skill level." Stefan made an obnoxious noise. "Unkillable by us? I don't think such a monster exists." I scoffed and rolled my eyes. Stefan had the mind that he could destroy anything. If the 7 gods themselves challenged him to a duel, he'd accept. Father still seemed troubled. I spoke up. "I've killed my share of monsters. Why would this one be any different?" Father frowned. "I'm not sure, son. Monsters usually leave clues behind. This one, it's too clean. There's no scent, no tracks, no indication that it's been in the area at all, although it must have been to kill those people. Something's not right." I didn't like how he spoke. When we'd found the bodies of the slain Arcania, they'd been just outside of town. Bodies ran through with twisting roots that rose up from the earth. Blood and entrails everywhere, though there was no indication the monster that had killed them desired to feed. The bodies hadn't been touched after they were killed. This creature seemed to murder for sport. Father waved his hand as an indication for us to follow. He pointed upward. "Search the skies, Stefan. Perhaps there's something we're missing. Maybe the creature can fly." Stefan became his dragon form and took off. The black dragon quickly became a spot in the sky as he soared through the clouds on a hunt for something none of us were even sure existed. My father transformed from his brusque human form to his wolven form. The old wolf's gray fur seemed to be getting whiter and whiter by the day. On his back, 2 large feathery wings rested. He kept them tucked in close to his side as he prowled through the brush. I followed his lead and changed myself. Father towered beside me as we stalked the woods, keeping close to the ground. Father's feathers brushed me as we walked, and I had to suppress a sharp feeling of jealousy. Within the 4 factions, dragons, griffins, and alicorns were the only Arcania born with wings. Wolvens like myself and sorceresses had to earn them. I had yet to prove to the 7 gods my worthiness, and therefore remained wingless. I wasn't sure what I had to do in order to earn my wings. It was different for everyone. For some Arcania, their wings never came at all. It was a nightmare that haunted me daily as I continued to age. It wasn't exactly expected for a Wolven to have wings. A lot of my kind lived and died without them. But the circle would never accept an ascender to the throne who couldn't fly. "Where's the rest of the hunting party?" I asked Father, using my Wolven magic to communicate telepathically with him. "Scattered throughout the area. They're close by." Father's amber eyes focused forward. "Have you given any thought to the King's contest?" The King's contest. It was due to be held this year. Father was aging, and soon it would be expected for a newcomer to take his place. 20 years had passed since he'd taken the throne, and now the 7 gods demanded that another be chosen. But the crown wouldn't just be handed to me by birthright. I'd have to fight for it, against a handful of other greedy competitors who wanted the throne for themselves. It was the only way to prove I was strong enough to lead the Arcania. It's all that's been on my mind. So much was true. I'd been practicing for the King's contest since I learned what it was, shortly after I could walk. "I know you are ready with strength and skill. Your magic is strong, as are your chances of winning the contest." Father paused to look at me. "But you can't do it alone." I suppressed an inward groan. I already knew where this was going. "Don't give me that look. I won't be around forever, Ethan. I need you to find a mate so that you can carry on in my place and make sure Malovia is protected." I wasn't sure why having a marked to stand by my side as queen was so damn important, and I've told him so many times. "Perhaps I'll never find a mate. I haven't yet. Maybe the time's already passed," I said. "Don't speak of such things." Father's tone was gruff. "Do you wish for the 7 gods to curse you?" "I am not cursed." I spoke sharply. I knew others whispered such things about me, going unbonded for this long. Most people found their mates within their freshman year at Arcania University. As much as I wanted to prove the rumors wrong, I didn't feel ready yet to find a bride. "Your queen is your greatest ally. She is your fiercest warrior, your most loyal protector, and your most faithful friend. A king cannot run his kingdom properly unless he has a sorceress to stand by his side." Father sighed. "And I am worried you may never find yours." "I'll find someone." If I wanted to participate in the King's contest at the end of the year, I had to have a mate first. The rules said I needed to be engaged first in order to compete. Yuck. "I don't want you to just find any girl. This is the most important decision of your life. Time is running short," Father scolded. "You don't want to end up like me." I made a non-committal sound. I knew my mother was not my father's marked. My father's true mate had run off a long time ago, though he never said why. He always vowed he could have accomplished 10 times more than what he already did if his real marked had become his queen, although he never spoke this openly in the presence of my mother. He loved her, too, and Mother was an accomplished sorceress herself. But having a wife wasn't the same as having a mate, something he drilled into my head from the moment I'd come out of the womb. There would always be a part of him that was missing, and he didn't want the same to happen to me. Myself, I didn't get it. I was never one for romance. Didn't interest me. Girls were pretty, and they were nice, but I had bigger concerns on my mind than dating them. Mostly snowboarding and hockey, and learning as much as I could from my dad about ruling Malovia so I could do the same one day. Father seemed to notice I was getting melancholy, so he pressed his shoulder into mine. "I have faith that within the year you will find your true mate. But whatever may come, know that I will always be proud of you. You will be a great king." The statement humbled me. I'd spent most of my life fearing that I would screw up, that I'd fail to win the king's contest, or even worse, somehow ruin the kingdom. My dad had faith in me, and that meant everything. I went to say something back, but words failed me. As I finally came up with something, there was a cracking sound somewhere up ahead, the sound of saplings breaking in half. Shh! Something's here. Father paused. I kept my mouth shut and pricked my ears up, listening. I heard something moving before us, tearing up roots. A strange scent filled my nose. It wasn't like anything I'd ever smelled before. It was equal parts sweet and woodsy, as well as slightly rotten. It screamed at me to keep away. "It's there, in the glen," I whispered. There was a part up ahead where the trees broke, and the wilderness became a long, sloping valley. That's where our monster was. Father crouched. "Perhaps we can sneak up on it before it determines we are here." This would be an easy kill. Sneak up, jump, and give a fatal bite to the monster's neck before it even saw us coming. We'd barely see any action. I followed his lead. "I'm right behind you." "Stay low." Father advanced. I remained behind him, though it was hard to see where I was going with his big wings in the way, blocking my view. The trees ended. Father crouched, then sprung, spreading his wings wide. I copied him, raising my lips in a snarl as I leapt into the air, planning to tackle whatever he had spotted into the ground. But then Father faltered, and his wings drew back. He weaved in the air and hovered over the ground, avoiding whatever he'd initially tried to attack. I had no such way to prevent myself from halting my charge, so instead, I shifted my weight in midair to turn away. I hit the ground and rolled, wondering why the hell my father had drawn back. When I lifted my eyes to witness the creature, I understood why. We had made a critical mistake. The creature was like something out of a storybook. It was 12 feet tall, with tree roots for feet and long dangling arms that dragged along the ground and ended in black claws connected to a masculine form. Its head was that of a deer's, with large antlers growing out of either side of its head. The deer's head had sharp, ravenous teeth and a skeletal body that had gray skin dangling loosely off the bone. Plants grew out of every orifice. It was hard to tell what was bone and what was branch. It was much worse than we feared. A lezsi, a leshane, a demonic deer spirit of the forest, rumored to be given black powers by the 7 gods themselves. We couldn't fight this. Father knew it. "Ethan, run," he shouted. I didn't need to be told twice. I tried heading to the safety of the trees, but the leshane raised its clawed hand, and roots sprung up along the edge of the forest, preventing my escape. I had to dodge as roots sprung up from the ground in a brutal attack. They barely missed my torso as they stabbed upward through the dirt. Father had changed back into his human form. He was blowing on a twisted ram's horn, signaling to the other hunters that we needed help. As he continued calling the others, I did my best to outrun the leshane as its magic followed me through the valley. The ground shook underneath my feet like an earthquake as roots went shooting up from the ground moments where I'd been before. One false step and I'd be impaled. Father snarled, and he erupted into his Wolven form. He took to the skies and charged at the leshane, trying to distract it. He attempted to get close, but every time he tried, the monster swung his large claws, preventing him from landing a secure bite. Now that the leshane was distracted, I went to help. I ran forward and sank my teeth into its leg. It was like biting through a tree. The leshane gave no indication that it hurt, merely kicked me off. The blow sent me sailing into the root wall. I heard something crack, most likely my ribs. I moaned in pain, struggling to get up as I watched my father war with the leshane. The leshane's claws came too close, and they cut across my father's chest. He snarled, and blood went everywhere. The cut was deep. I gasped. Despite the agonizing pain in my ribs, I forced myself to stand and return to the fight. My father needed me. I pleaded with the 7 gods to send help as I launched myself onto the leshane's back. I dug my claws in and refused to let go, pinpointing where was best to sink my fangs in. But I wasn't sure where to bite. We'd never studied leshanes in class, as it was assumed anyone who was unlucky enough to find one in the woods would be dead within minutes anyway. There was nowhere to rip out a jugular or pierce a vein. Every part of the Lashane was wooden and bone. I didn't think I could break its neck. This truly was a creature sent by evil. In response to me clinging on, the Lashane grew wooden spines out of its back, sharp and dangerous. One of them went through my paw. I howled in pain and let go, dropping to the ground and rolling away. My father remained in the air, blood pouring from his wounds as the Lashane continued to advance. The Lashane threw back its head and let out a wicked cry. There was thundering in the trees, and a sleuth of bears stampeded through the root wall and into the valley. There were dozens of them. The Lashane had used dark magic to call them to his aid. This was bad. This was really, really bad. Father paid no attention to the bears, just kept focusing on the Lashane. One bear tried to whip him out of the air, until Father turned on him and pinned him to the ground, tearing out his throat before returning to his original task. The Lashane battled coolly, as if certain that this was a battle it would win. Finally, I heard the sound of help coming. Griffins and alicorns came flooding out of the trees to defend the king. They leapt over the root wall that the Lashane had caged us in and charged forward. Eagle-lion hybrids battled alongside unicorns with massive wings, struggling against the bears that the Lashane commanded. I searched the skies for dragons, but they'd been sent farther away than the other groups, and it would take them longer to arrive. Where was Stefan? We needed him. With the arrival of the griffins and the alicorns, the Lashane changed. It mutated from its horrifying form to become a monster that ran on 4 legs, a skeleton poking through skin, dripping thick blood. It looked more animal than human now. The Lashane moved with incredible speed, appearing a blur as it ran through the valley. He passed griffins and alicorns alike, slaying them both. Roots came up to suffocate or spear through the arcania, gathered all around the woods. I watched the scene in horror, paralyzed. I wasn't sure what to do. People were dying. Our warriors were falling to the Lashane. We were all going to die. Father hadn't given up. His gray pelt was soaked with blood, but he was determined to bring down the Lashane at whatever cost. He ran at the creature with teeth bared. My father and the Lashane met, rearing up on their hind legs to strike out at each other with an antler and fang. I was limping now, and could only move but stiffly for the pain in my ribs, but I wasn't content to die unless it was on my feet and defending my country. I charged forward, and took my father's side as the two of us tag-teamed, taking the Lashane down. I got a mouthful of splinters each time a bite managed to hit its target, but I didn't care. This was life or death. There was a roar from above, and a black shape blocked out the sun. My heart lifted. Stefan had finally arrived. He hovered above the scene, pumping his massive black wings, and let out a stream of fire that billowed around the Lashane and set it aflame. The Lashane made a high-pitched screaming sound and went for the closest thing it could take its anger out on, me. Things happened so slowly that I felt the moment would replay for the rest of my life. The Lashane, still on fire, lunged forward with its jagged mouth wide open. My father went to push me out of the way. The Lashane got its sharp fangs around my leg, slightly above the knee. There was a tearing sound below, like bone and flesh breaking. The pain was incredible, white-hot and blinding, but I couldn't focus on it with the sight of my father's body limply dangling from the root that had sprung up out of the ground, a thick knot of wood speared clean through his chest. I was briefly aware of the feeling of the monster biting clean through, and my father's dying screams before the world went dark.
Chapter 2. Emma. Your immune levels didn't change during testing. The diagnosis is positive, Emma. It felt like all the breath had been beaten out of my lungs. I nearly had to gasp my next word. What? You have it, Dr. Lidicifel repeated. His words had a bit of sadness, but there was more of a formality there, like I was just another number in a sad statistic, not a human being. A hollow feeling grew inside me and settled there. I was certain I'd carry around that emptiness for the rest of my life. I was different now. Then a bit of denial surged through me. This wasn't real. I couldn't be sick. No way! But I was. Now I knew. I had a disease that no one knew of and that I could hardly pronounce. I hardly knew what any of this meant. Common variable immune deficiency disorder. It was a rare disease that hardly anyone knew about. It basically meant that my immune system didn't create enough antibodies for me to fight infections. I was 1 out of 60,000, or more. I could die. A bacteria or virus could come along, I could catch it, and that would be my end. It was a terrifying reality that I didn't want to deal with because I couldn't handle it. I swallowed the lump in my throat. So, what do we do now? We start treatment, the doctor said. You'll need to take infusions of human plasma to replace the missing antibodies, monthly or weekly, your choice. You have the option of intravenous or subcutaneous. Sub what? I don't need infusions, I argued. I'm fine. Dr. Litasifo gave me a disapproving look. I know you believe you could keep yourself healthy just by being stubborn, but that's not the case. You'll need these infusions to survive for the rest of your life. It seemed so dire. Dr. Litasifo rattled on and on about all the different options I had. His voice sounded like it was muddled and full of static. I was too trapped inside my own head to listen. That sounds good, I said in a far-off tone. I wasn't even sure what I was agreeing to. All I could think of was that I had known all along I was sick. I'd felt it in my bones the first time Dr. Litasifo had suggested we do testing. I'd just been waiting to hear the confirmation. Dr. Litasifo again repeated subcutaneous or intravenous. I chose subcutaneous. Sub-Q, I called it, because I hated long fucking words, because he said I could do it myself and didn't have to bother with going to a stupid hospital. He set things up as I checked out at the front desk. I proceeded out into the parking lot of the hospital, feeling like a zombie and probably moving like one too. I got into my beater of a car and slammed the door shut. I looked at the papers they'd given me at the front desk before I angrily threw them to the floor. I slammed my hand against the steering wheel and got a headache for my trouble. This is bullshit, I said. I was 18 fucking years old. I was too young to have a chronic illness. It'd get in the way of my skating. It'd get in the way of everything. But that was my life. Mom always said she had bad luck. I had the worst. I started up my engine. Tears beaded at the corners of my eyes, but I wiped them away and told them to fuck off. I didn't cry. I was tough. I knew where I had to go. I left the hospital and floored my car in the direction of the ice rink. I ended up cutting someone off and they beeped their horn at me, but I flipped them off. Screw them. I was definitely having a worse day than they were. I didn't feel relief until I pulled into the parking lot of the ice arena. I grabbed my bag and headed into the rink, hoping I wouldn't run into anyone I knew. I didn't like people in general, and I liked talking less. I didn't think I could handle making small talk after the news I got. The ice was empty today. Thank God. No one was hanging around the rink in the middle of a weekday. I avoided making my way to the front desk as I didn't need to pay. I worked part-time at the rink in order to get ice time for free, whenever I wasn't pulling long hours at my mom's diner as a waitress. Dr. Litasifo had told me that I'd have to quit working eventually, that I'd be too weak to hold down a job as time went on, that I was better off on welfare, for my health. This thing was sounding more and more like a death sentence and less like a diagnosis. If I couldn't hold down a job, my hope of being a pro athlete was long gone too. Not that it had been much of a possibility in the first place, but thinking about that only made me more depressed. At least I hadn't gone to college. That would have been a waste of money. I pulled on my tights, a black practice skirt, and slipped on a fleece practice jacket before throwing my red hair up into a bun. I went onto the ice and a gust of cold wind hit my face. Freedom. No matter what happened, nothing could touch me here. I warmed up by practicing all my spins before I moved onto jumps. I did my doubles with ease, then practiced my triples. The triple toe loop, triple loop, and triple flip was easy. I messed up my triple-triple combination a few times and stepped out of my triple Lutz before trying it again and landing it perfectly. This was it, the big moment. I focused all my intention on my goal. I built up speed, then took a flying leap forward. It was wild and undisciplined. I corrected myself and was able to get myself into the correct jumping position. I felt myself going around once, 2 times. I felt excited. I was going to do it this time. Then the bad news from earlier broke into my head and I faltered. I ended up landing on my ass in a very painful way as I lost control of the jump and went crashing back down to the ice. Damn it. No matter how hard I'd practiced over the past few months, I still couldn't land a triple axel. It was really frustrating. I tried again and again, but the result was always the same. I either popped it or fell. This wasn't getting me anywhere. I was here to try and feel better, not beat myself up over what I couldn't do. I skated to the box, where a music player system was set up. It connected to the speakers that were over the ice. I put in a CD, pressed play, and skated out to my starting position on the ice. My long program was set to the music of Swan Lake. I tried to put as much passion and emotion into my program as possible, though it felt like I was going through the motions. I did all my jumps and spins with ease, skipping over where the triple axel was supposed to be and doing a triple loop instead. As the program continued, I noticed my legs were shaking. This is what I loved to do. I wasn't going to let any shitty diagnosis take it from me. I slowed down and focused more on the choreography instead of the technical elements. I came to a halt at the end of my program, chest heaving. I felt dizzy. The world blacked out for a moment as the ice spun around me. My lungs felt like they were on fire or were being ripped in half or both. It had gotten harder and harder lately to perform that program like I used to. Now I knew why. I grabbed a bottle of water at the boards and chugged it to recover my strength. As I drank, I noticed someone standing in the corner of the rink near the stands. He was around my age. He was pale and tall, with dark hair and dark eyes. He had a prominent nose and sharp facial features. Not to mention he was really fucking ugly. He wore a long black trench coat and was staring at me with a very intense look. His hooded eyelids didn't give any perception of warmth. He reminded me of one of those predator dudes they tell you about on crime shows. He'd been watching me perform my program. Weird. Something in my gut told me this guy was no good. I was about to skate over there and confront him before he turned his back and vanished. He walked through the double doors that led to the rink and out of sight. Remembering his gaze made shivers run down my spine. It had been creepy. No, worse than creepy. The guy had acted like he knew who I was, like he had come here for a reason. Had a competitor sent her fugly-ass boyfriend here to spy on me? Whatever. He was gone, so I didn't need to worry about it. I wrapped up my practice session before I went back to the locker room to take off my skates and change. Once I stepped off the ice, a dark cloud settled over me, and the hollowness settled in my gut again. I really wanted to go to the gym and do some yoga, distract myself further, but my body felt sore and I didn't want to push it. I got a phone call in the locker room. I answered it, feeling like I was about to drop a bomb on the world. "Hey, Emmeline," Mom said. "Are you out at the doctor's yet?" Her voice was dripping with sweetness. She'd been nagging me to tell her the news the moment I heard. I didn't call her right away because I didn't want to face the truth. "I have it, Mom." It hurt to say to her, more than it had hurt to hear the words myself. "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry." Mom sounded genuinely upset. I hoped she didn't cry about it. I hated when Mom cried. "It's okay. I'll pull through it." I didn't want Mom to worry. This was just one more hurdle in my life I had to get over. No biggie. I could conquer this, too. I had everything else. "Tell you what, how about we go to the Detroit Zoo tomorrow? Would that help?" Mom asked. I loved the zoo. I'd wanted to study zoology before I lost my scholarship. I went there so often that I had a membership. "Sure," I said. "I have to get back to work. I just wanted to check up on you," Mom said. I heard the busy clatter of the diner in the background. How about I take you out to dinner after my shift? Antolis tonight? Spaghetti was my favorite. That sounds good too. Thanks, Mom. I hung up. My hands were shaking. At least it was over with, and she knew. There was no one else in my life to break the news to. I didn't have a father. Mom had told me I was the result of a one-night stand a long time ago, and she didn't even know the guy's name. There were no other relatives or grandparents to tell. It was just me and her. I didn't have anywhere else to go, so I went home. I considered going to the bookstore and grabbing a book, but I didn't have the extra money, and it was too hot out today to frequent the coffee shop I usually hung out at. I was quickly running out of distractions. It felt like the world was forcing me to confront my diagnosis, something I couldn't handle. I felt a sense of peace as I traveled up the gravel road. My house was pretty big, made of stone and set in the woods far back from the main road. My mom had money from running the diner, but despite putting her whole heart into the restaurant, the building she had bought was a money pit. She made enough to keep the doors open, pay the bills, and pay for ice skating and horse riding lessons for me growing up, but it certainly didn't return enough income for a college fund. I threw my bag on the couch and fell into it. I channel surfed for a minute, but nothing caught my attention. I looked out the big window in the living room, to the trees outside. I couldn't sit still. It was like I needed to move my body just for something to do. If I didn't, I felt like I was going to go insane. I just had to get rid of all this nervous energy. I was tired from practice, but I needed to go out for a walk in the woods to clear my head. The woods were the one place that would calm me down. Whenever I was angry or upset, I'd go for a walk out here, and it was like all the bad stuff just slipped away. I felt nature's soothing effect as the smell of pine trees wafted through my nostrils. My feet crunched upon the thin dirt path. My anxiety slowly ebbed, and I began to think more clearly. As I wandered through the forest, I tried giving myself a pep talk. I needed to buck up. I wasn't dying. Not yet, anyway. I was just dying faster than the normal population. It might be a painful existence, but still one worth living. My ancestors had dealt with stuff like this for thousands of years. It wasn't that long ago that most people died young. Modern medicine and technology had saved us. We had it good in the modern era. If I just kept thinking positively, it wouldn't be so devastating. I heard a crack in the woods behind me. I thought it was a deer and barely glanced over my shoulder. But my eye caught sight of something terrifying. Black fur. My heart started beating rapidly. Could it be coyotes? But coyotes didn't come out in the daytime to hunt, and whatever I had glimpsed had been huge. Was it a bear? I really hoped not. The last thing I needed was to face off with a bear after an already terrible day. I quickened my steps. As I walked down the forest path, I heard footsteps behind me. Okay, I was definitely being followed by something, or hunted. Then, the most unbelievable thing happened. The air cooled, and the sunlight faded as clouds began gathering overhead. I saw small white snowflakes trail to the ground, dancing all around me in a precarious display. It was the middle of the damn summer. No way would it snow, not even in Michigan. This was just too freaky. I turned around and faced whatever the hell was following me, but the footsteps stopped. I wasn't fooled. "All right, I know you're there. Come out and show yourself," I shouted. I knew my voice would scare off any animal that followed, but what emerged from the trees wasn't an animal. It was a man, the same one from the ice rink earlier. I was officially terrified. The dude was a stalker. He was going to kill me. But I knew I couldn't show any fear, that it would only increase my chances I'd end up dead from the situation. "Get the hell away from me," I said. I took a step backward, looking for something I could use to defend myself, but there wasn't anything in sight, not even a branch. The stranger didn't obey my command. He took another step toward me, smiling. "A woman shouldn't be walking these woods alone. Where are your friends?" the stranger asked. He approached me in a twitching way, like a spider killing a dying insect caught in its web. I let out a vacant laugh. He was a poor stalker. You obviously don't know me very well. I don't have friends." "Oh, really?" His grin widened. "Well then, this will be far too easy. Why don't you play with me?" "No thanks. I don't play well with others," I said. I went to turn away, but the stranger lunged in front of me. "Don't try to run," he said coolly. "You have something I want." That was it. I punched him in the nose. Blood went squirting everywhere, and the stranger let out a strangled noise, clutching his face as he fell to the ground. I took off in a run, darting down the path the way I came. I had powerful leg muscles from skating. I could outrun him. The stranger did something insane as he rose up to his full height. He growled. He, honest to God, growled. Just like a creature would. It sounded like something an animal would make. I dared to look behind me. Disbelief rippled through my core as I watched the stranger transform, erupting into a powerful black wolf. My jaw dropped open. This was no average wolf. It was practically as big as a horse. It could fit half my body in its mouth, for crying out loud. But like hell if I'd stop running. There was no freaking way. I increased my strides and kicked it into high gear. I heard the heavy footsteps of paws behind me as the creature caught up. I could practically feel his hot breath on my heels. I was going to be dinner. When the wolf's teeth grazed my ankles, I knew I had to stop running and fight back. I spun around and ducked out of the way off the path. The wolf went past me before it spun around on all fours, baring its fangs. The wolf pounced. Fear went spreading through my body at an alarming rate. It was paralyzing, gluing me to the spot as the wolf came closer and closer. It was only a few seconds, but it felt like hours. My life flashed before my eyes as the wolf aimed his mouth toward my neck, intending to rip out my throat. Oh, hell no. I ain't dying today. That steely resolve of rebellion caused me to do something fucking crazy. I raised my right hand and closed my eyes shut. There was a warm sensation spreading throughout my hand, and it was as if a flood of power exploded from my fingers. I heard a loud yelp. I opened my eyes, and my mouth dropped open as I saw a great blue light exploding from my fingertips. The light had smashed into the wolf like a laser beam and slammed him against a nearby tree. The beam went straight through the tree, leaving a gaping hole that smoked and left burning cinders. The tree wasn't the only thing that looked like Swiss cheese. The wolf had a massive hole gutting its chest, leaving a cauterized, gaping wound where muscle and blood should have been. I could see clear through it to the other side, like a window in his torso. I would have thrown up if what I'd done hadn't been so fucking cool. Oh my God. I advanced on the wolf, though I kept my distance. Before my very eyes, I watched as the wolf changed back into a man. The hole remained in his chest, leaving the stranger vacant of a heart, his hooded gaze staring upward at the sky like he was still shocked. Oh shit. Oh shit! I killed him! Like DEAD dead! I forced myself not to panic. I'd slain a freaking werewolf. I didn't even know they existed until a few moments ago. The thought came to me that wolves ran in packs. He probably had friends running around, and I bet if they saw me standing here, they'd put 2 and 2 together and get pretty pissed I'd murdered their buddy. I took off. My breaths were sharp and stabbing by the time I got to my house. I went and locked all the doors, shut all the windows, and drew the curtains. I kept the lights off and crawled onto the couch, wrapping my arms around my knees and shivering. I just killed somebody. Holy shit. But was that person really a person, or was it an animal? Was I hallucinating or something? None of this could be real. I remained on the couch and didn't move, jumping at every sound the house made. A few hours later, I got curious if the body was still there. Remus Lupin and the American werewolf gang hadn't come around to eat me yet, so I figured there had to be no more wolves left in the area. They would have been able to track my scent back to the house, right? If there were any nearby, I would have been found by now. I weighed the pros and cons of returning back to bury the body for hours. I was worried someone would find it and somehow trace it back to me.
It was a paranoid thought, and it wasn't like I'd left a weapon behind, but still, I'd committed a murder. I needed to hide the evidence before someone, either the police or the wolf's friends, discovered the remains and came after me. Criminals always return to the scene of the crime, I guess. It was dark by this time, but that didn't deter me. I headed into the woods with ovaries made of steel, along with a shovel, and decided that if there were any more wolves, hopefully my hand would do that freaky shit again, and I'd be fine. While I was walking, I got the notion that I couldn't see. At the thought, my fingertips started glowing again, like they had when I'd killed the wolf. They served as a flashlight as I continued forward, lighting the path with a shining light. I held my hand in front of my face with a pounding heartbeat. Holy crap. Was I an alien or something? None of this shit had ever happened to me in my life. I held my breath as I returned to the clearing where I'd been attacked. I knew this was the one because the tree I'd hit with my blast still had a hole in it. But there was no body, only traces of blood left behind, like someone had been dragging a body along in the dirt. The man had disappeared. Okay, maybe I hadn't killed him, which was even worse because that meant he was out there looking for me. If the body was gone, either he was still walking around with a hole in his chest, or someone had moved it. I didn't care which. Either meant I was still in trouble. I needed to get the heck out of here. I headed back to my house. As I did, I felt a strange sensation spread over my palm. It was an uncomfortable itching, like I had had an allergic reaction to something. I raised my palm in front of my face to observe it. I watched, transfixed, as a black mark in the resemblance of a paw print took shape on my right hand, the same hand I'd used to kill the wolf.
Chapter 3. Ethan. That cursed day in the forest changed my life forever. The Lashane was killed, but his slaying came at a terrible price. I lost my right leg in the process of killing him. Even worse, I lost my father. I couldn't bear that the king of the Arcania was dead. My dad was gone. I wouldn't see him again until the father stag of the hunt came to take me onward to the great hunting fields where my dad and I would finally be reunited. I'd been lost in grief for weeks. Worse still, my mother was inconsolable. The queen of the Arcania had locked herself in her room and refused to come out since she'd been told the news. When they'd said the king had sacrificed himself for me, the wailing began. She hadn't been able to look me in the eye since. I knew I'd never be able to fix what I did. I'd put myself in a vulnerable position, and my father had paid the price. 3 months passed in a blur. I wasn't ready to face what I knew had to be done. I wanted to curl up in a ball somewhere and hide. But the throne was on the line. Now that my father was dead, my place in the king's contest was being questioned. People were wondering if they should deny me my right to compete for the monarchy. Since I was born, I'd always been expected to win the king's contest and take over ruling Malovia in my father's footsteps. Now I was a cripple who wasn't considered worthy. A boy who'd caused the death of one of the greatest kings in Malovia's history. A son that had killed his own father due to a silly mistake. People were whispering that the kinghood belonged to someone else. I refused to let my crown fall to anyone who wasn't me, so I was attending the gathering of the Arcania tonight to make my intent to compete in the king's contest and make sure the royal court knew where I stood. Around midnight, I started getting ready. It took me 15 minutes to put on my prosthetic leg. I still wasn't used to it. Lord Lucian wanted me to work on my timing, as there would probably come a day when I would need to get it on in an emergency to be ready to fight. The things regular people took for granted. When my leg was taken from me, I'd been made a prosthetic from the best medical companies that money could buy. It was high-tech and expensive. I had to learn to walk again. I had to learn to do everything again. The prosthetic didn't transfer when I shifted into my Wolven form. My back right leg was missing when I became the wolf, an empty gap showing where a limb once stood. I'd become known among the Arcania as the three-legged white wolf. It was humiliating. I put on the black pants and black hussar's jacket, fitted with gold trimmings, before I looped the black velvet cloak around my shoulders. I was still in the required mourning period, so I donned the black clothes without complaint, though I much preferred navy, the Wolven faction colors. I slipped on my boots and looked in the mirror. I very much looked like a prince. Good. Perhaps it would remind the circle to know their place. I left my room in the royal quarters and journeyed through the palace of the Arcania. The castle was forged out of white stone. Elaborate portraits of the former kings of the Arcania and their queens were placed all over the walls, next to statues of armor decorated with elaborate white wings, the traditional suits of the warring Arcania. Monster pelts and mounted heads of evil creatures hung beside banners that displayed the golden Arcania coat of arms on every wall, 4 sections each showing a Wolven, griffin, alicorn, and draken in symbolic unity, displayed against a royal purple background. Guards decked in silver armor saluted as I walked by, and I nodded to them, though secretly I tired of this special treatment. I couldn't wait to get back to Arcania University, where law dictated I be treated as a regular student. I would never be truly normal, obviously, but the setting would be far less formal than it was here. The guards had to shout to open the gates as I wandered past the courtyard and into the dark forest beyond. From here, I could hear the beating of leather drums and pagan wails from afar, signifying the royal council meeting was about to begin. I shifted into Wolven form and ran toward the sound, clothes becoming fur once more. My prosthetic leg vanished. Anything material that companions wore or carried, like jewelry, wallets, or other things, was changed by their magic and became a part of their spirit, waiting to be used again once the shifter form was done with. My prosthetic would reappear when I became human again. My paws made heavy beats in the ground as they ran in time to the music that was growing closer and closer. As I ran, I pondered what I was going to say to them. I needed to make my intent clear, but no explanation seemed good enough. I supposed I'd have to wing it. I smelled the burning of torches as I came close. The king's circle was the official royal court of the Arcania. Every faction, the Wolvens, the Griffins, the Dragons, and the Alicorns, elected 2 officials each to serve on the council, along with their mates. The males were given the title of Lord, and the females the title of Lady. I'd have to show all of them I still deserved a chance, but at least I had one ally. I came to a halt and shifted back into my human form when I saw a battalion of guards standing alert in a circle around a closed-off section of the woods. A man stood amongst the darkness, waiting for me. Lord Lucian's brown hair was long and fell around his shoulders. He was in his 50s and had a rugged and trim face that was slightly scarred, as he'd seen a lot of battles with monsters. His form was lithe and muscular. I knew many women were in love with him, and the men respected him. He was smart and clever in a way most people could only wish for. He was one of the best warriors the Arcania had, and the most popular teacher at Arcania University. I felt honored he'd spent his time over the summer mentoring me, when I certainly knew he had more important things to do. He was a Wolven, like me. For some reason, he still wanted me on the throne, and he'd committed himself to it. Lord Lucian shook my hand as I came near. "Ethan, I'm glad you decided to come." There was no decision about it. I kept my tone clear. "It's the least I can do to repay you for what you've done." Lord Lucian was the only one who'd made sure I still stood a fighting chance at winning the contest. He'd retaught me how to hunt and fight with a prosthetic as a man, and using only 3 legs as a Wolven. We trained every day, from sunup to sunset, until I was exhausted and could stand no more. During those first few weeks, I wanted to give up. I was angry. I didn't want to fight anymore. But Lucian wouldn't let me. He forced me to keep going until I collapsed, allowing me to rest for a while before demanding I get back up again. As a result, I became better than I ever was before, stronger, even than I had been with both of my legs. The relentless training kept my mind off of what had happened. I was too busy learning how to fight again to wallow in endless grief. I thought I'd lost everything, but Lucian gave me a purpose, to win the king's contest at all costs. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here. Most likely would have taken my own life out of shame and guilt. That man made sure I retained a fighting chance. I was a more powerful warrior than I had ever been. Now all I needed to do was prove it to the circle. "Don't thank me. I've done nothing worthy of repayment," Lord Lucian said. "I merely did my duty to the crown." Lord Lucian clapped a hand on my back and guided me toward the guards. "Now let's hope you can pull this off." The guards remained stiff as we came near, their hands on their axes. Their eyes were weary as we approached. "The Prince of the Arcania wishes to speak with the King's Circle," Lord Lucian announced to them. "He uses his birthright to demand you let him pass." The guards glanced at each other, as if unsure what to do, before they meekly stepped aside. I wondered if someone in the circle had told them not to let me in. I would remedy that. As we entered, both Lucian and I changed. He became a large brown wolven with giant wings and yellow eyes as we moved forward. The trees parted, creating a circular area that was surrounded by blazing torches. In the middle of the space was a large flat cauldron hanging from 3 chains and suspended over a bonfire. In the cauldron burned a variety of herbs and incense, making the area smell sweet. The Sacred Gathering. It was named so because it was a place of power. Magical energy was drawn from there. Our ancestors had used it for thousands of years prior to perform spells and healings. Miracles and wonders had been performed at the gathering, but it had been many years since the site had deemed anyone worthy enough to use it. The gathering was a living, breathing soul, and it determined who its power went to, depending on the plea of whoever came to use it. Not just anyone was allowed into the sacred gathering. You had to be a member of the circle, or of the royal family. It was a concern that an untrustworthy soul could use the power of the gathering for unholy purposes and their own personal gain, convincing the spirits that lived in the earth there to work for evil instead of good. As such, the gathering was only allowed to be visited by members of the hierarchy, for meetings only and never alone. It was protected at all times, our most precious law. Penalty for a peasant wandering into the gathering was death. Members of the circle were spread out in an oval around the gathering, each of them with their mates. The drums and chanting grew silent as I approached. On the silver throne directly across from me sat the current leader of the Arcania. Now that my father was gone, a steward had taken his place. Bartok Solomon had been a hurried replacement by my father after the last steward had unfortunately died, and his position was supposed to be temporary. He'd only been chosen to become the steward a few months ago, and only then because there were few willing to take his place. Offspring of the steward could never compete in the king's contest for up to 3 generations, as it was supposed that such temptation would make the steward disloyal to the king and partake in assassination attempts to get their own children that much closer to the throne. Steward Solomon had no children, so he'd been an easy option, but he was never meant to be permanent. Steward Solomon would run things until the king's contest was over and a new monarch had been chosen. He was part of the Griffin faction, and as far as I knew, had a good heart. I almost felt sorry for him, being shoved into this. He was close to retirement and had taken up the position as a favor. Never had he imagined that he'd have to hold the throne temporarily. As I approached the circle, the sorceresses exposed their palms to me. Each of them had dark marks on their right hand, indicating which faction of the Arcania they belonged to. There were paws for wolvens, a dragon's foot for dragons, a hoofprint for alicorns, and a bird's foot for griffins. I went to the mark that belonged to Steward Solomon and licked her hand. Ursula Solomon barely hid a sneer as my tongue touched her palm. Lord Lucian likewise licked her palm, and we fell back to an empty section of the circle before we transformed. I looked around. I knew my mother should be here, but she wouldn't be. She was too caught up in her grief. Though something was curious. Lady Magdalena, head mistress of Arcania University, wasn't here either. What was so important that she dared to miss a circle meeting? Steward Solomon cleared his throat. He looked extremely uncomfortable. "Prince Ethan, why are you here? You are not permitted to interrupt our sacred council meeting." I dared to step forward. "I am permitted by birthright. I am here to announce that I fully intend to participate in the King's contest this December. I henceforth put forward my desire to compete." Whispers, along with a few outraged cries, echoed around the circle. Steward Solomon tried to quiet the crowd and failed. Lady Ursula raised her hand with a sneer, and at her cruel gaze the rest of them fell silent. "Why would we nominate you?" Lady Iris asked. She stood beside her alicorn mate and threw back a harsh laugh that had no humor in it. "You killed our king." Her words were like a dagger in my chest, but I ripped the dagger out and threw it aside as I said, "My father intended that I be the one to take the throne. That doesn't change now." "You must have the backing of one of the circle to participate. No one will nominate you after what you did," Lord Morgaine snarled. He was a dragon and close to my father. I knew he blamed me for what had happened. Lord Lucian stepped forward. "I have already chosen to nominate him. He has my backing for the King's contest." The rage was louder this time. For all the objections I believed the court would have, I didn't think it would be this bad. My father was popular, well beloved. It didn't matter that I was his son. People considered me his murderer. Lord Morgaine gave Lord Lucian a smoldering stare. He was minutes from transforming any instant. "You only wish to back the Wolvens, Lucian, to keep the crown within your faction's power. Give another faction a chance, one that didn't cause the death of our leader." "The Leshane killed Lysis Nauic, none other," Lucian announced, and he turned in place to gaze at all of the Arcania standing near. "He died in battle, and is certainly roaming the great hunting grounds with Tomir by his side in the eternal hunt. We should not punish his son for Lycus receiving an honorable death." The rageful protests turned to mumbles. "Aye," Lord Boris said, one of the griffins. "He's with his sister now. Tomir be praised." The heads of the circle bowed in respect. It was a horrible thing for an Arcania to die old in his bed and not with his sword on the battlefield. At least Da had been given a death that those in the afterlife would find honorable. Lady Iris shifted uncomfortably. "Merely being in the King's contest doesn't mean that he'll win, though it would be questionable if the boy who had been unsuccessful to save the former king succeeded in winning the throne." "I fail to see how he could do that without having all four legs." A low and surly voice came out of the darkness. A man my age was illuminated by the fire as he came forward. He had short black hair, hooded eyelids, and even darker eyes. His form was thin and lithe as he proceeded into the gathering. He smirked over the shadows flickering across his face. "My cousin, Elijah Zlodia. We used to be close, like brothers even. Not anymore. I didn't even know that he was here. Too busy hiding in the shadows, waiting to spring on me, no doubt. What was he doing here? As a member of the royal family, he had the right to attend circle meetings, but what interest did he have being here on this night? A fellow Wolven came forward. My great-uncle and Elijah's father, Lord Zlodia, spoke up. "My son wishes to make his intentions known. He also will be competing in this year's King's contest, with my backing and nomination." Elijah's mother, Lady Corva, beamed with sickening pride at her mate's side. Elijah's grin grew bigger, and I felt sick. Of course, Elijah was here to make his King's contest declaration, just like I was. He couldn't even wait until the mourning period was past and my father was cold in his grave. Elijah threw back his shoulders. "It's time the Arcania had a real king around here, one who isn't so weak as to fall to Leshane's and leave behind a crippled son." I couldn't hold my temper. I attacked. I exploded into my wolven form and charged at Elijah, leaping into the air with exposed, snarling jaws. He was waiting for me. Elijah changed into a black wolf the moment I came near, and met me with an open mouth. Both of us sank our fangs in at the exact moment. He bit harshly into my shoulder, missing my neck. It should have hurt, but I barely felt it. We fell into a growling, writhing mess on the ground, scratching each other with our claws and sinking our teeth into flesh. I saw red, and the rest of the world fell away. We were equal fighters, and Elijah had yet to earn his wings like me. This was a fight I could win. There were enraged shouts and screams echoing throughout the circle, and I heard shifters stampeding forward. A griffin pulled me off Elijah, while a dragon yanked him away from me. We transformed and fought to get back to each other as we were dragged apart. "That is enough! How dare you defile the sacred gathering!" Lady Iris screeched as Elijah and I were separated. Her alicorn mate, Lord Radcliffe, herded me away with his horn, while Lord Morgaine kept Elijah away by baring his fangs. When I got back to Lucian, he put his hands on my shoulders, though I felt it was more of an act of keeping me in place than a sign of comfort. The shifters went back to their places and transformed back to their human selves, though everyone looked on edge. Elijah baited me. He'd know I'd lose my temper and provoked me to attack him so that I'd piss off the council and he'd look like the victim. A momentary thrill of fear went through me. Elijah and I had broken the law. We'd drawn blood and fought in the sacred gathering. Would I be prevented from entering the king's contest for such an act? Steward Solomon glanced around, looking nervous. His eyes locked with Lord Zlodius, who was giving him a penetrating stare. The steward cleared his throat. "Ethan, Elijah, if you two wish to have a companion's duel, now is not the time to do so. Another infraction will cause severe penalties for the both of you." Relief ran through me. It was a miracle that the circle had let that pass. Lord Zlodia had to be pulling strings. He really wanted his son on that throne. "This type of thing cannot be allowed. It's been chaos ever since Lycus died. The circle is in shambles," Lord Tremaine announced. "Our world will be back to normal once we have a proper king," Lord Morgaine insisted, and he raised a fist. "We must remain unified. The contest will weed out the weak and determine who is our rightful king." "By the 7 gods, it'll be me," I announced boldly. Lucian's grip tightened on my shoulders, telling me to calm down. Steward Solomon raised an eyebrow. "If you wish to take the crown, you need a mate. Companions aren't allowed to take part in the king's contest unless they've bonded with a sorceress. You know this." He had me beat there. At my age, I was one of the few shifters at Arcania University who hadn't bonded yet. I knew I needed a mate, a sorceress, one called Marked, to be my queen. I wouldn't be able to compete in the contest otherwise. It had been my father's last worry that I'd never bond. I didn't want to before, but I'd changed my mind. Not for myself, but for my sense of duty and honor to the country. I'd promised my Da before he died I'd find a Marked to share his throne with, and I wouldn't break that vow to him. Elijah had a cocky grin on his face, and the steward noticed. "That goes for you too, young master. You are also unbonded. I suggest the pair of you spend your time searching for mates instead of bickering with each other on who's going to earn the throne. For if you are both single by the time the contest arrives, neither of you will be allowed to compete." The grin fell from his face. I couldn't keep glee from running through my veins. I had Elijah beat in that department. What woman would want to be with a sniveling, sneaky coward like him? "I'll find a mate before the king's contest begins," I announced. "At the choosing ceremony before the trials, I'll be bonded. You have my word." "I suggest you hurry, young prince. You have 4 months before the king's contest begins," Lady Iris spoke. "Then we shall see how serious you are." It was clear that my declaration was over and that the council intended to return to other matters. I turned to leave. Lucian stayed behind to conduct business with the rest of the circle. Elijah followed me on the way out. "You know, you're a grown man now. You can stop being my shadow," I told him under my breath. "It's rather pathetic you keep trying to copy everything I do." "That crown is mine," Elijah snarled. "I'll spill blood before you get your hands on it." He slammed into my shoulder as he left the circle. I avoided rolling my eyes. He could be so dramatic. I passed the section of guards, then shifted. I ran on the way back to the castle, looking skyward at the stars and wondering what it would be like to fly, wondering what it'd feel like to finally gain my wings, if I ever did. 4 months to find a mate, the supposed love of my life. That wasn't enough time. I didn't even know where to start. But I'd make it work. I had to. My kingdom, my country depended on it.
Chapter 4. Emma. Nearly a month passed, and though I stayed on high alert, nothing happened after the mysterious wolf attack. I went to work, went to the rink, and went home without being attacked or followed. Nothing suspicious or weird happened. It was quite boring. I was starting to think I'd somehow made the whole thing up in my head. Except for the mark on my hand. It wouldn't go away. I'd tried everything I could think of to get rid of it, but it never faded. If anything, it became more prominent, growing darker and darker with every day that passed. It looked like I'd gone to a tattoo shop and gotten an inky wolf print permanently embedded on my hand. I kind of hated it. It was messed up that a random-ass mark had appeared on my hand out of nowhere like magic. If the judges saw it during competitions, they'd mark me down for it, so I covered up the mark with makeup as much as I could and attempted to ignore it. I also tried to do the light thingy with my hand again. No go. It wouldn't work. I felt really stupid walking around the woods with my hand raised, trying to summon some sort of blue light I wasn't sure I had fabricated or not. I tried not to think about it, but when I was working at the diner, the strange mark was all that was on my mind. It was either busy or boring at the diner, and that gave me far too much time to wonder about what the mark meant and why it had appeared. I was trying to figure out how many shifts I'd have to work to get this thing removed when I accidentally spilled a man's drink all over him. For the second time.
"Damn it, girl! Can't you watch what you're doing?"
He yelped as he jumped back. Brown pop dripped all over his white button-up and his pinstripe pants. Sorry. I blotted his shirt with a napkin, but he shoved my hand away and sneered. I already knew I wasn't getting a tip. If you'd focus more on your work instead of getting tattoos, maybe you'd be a better waitress, he remarked, with a snobby glance down at the paw print. I cringed. Geez, Emma, can't you handle anything? Delilah, one of the other waitresses, rolled her eyes as she went to fetch the mop. Again. During my employment here, we'd gone through at least 3 of them. I was pretty clumsy off ice, so I didn't know why my mom had chosen me to be a waitress. It was like asking for trouble. The other waitresses hated getting me on their shift because a lot of their time was spent cleaning up my messes. I'd never fit into this world. I didn't belong here, though I wasn't sure I belonged much of anywhere. I couldn't even handle a minimum wage job. I longed to get out of Detroit, but it wasn't like things would be better anywhere else. I'd probably still be spilling things on businessmen. I spent the rest of my shift hiding from Delilah and pretending to do dishes, while really scrubbing the heck out of the mark on my hand. It didn't fade a bit. I had to figure out what this freaking thing meant. But who was I gonna ask? Gandalf? When I got off my shift that night, I surfed through the mail to see if anything had arrived for me while Mom lit a fire in the living room. I'd ordered new skating gear online and needed it for practice, but I didn't see a box. Instead, there was a letter in the mail addressed to me. A long envelope made of parchment paper had my name on it, written in black ink and fancy cursive on the front. There was no return address. On the front of the letter was inscribed, "Notification of your acceptance." My fingers itched to open it. Was this some kind of college acceptance letter? I hadn't applied anywhere. I went to open the letter, but before I could, Mom snatched it out of my hands. She'd silently come up behind me without me noticing. "Hey, what the hell?" I exclaimed. I chased my mom as she stalked into the living room. "That's mine!" "You don't need to read it. It's not important." Mom threw the letter into the fireplace, and I watched it burn with a sinking feeling. Mom had never done something like that to me before. What was in that letter that she didn't want me to read? Things were getting weirder and weirder around here. I wanted to argue with her that what she did was wrong, but the look she gave me was so serious, I was put off confronting her. I went to my room and made sure to slam the door, loudly. On the last Monday of August, there was a knock on my door. I was washing dishes. I dried my hands and went to open it quickly, as my mom had a headache and went to lie down. I didn't want whoever was banging on the door to wake her. She often had migraines, and I did whatever I could to help her with them. I opened my mouth to tell whoever it was to fuck off and go away, but the words fell flat when I came face to face with what I immediately knew was an extraordinary person. A woman stood outside my door. She wore a light blue pantsuit and had deep blue eyes and a pixie cut that styled her white hair in a fashionable way. She wore heels, light makeup, and was carrying a designer purse that she clasped with elegant hands. Her shoulders were thrown back in a poised way. "Are you Emmeline Sosna?" the woman asked, politely, but with a brisk sharpness to her voice. Yeah?" I said slowly. "Who's asking?" She didn't introduce herself. The lady strutted into my house like she owned the place. She put her designer purse on the closest armchair and sank into the couch in a delicate way, sighing in a slightly dramatic fashion. "Would you mind making me some tea? I've had a very long journey, and your local airport is dismal, to say the least." She gave a pleasant smile. "Biscuits would also be nice. You refer to them as cookies here. I do love my sweets." Who the fuck? Who was this bitch coming into my house and ordering me around like she was the Queen of England? But she had a quality to her voice and a light in her stare that made me feel compelled to obey her. It was clear she wasn't messing around. She expected me to do what she asked. I had the thought this lady might have some idea about the wolf that had chased me the other day. I decided the best way to get information out of her was to give her what she wanted. Still, I wasn't going to show her I'd be that easy of a pushover. "Can I at least get a name?" "In time." The woman gave another polite smile. "Although I suggest you do get a move on with that tea. Tea and I are as close as coffee and Americans, if I'm right with the comparison. I hope I'm not being rude." She was, but it was rude in a way that I was kind of used to. I couldn't really describe it. She had this warm and welcoming atmosphere about her that was comforting, even though I had no idea who the hell she was. I turned into the kitchen and put on a pot of hot water. Out in the living room, I could hear the woman whistling and talking to my mom's pet cockatoo like it was a person or something. Weirdo. When the tea boiled, I poured it into a fancy china cup. I figured that this lady wouldn't find a normal mug acceptable. I handed the cup to her on a saucer. "I'm afraid we only have green." "It's perfectly fine, thank you." The woman took a sip and made a face. "Though what accounts for tea in this country would be the equivalent to fish water in mine, I'm afraid." Everything that came out of this lady's mouth was off-putting. It was offensive and funny at the same time. I hated how much I liked her, even as she was insulting me. "I hope you do forgive me for barging in like this," she began. "But you see, I simply had to come by, as we never received an answer from your letter." My letter? I thought back to the letter my mom had destroyed. This lady was here because of that? It was at that moment my mother decided to come downstairs. My mom has red hair, like me, though her eyes were blue and not green. Her skin was pale, but despite being in her early 40s, her skin showed little signs of age. Most people mistook me for her sister and not her daughter. Though years had passed, she looked the same as I remembered her being when I was a little girl. Mom paused at the bottom of the stairs, placing a hand on the railing when she saw the stranger. Mom hated company, and she hated unexpected visitors even more. She had a weird thing about talking to people outside of the diner, almost in a paranoid sort of way. She'd never had any friends, as far as I knew of. Most of the time growing up, it was just me and her. I expected her to go loony at this crazy lady's arrival and throw her out. "Hello, Ivana," the woman said cheerfully at my mother's arrival. "I haven't seen you in quite some time. How have you been faring?" My jaw dropped open as Mom's face became unreadable and she responded, "I'm quite well, Bianca. Thank you for asking." Holy flying fucks, my mom and this lady knew each other? This was just getting better and better. Mom walked forward. She poured herself some of the tea in the kitchen before she went to the liquor cabinet and tipped some whiskey inside of it. She handed the bottle to the old lady, who took it gratefully and poured a significant amount into her own cup. Mom sat down on the armchair next to the woman's purse and threw a hand over her eyes as if she was extremely tired. "Sit down, Emma," Mom said. "It's finally time to tell you." Tell me what? My movements felt robotic as I slowly sank to the other end of the couch, opposite the old lady. The mysterious woman put her tea down and turned to me, keeping her knees closed and her upper body tilted slightly forward. "Now, down to business," she said, like we were in a meeting. "I'm pleased to introduce myself. I am Bianca Magdalena, though you may call me Lady Magdalena. I am headmistress at the prestigious Arcania University in Molovia." Now what now? What was this lady talking about? "Show me the mark on your hand, dear." Lady Magdalena's tone was pleasant but firm. She gazed at my right hand like she knew what I was hiding. I was aware I was gaping like a fish. That had to look appropriate. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Lady Magdalena made a skeptical noise. "Come now, Emmeline. Let's not lie to each other. Show me your hand." It was clear that the best liar in the world wouldn't be able to pull the wool over her eyes. I extended my right hand, and Lady Magdalena grasped my wrist. She pulled it up to her eyes to observe the mark. Mom watched, looking at the mark on my palm like it was her worst nightmare. "Ah, a Wolven, as I expected," Lady Magdalena said fairly, placing my hand back on my knee. "Like your mother, although a griffin would have also been unsurprising." She might as well have been speaking a foreign language. "I don't know what you mean." Mom took a deep breath. "The truth is, Emma, you're not human. You're an Arcania." Reality crashed into me so hard it sucked the air out of my lungs and almost knocked me off the couch. Inside, I'd always known I was different. There was something about me that the other kids could sense, and I knew it too. I'd always been a loner because I didn't feel like I belonged. Mom always seemed like the only person who could truly get me. But I didn't expect to be this different. I wasn't even human. Where did I come from, Mars? "What the fuck is that?" I belted out. Lady Magdalena made a face at my language, and I cringed. Even now, I wanted to earn her approval, and that I had offended her made me self-conscious. Mom remained unmoved. "The Arcania are a magical race. There are many supernatural cultures spread throughout the world, Emma, but you're part of one of the oldest. Other magical peoples call us the Arcane. Our ancestors came from another realm, another dimension that isn't part of this world, and settled in Molovia halfway across the world. You're one of us. A fae." "Fae?" "The correct term for fairy," Magdalena spoke lightly. "Or fairy, as some call it. The legends about us are true, Emmeline. We do exist." I already had so many questions. I didn't know where to start, so I asked the easiest one first. "Where's Molovia?" "In Eastern Europe," Lady Magdalena answered. "The country is run by a monarchy that is formed completely of the Arcania. No one, save for our own kind and the magical races scattered throughout the globe, knows we exist. We're a hidden, secret society, and we mean to keep it that way." I swallowed down a large lump in my throat. "Magic? Magic is real." Mom nodded. "Yes, Emma. I have it, you have it, we all do. The Arcania specialize in spells and illusions. Female Arcania become sorceresses. They're known as the Marked. Male Arcania are known as companions and change into shifters." "Huh? What's a shifter?" I felt really dumb. "A shifter is a person that can transform into an animal," Lady Magdalena said. She cast a disapproving glance at my mother, obviously displeased she'd failed to teach me anything about this world for 18 years. "Our companions have 4 different factions. Wolvens, which are winged wolves, dragons, griffins, and alicorns. Each companion belongs to one faction and can only change into their born animal. Unlike Marked, companions belong to their birth faction for life." "You can switch factions?" There were so many rules to this thing already. I had to be on my toes if I wanted to keep up. Mom nodded. "Females can. I came from a griffin father." Your uncle, my brother, was a griffin, but when I came of age, the mark on my hand showed I belonged to the Wolvens. A sorceress of any blood can bond with any shifter companion, no matter where they've come from. The mark on the hand designates who they truly align with. I tried to process the information, but my mind wouldn't let me. It rebelled against the idea that this was real, that any of this was real. I was just a kid from Michigan. Freaking Detroit, even. Fairy tales didn't happen around here. I don't believe you, I said harshly. My mom wouldn't lie to me about something this important my entire life. It had to be some kind of cruel prank. Prove this is real. Do magic right now. Mom blinked at me. She slowly extended her right hand. With her left, she made a swirling motion above her skin. As if she was removing makeup, a smudge of tan liquid, nearly paint-like, rose into the air and dissolved. There on her palm was an identical wolf print just like mine. She'd used magic for years to hide it from me. A simple illusion, Mom confessed quietly, but one that did the trick. I was speechless. Lady Magdalena added, "And just in case that doesn't convince you." She waved her hand carelessly, and I gasped as the living room disappeared around us. Gone was the TV, the rug, the coffee table. Instead, giant tropical trees rose around us, and I heard the chatter of monkeys as the air became thick and humid. The temperature rose, and sweat beaded on my brow. I saw toucans sitting in the trees, and an anaconda wrapped around a tree. Macaws chatted by sloths. I swear I saw a jaguar slinking through the heavy vegetation next to the colorful butterflies. Instead of couches and chairs, Mom, Lady Magdalena, and I sat on large rocks next to a rushing stream, where droplets sprang out of the water and splashed against my legs. We were in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. I reached down and ran my hand through the cold water. When I brought it back up, it was completely wet. Then Lady Magdalena snapped her fingers, and the rainforest vanished. We were back in my living room. I was struggling to catch my breath. "How's that for an illusion, Miss Emmeline?" Lady Magdalena asked, proud of herself. "Show off," Mom muttered under her breath. Lady Magdalena had a grin like a cat who ate the canary. My whole body shook with anticipation and want. That had been one of the coolest things that had ever happened to me. It'd been incredible. I wanted to be able to do that, to use magic. Then something replaced the wonder as I caught Mom's eye. Absolute rage. "Why wouldn't you tell me?" I asked Mom. I was beyond pissed. I never belonged here. America isn't anywhere close to Malovia. Why would you take me away from a place where I belonged and never tell me about it? Mom sighed. "Emma, there are things you don't understand." "Yes, Ivana, I myself would like to know the truth of what happened all those years ago," Lady Magdalena said, and she crossed her arms as she raised her eyebrow. "It doesn't matter. It wasn't important," Mom deflected quickly. Lady Magdalena let out a haughty huff before taking another sip of her tea. "Surely." Mom remained tight-lipped. It was obvious that whatever Mom was hiding was important, but she wasn't going to tell Lady Magdalena. At least, not with me around. More freaking secrets. Why hadn't she told me anything? Was I that untrustworthy? I opened my mouth to say something else, but Mom cut me off and said, "I had my reasons, Emma. Please, don't ask any more about it." My blood boiled underneath my skin, but there was nothing I could do to change her mind. She obviously didn't trust me with whatever she was hiding. I ignored Mom and turned to face Lady Magdalena. Now that I knew this was real, my brain was starting to piece this thing together. "So, the mark on my hand shows I belong to the wolf faction." "Yes," Lady Magdalena nodded. "It shows that one day you are destined to mate with one of the Wolven kind and become their bride." Ew, gross. I wrinkled my nose. I didn't want to be engaged to some slobbering dog man. Though it might be better than a slimy reptile. "It is not gross," Lady Magdalena sniffed at my improper language. "The bond between a marked and her companion is the most powerful connection the Arcania have. It is something true and sacred." Something horrible hit me. There was someone here a month ago. A man that could change into a wolf. He tried to attack me. Was he my mate? Were all Arcania like this, taking their chosen mates by force?
Oh, by the 7 gods, no.
Lady Magdalena seemed deeply bothered and shuddered.
Mating doesn't work like that. That was a rogue.
A rogue? Here? Mom seemed concerned. She didn't appear bothered that I'd said I'd been attacked by a wolf. I bet she already knew. Lady Magdalena's face darkened.
The Arcania do have enemies, Emma, some within our own kind. The Black Claw is a fanatic group that seeks to gain power within Malovia and overturn the monarchy, our governing body. Killing marked makes companions weak, as they'll never bond, and a companion is significantly less powerful without a mate by their side. Most likely, they discovered you were here and sent an assassin to take your life.
No. Mom's tone was full of denial. They couldn't have found us. I've hidden us too well.
My dear, I managed to find you after all these years,
Lady Magdalena reminded her patiently.
If you slipped up even once, and the Black Claw found out, they'd be after Emma to prevent her from bonding with someone who wasn't in their group, especially if they had speculation about who she may bond with.
Do you? I asked her. A headmistress coming all this way for one student is a bit suspicious. You could have sent someone less important. You didn't have to come all this way yourself, unless you had a theory about my... It made me sick to say the word. Lady Magdalena smiled.
You're a clever one. I do have an inkling of who your mate may be, and he is very important. That is why I'm here, though I will refuse to say anything more about it. These things work best when the individuals work the details out themselves.
A bad taste filled my mouth. This lady flew across the ocean to set me up on a date. I'd always had really bad luck with guys, and had sworn them off a while ago. I'd intended to become a lonely cat lady. Now I felt like my future had already been chosen for me, like I'd been sold off to some guy I'd never even met. I remembered what I'd done to the wolf, and a rotten feeling grew in my gut. I might as well come clean now. The wolf who attacked me? I killed him. Lady Magdalena nodded.
Yes, I know. The Arcania have already investigated the case and have informed me of what happened. The magic you used was a powerful light illusion.
But if it was an illusion, how did that...
If the illusion is strong enough and cast by a powerful enough Arcania, that illusion may become reality, Lady Magdalena said. My suspicion is that your survival instincts kicked in and triggered your magic in a way that made it so powerful it eliminated the threat.
My mouth went dry.
Am I in trouble? You? No.
Lady Magdalena shook her head.
The companion you killed was an active participant in the Black Claw. He was certainly here to kill you. If anything, you'll be regarded as a hero.
That was a relief, even though guilt still resonated with me for killing the guy in the first place, no matter what the reason. The body was gone when I went back to see it, I said.
I took care of the body, Mom said.
Heaviness coated me like a blanket. You hid a body for me? Mom gave a sad laugh.
You're my saving grace, Emma. I'd do anything for the child I love, including hiding 100 bodies.
Some of my anger at my mom dissipated. She'd covered up a murder that I'd committed to protect me. That was crazy love. Yeah, she'd lied to me for ages about who I was, but the more I found out about the Arcania, the more dangerous they sounded. She probably had a good reason for covering everything up.
The Black Claw is getting bolder and bolder with the throne being empty, Lady Magdalena announced. Since the passing of the King of the Arcania, they've stepped up their efforts to throw the country into chaos. It doesn't surprise me that they're going after more unbonded marked than ever before.
Mom froze on her chair. Every part of her tensed up as her eyes were shadowed by pain. The King of the Arcania is dead? Mom's face went stark white. Her fingernails gripped the armrests. Lady Magdalena's tone became gentle. I'm afraid so. Mom's lip trembled, and a few tears streamed down her face. I leaned forward and wiped them away. Mom, don't cry. She didn't listen. More tears came out of her eyes. Lady Magdalena took a handkerchief out of her pocket and handed it to Mom.
There now, Ivana. I know you and Lycus were close friends, but you needn't worry. He died in battle fighting a Leshane a few months ago. He is in the great hunting fields now.
Mom dabbed at her eyelids with the handkerchief before she let out a few sobs. It was hard to watch. Mom was a tough woman who never cried. I realized that this was a world that had really hurt her. Lady Magdalena let her cry without giving complaint. Eventually, Mom cleared her throat and pulled herself together. Her grief turned to stubbornness.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it now.
But the fact remains that Emma is not going to that school.
Emmeline will attend Arcania University, Lady Magdalena said. She will learn how to control her magic, she will bond with her mate, and she will finally be among her people in a place where she belongs.
You will not take her, Mom shouted. For as friendly as she'd been, now her anger was unbound. She really didn't want me going to this place. Excuse me, it's my decision, I said sharply. I caught Lady Magdalena's stern look, and I asked, what happens if I refuse?
I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation, Emmeline. This is a very exclusive opportunity that won't happen again. The Arcania don't often allow outsiders. They threaten our way of life, Lady Magdalena said. If you turn down this one chance, you won't be given another, and the Black Claw won't stop hunting you. We cannot protect you unless you are within the realm of the Arcania. Melovia is where you belong.
Talk about ominous. Mom stood with clenched fists.
I can protect her, she said harshly. And what about when you are gone? You won't live forever, Ivana, Lady Magdalena responded.
Mom's knuckles cracked. Lady Magdalena frowned and said,
I hope you don't find me overstepping my place, and I apologize in advance, but I did look at your medical files before I came here, Emmeline. I have connections.
She'd looked into my medical files? That was totally invasive. This lady had no boundaries. But I hardly cared about that. Another idea had broken into my mind. Can the Arcania cure my disease with magic? I asked. Lady Magdalena frowned.
I'm afraid not. Healing magic is exceptionally rare in the supernatural world, and doesn't always work. It is not a capability that the Arcania have. I know your health isn't in the most optimal condition. It will get worse if you refuse to attend Arcania University and learn your magic.
What does she mean, Mom? I asked, looking at her. Mom's face was red with rage. When an Arcania comes of age, they come into their powers. Any Arcania that doesn't use their powers experiences physical consequences, she admitted through clenched teeth. Is that the reason why I'm sick? I asked. Hell, I hoped not. Lady Magdalena shook her head.
Your condition is genetic, Emmeline. It comes from the human side of your DNA. It has nothing to do with the Arcania. What your mother is talking about are the side effects from allowing your magic to build up in your body without any release. It won't kill you, but it'll cause significant pain. Your condition will get worse because of it.
That's why I have migraines, Emma. If I don't use my powers, the magic builds up in my body and becomes unbearable. Mom explained. I try not to use my magic so I don't draw attention. Arcanias are attracted to other Arcanias. They'd sense we were here if I used my powers.
Precisely, Lady Magdalena said. I've been in America for days searching for you. When you killed the rogue, Emmeline, I sensed such a burst of power from you that I knew a strong Arcania had to be in the area. It only took a bit of investigating to find you.
I looked at Mom. So, all those vacations we couldn't afford? I filled in the blanks. We'd taken them every year, whether the extra funds were there or not, and never been to the same place twice. Mom nodded. Yes, I went away to use my powers in locations far enough away and scattered throughout the U.S. that the Arcania wouldn't be able to find us. I haven't been able to leave recently because of finances. That's why the migraines have gotten worse. But why did you feel the need to hide us anyway? This magical society sounded weird but cool. I was instantly drawn to it. Why wouldn't Mom want to raise me in a world where spells and illusions really worked and sorceresses were real? I wanted to be a badass too.
Normal was boring. The world of the Arcania isn't something I wanted for you. It's painful and brutal. The life of a monster hunter isn't easy. You have to be strong to survive, Mom insisted. But there is beauty in the pain, Lady Magdalena interrupted. Arcania University is where she belongs. You know it, Ivana. It's cruel to keep her away from that any longer. The anger flooded away from her expression. Mom hung her head like she knew what Lady Magdalena said was true. Though secretly I agreed with Lady Magdalena, my mom was still my mom. I wanted to side with her. I don't know if I want to go to a college that teaches you how to turn people into frogs or whatever, I said. Lady Magdalena laughed. What do you think we are? Some coven for witches that has no place in the civilized world? She laughed again before she shook her head. We have museums, shopping centers, cultural areas, and theaters that are the best in the world. Most prestigious of all, Malovia is famous for winter sports. Our hockey team, ski resorts, and bobsledding arenas have produced many champions. I'm a figure skater, I said bluntly. I do have a career to consider, and my training is here in Detroit. Not that it was much of a career. That'd pretty much been ruined after my diagnosis. We have plenty of facilities for you to practice your sport. The ice arena at Malovia hosts some of the best trainers in the world, including myself, Lady Magdalena stated. I've taught many Olympic athletes and would be agreeable to take you on as my student if you enrolled at the university. This place kept sounding better and better, but what was the catch? I don't think we can afford this, I started. I'm an American. I'd have to go through an immigration process and find housing and... Darling, you don't understand, Lady Magdalena said kindly. You have Arcania blood. That automatically makes you a Malovian citizen. There's no immigration process required. You'll be given all the benefits our countrymen receive, including free education and healthcare. Your housing will be in the dormitories at the university. All your expenses are already paid for. That made one hell of a difference in my decision. It moved me from thinking leaving Detroit was impossible to very critical. Healthcare in Malovia was free. Healthcare in America was not. I'd seen the estimates on my medicine the insurance company had delivered, and they weren't anything to sneeze at. Treatment for my illness could literally bankrupt my mom. I hadn't started the infusions yet because I was worried about the cost. I'd been putting them off because they were so expensive. Still, it was obvious I needed them. My fatigue was killing me, draining any energy I had to even do simple tasks, and I'd gotten a ridiculous amount of colds in the past few weeks alone. In the summer! I couldn't get better from one virus without catching another infection the next day. Much longer without these infusions, and I wouldn't be able to skate. I wouldn't be able to do much of anything besides sit on the couch and wait to die. It seemed like I didn't have much of an option but to go to Malovia. If I stayed here, I'd break my family financially and end up going nowhere with my life. But if I went on ahead to this weird school, things would be taken care of. I could get my medicine. I wouldn't have to worry about paying for being sick, just worry about getting better. Besides, I'd always wanted to see Europe, just never had the opportunity to go. And I was being given a chance to go to college for free, something I'd always dreamed of. Even though the school probably wasn't accredited and definitely a ripoff. Like a school for magical sorceresses and men who could turn into animals. I'd seen it was real with my own two eyes and I still didn't believe it. But that was the thing. I didn't have a choice whether to believe it or not. These weirdo black claw fuckheads were after me now and would most likely kill me and my mom if I didn't end up going to a place where I'd be protected. The only place on Earth where I would be safe from them would be Malovia. Going to Arcania University would be scary, but it would also be an adventure, and I was really tired of living a boring life. I couldn't stand being bored. To me, it was worse than being sad. This magical society sounded dangerous, but interesting. Besides skating, nothing else kept me going. I'd prayed for something exciting to happen ever since I'd left high school, and nothing ever did.
This was what I'd been asking for, and it showed up on my doorstep. Could I really turn it down? I knew I couldn't. I didn't care how unsafe it was. I'd just gotten diagnosed with a disease that could end my life at any time. I craved some sort of meaning to my existence ever since. Now wasn't the time to play it safe. If I was short on time, I wanted to make every minute count. I put on a brave smile. I think I want to kill some monsters. That's the spirit, Lady Magdalena praised, while Mom's expression dropped. I already have a flight booked for you. Pack your things and we'll be off. What, so soon? I didn't even have any time to process all of this? By the eager expression on Lady Magdalena's face, clearly not. Mom's eyes were heartbroken. It nearly killed me to see her like that. Mom extended a hand to me. Come, Emma, I'll help you pack. I took it, and she led me upstairs to my room. I got out a suitcase and started packing things in silence with Mom beside me. I looked around my room. Would this be the last time I'd ever step foot in this house? Would I ever come back home to Michigan again? Would I ever see my mom again? Mom put a bunch of sweaters in the suitcase. It's cold in Molovia. You'll need to keep warm. My throat got hot and tears dotted my eyes at the thought of leaving my mom to go to a place where I had no friends, no family, and no idea of the culture there. Emma. Mom straightened up after she put a few wool socks in my suitcase. Lady Magdalena means well. She's a wonderful woman, the best of the Arcania. I admire her very much. She's a dear friend to me. Mom took a breath. But she'll ask you to do things that will be extremely difficult, and she expects success every time. Mom pleaded. Think about that before you agree to go. I searched her face and found only honesty. She both looked up to and feared Lady Magdalena. I wasn't sure why. Despite what Mom said, I trusted Lady Magdalena. She was an iron lady, the type you wanted to lead you into war because you knew she'd win. She was the kind of woman that intimidated men and demanded what she wanted out of life. I liked that about her, and she had picked me. I knew she'd push me, but I was a figure skater. I could handle it. I didn't want to hide from life like my mom, regardless of whatever reasons she'd chosen to do so. This is my decision, Mom. I want to go, I said. You can't stop me. She looked away from me. No, I suppose I can't. That didn't mean I wanted to abandon her. Mom, come with me, I begged. Sell the diner. We can start over in Molovia. I don't want to do this without you. Mom smiled slightly. I'm afraid that's not possible, Emmeline. At least, not at the moment. She had so many secrets. Secrets I was afraid I'd never learn. I reached up and wrapped my arms around her. I'll miss you so much. Mom hugged me even tighter. I'll miss you as well, saving grace. But Lady Magdalena is right. Molovia is where you belong. Arcania University is the most wonderful place in the world. I promise that you'll love it there, just like I did. I hardly cared if I did or didn't. I was mainly going there to keep my mom safe from the Black Claw freaks. They wouldn't hurt her if I was gone. They'd follow me back to Molovia. I forced my tears back. Crying wouldn't do any good. I was going on an adventure to learn how to do magic at a college for sorceresses while Lady Magdalena tried to play undercover matchmaker between me and some werewolf dude. I hoped to God he was hot. I was giving up my mom and everything I'd ever known for this. This slobbering dog better be one hell of a catch.
Chapter 5. Ethan. I knew I was in trouble when my mother, Queen Antonia, summoned me the day before I moved my things into my dormitory at Arcania University. It was supposed to be my last day in the palace until next semester. I had hoped to slip out without being noticed, but nothing ever got past my mother. This was harder than facing the circle. I sighed and dutifully proceeded after the servant who had informed me of such matters, cursing my luck. Mother sat in the tea room in a large armchair by a ceiling-length window that looked down on the city from above. The armchair was high-backed and sat on a bearskin rug that my father had killed himself. The room was full of decorations, paintings, and treasures from around the world. Mother was a world traveler who liked comfort and nice things. Father made sure she had them. It was unusual to see her not at my father's side as I entered the parlor. Now that he was gone, it seemed she had lost her place in the world. "Sit down, Ethan." She stirred her tea slowly. She liked it black. Today she'd foregone the morning clothes and was wearing an oversized red dress. It was one of the last gifts my Da had given her. Her face was done perfectly with makeup, and her black hair was fashioned into an updo. Grief was no excuse for looking like a mess in the land of the Arcania. I lounged on the couch and threw a leg up. Her nose wrinkled, but she didn't complain. She didn't like when I didn't sit properly. I was a pretty casual prince as far as they went. "I heard you declared your intent to enter the contest," Mother said. Her black eyes looked to me. I said nothing. Mother didn't want me to enter the king's contest. She wanted to keep me safe. People died in the contest every time it was held. It was a deadly competition. Not everyone survived. I knew what her true thoughts were. She didn't want me to win. If I became king, it put me at risk for assassinations. I would have to risk my life to lead the Arcania every day. She didn't want to lose the one thing she had left. "I don't approve," she said immediately, and pursed her lips. "There's too much at risk. What if something happens to you? Do you want to leave me here alone?" "Nothing will happen to me. I'll be fine," I insisted. "Father was preparing me for this. He had been since the day I was born. It's my rightful throne." "Your father was going to be here when you declared. He was going to stand by your side when you became king." Mother's voice is sharp. "He is no longer here, and so now things have changed." "Do you think me incapable?" My voice rose. "I think you care too much," Mother snapped. "A king cannot go around trying to solve every problem his country has, and I know you, Ethan. You will try." I sneered, but I knew she was right. Mother loved me, but she wasn't good for loving anyone else. Her list of people she cared about included me and Da, and he was gone. Besides taking care of me, her only purpose in life had left her. She'd let every last Arcania on earth die if it meant saving her son. Peasants were even lower on the list of things she found important. Commoners might as well be cockroaches to her. And she knew I'd put my people first, before myself, which scared her. "There's no need to talk of this right now," I said. "Steward Solomon will take care of things while—" "Steward Solomon is a fool. We both know it." Mother put down her tea with a snap. "He couldn't rule over a molehill. Look at what happened since your father's been gone." She was right. The Arcania were more than uneasy. There'd been near panic after my father's death was announced. Monsters were getting braver. Hunters were having to go out every night to hunt them down to prevent them from entering the city. Sorceresses were working full-time to cast spells to protect themselves and their houses. The only place that seemed safe anymore was Arcania University, and that was because it was protected by the strongest marked and companions in the world. The Circle was barely keeping control. Worse still, Solomon had made it obvious he couldn't handle the job. He'd locked himself up in his quarters of the palace and refused to come out more days than not. Without a strong leader, the Arcania wouldn't listen. They'd look after themselves and their own, and to hell with everyone else. "Whoever takes over after Solomon steps down is going to have his hands full," Mother said. "It's going to be madness regaining the trust of the people. The factions will be fighting for power, and these are desperate times." I knew she was right. The four factions usually got along, as patriotism in our country came before any individual race. We weren't like the houses of the Elementi in America, who couldn't unify if you forced them to. But every 20 years when the king's contest came around, the allure of power took over, and each faction would work their hardest to make sure one of their own kind was put on the throne. The division never usually lasted more than a year or so. Arcania were undyingly loyal. Once the new king proved himself, each of the factions would die for him. But before then, there would be assassination attempts, undercover plots, espionage. Only once the new king survived all of that would he be deemed worthy to become a true ruler. Yes, becoming the new king would be dangerous. But allow someone to do that in my place? Never. I knew what I was getting into. To back down now would look cowardly. I won't do it, I told my mother. Would you rather look like a coward or lose your life? No, I know the answer. You don't have to say it, you stubborn boy. Mother took another sip of her tea, looking cross. I drummed my fingers against the armrest. If you really think I'm about to quit and let Elijah have a shot at the crown that is mine, you don't know me that well. Elijah is another one, pasty-faced fool. And stop that, she added, glaring at my drumming fingers. It's painfully annoying. I stopped. She sighed and said, I shouldn't have to tell you that the factions aren't our only worries. The Black Claw is rumored to be regaining power. I sat back in surprise. The Black Claw? Yes, Mother hissed. Listen more closely the first time. The Black Claw was a fanatic cult, one that believed in dark magic. They'd caused quite a few problems in past years, including starting an uprising that had nearly led to a war. But my father had practically wiped them out during his reign. There were so few of the Black Claw left that I didn't even think they were still around. I didn't consider them a real threat. I mulled in thought. You really think the Black Claw stand a chance of coming into power? They're already coming into power. You're not paying attention. You're just being paranoid. I barely listened. The Black Claw was nothing to worry about. Sure, some Arcania still feared them, but I wasn't one of them. Mother shook her head. There's been talk of human sacrifices increasing in the highlands, deep in the woods where no one can find the bodies. The Black Claw is attempting to please the dark stag of wrath and gain his favor. With your father gone, they stand a chance of gaining more followers, weak-minded people who are too afraid to stand on their own, or those who seek power. People are disappearing? Mother nodded. In the villages, and it isn't due to monsters. That was concerning. Are you certain it's the Black Claw? Who else could it be? She insisted. Your father was concerned about them before he died. He was working on a plan to draw them out and eliminate the rest of them. Unfortunately, his time drew too short to carry out this plan. Don't inform anyone of this. He was to keep it between us. This was news to me. Why didn't he tell me? I don't know, Ethan. Yet it makes sense. When was the last time a Leshane was in Malovia? Long ago. What kind of dark magic was used to summon such a creature out of Droga's underworld? Her lip trembled. And now your father is gone. She didn't cry this time, but she looked like she might. I got off the couch and leaned forward to embrace her. I'm sorry, Mother. I didn't know what else to say. I still felt like all of this was my fault, that all of the Arcania were left vulnerable due to the mistake I'd made. I was responsible for every one of my people, and I'd let them down. Mother sniffed. The 7 gods help me. If you go through with this, Ethan, I'll never forgive you. I stood up. Then I guess I'll have to beg for your mercy, because I don't intend to withdraw my declaration. I walked away before she could say anything more. She knew where I stood, and I wouldn't change my mind. I thought about what she'd said as I packed the last of my things into my suitcase. If my father had been right, and the Black Claw was coming back into power, I'd hunt down every last one of them. He'd died before his mission to end the Black Claw was realized, so I'd end them for him. I waited until nightfall to embark on the streets of Dolinska, just past the hour of midnight. I donned a black cloak, throwing the hood over my eyes, along with black breeches and boots. I fitted a wooden wolf's mask over my eyes, white in color, before I locked my bedroom door and fastened a hook to my window. I quickly rappelled down the side of the palace tower. It was 100 feet down, a straight shot, but it didn't bother me. I'd done this hundreds of times. When I hit the ground, I yanked the hook so that it came off the window, then rolled the rope up and tucked it into my secret spot behind a barrel before taking the servants' door into the city. It would be much more difficult to sneak out once I attended the university, but I'd make do. I wasn't about to give this up. The streets were mostly empty. A self-imposed curfew had fallen upon the city since my father had died. No one seemed much in the mood to celebrate the end of the warm summer days. Everyone was nervous. The streets of Dolinska were cobblestone. Gothic buildings rose up 5 stories in height around me, enclosing the area. Renaissance mansions and Baroque churches of massive structure were built here and there among the massive spread of food carts, coffee shops open to the air, and vendors selling potions and magical items. All were closed for the night. The streetlights were dim, and the elaborate fountains sculpted in shapes of companions and marked were turned off. There were only a few shops open, shady bars, strip clubs, and establishments of a magical nature no Arcania frequented unless they were dabbling in things they shouldn't be. I had no fear of being spotted, so I shifted into a wolf and ran throughout the city streets, sure of where I was headed. There were regular humans in Molovia, and they were afraid of us. Even though this was the modern age, fairy tales and folklore still ruled the country. They spoke with hatred of sorceresses and their trained monster hunters. They didn't know we truly existed. But rumor and myth had been passed down generation to generation of unfeeling Arcania and their love for blood and coin. Anyone not Arcania wasn't permitted to live in Dolinska. The government found excuses to avoid allowing humans into the city, and the city was surrounded by such thick forest that nobody but the Arcania bothered to come here anyway. The nearest human settlement was a tiny farming town, and it was at least 30 miles away. Many humans still didn't go out at night, a good thing, too. Centuries past had done nothing to curb the amount of monsters still lurking in the country. They avoided humans now more than in the past, because technology scared them and was unfamiliar, but every now and then one got brave enough to step out of line and go hunting. That's when people started disappearing. More often than not, they went after tourists who didn't know the area and didn't respect the culture. Molovia was mostly Christian, but the local folks still participated in pagan ceremonies and followed traditions that had been carried out by their ancestors long ago. Mother was sure those disappearances weren't monsters, but the Black Claw. Monsters usually left traces. The Black Claw did not. They came and vanished like a thief in the night. Salt was sprinkled across many doorsteps. On some doorways hung crosses, others antlers. On a few mantles were the smearing of dark blood, deer's blood, an offering to the 7 gods for protection. Monsters usually couldn't cross these paths if the magic had been done right. Didn't mean the Black Claw couldn't. It usually took a powerful mark to keep them out. After 15 minutes of running, I came to a stop at my destination. It was a narrow alleyway that led to a few apartment buildings that had a statue of 2 snarling wolves in the middle. Rumor had it there was a group murder in this alleyway a few nights ago. 3 Arcania dead. I was determined to investigate. Black Claw or monsters? Which was it? Lord Lucian wouldn't approve of what I was doing, but I didn't care. Something had to be done, and I'd been at it for months. I investigated. The scene had long been cleaned up, but I was a companion, and I could use my magic to see what had been done in the past. I cast a spell to intensify my sight and senses. I saw a glowing on the ground where blood had once been. It'd been a massacre. I witnessed outlines of bodies lying on the ground, like gunpowder. Something had come at them from behind and prevented them from defending themselves properly. From what I'd read in the paper, the people killed hadn't been taken from the scene. I didn't see any signs of a struggle. That ruled out the possibility of the Black Claw. They usually took people alive to sacrifice in dark rituals later. That meant it was a monster. I tried using my magical sight to judge what spells had been used, but no good. I didn't see any signs. I recalled the article in the paper. 1 griffin and 2 marked. Throats ripped out. The authorities hadn't caught whoever or whatever was responsible yet. If their throats were ripped out, that usually meant either wraiths or ghouls. Couldn't be sure of which yet. Ghouls like to eat their victims, but the paper didn't specify if the victims had been consumed. I put my nose to the ground and tried to get a smell. No scent. That definitely meant wraiths. They were vengeful spirits who wreaked havoc in the afterlife, usually victims of horrific ceremonies whose souls sought revenge. Maybe Mother was right. Wraiths in the area could mean that the Black Claw was committing more vile ceremonies. I stomped my paw in frustration. Wraiths were difficult to catch. I was sure this was outside my skill level, and I was fighting alone. But I reminded myself I was hunting the wraith. It wasn't hunting me. I had the advantage. I wasn't going to crawl back home with my tail between my legs when there was a possibility that the wraith could kill someone else. I changed back into my human form. I needed to get a bird's eye view, and since I didn't have wings, I was going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. I started scaling buildings. I swiftly climbed the apartment complex I was standing next to, and once I got on the roof, began surveying my surroundings. The wraith wasn't up here. I perched on a gargoyle, scanning the streets below for the wraith. They were invisible to humans and marked, but a companion could see them clear as day. Finally, I spotted it. A black shadow hovering over one of the buildings. The wraith looked like a skeletal figure in black cloth, a shroud covered in swaths of dark blood. I couldn't see its face or any other features. It was as large as a human male, but I remained cautious. I knew it could kill me, and it had seen me. There went the element of surprise. Instead of attacking, the wraith let out a terrifying screech and made a run for it. I wasn't about to let it get away. My footsteps fell hard against the clay shingles of the rooftops as I gave chase. I had to jump from building to building in my pursuit of the wraith. It glided soundlessly above the ground. I made a lot of noise as I darted to keep up with it. I was forced to parkour off of buildings, ledges, and balconies, while the wraith merely flew over them. Damn not having any wings. I managed to catch up. I changed into a Wolven mid-jump as I tackled the wraith. It squealed and scratched at my eye as we tumbled off one of the buildings into the ground. We fell into valances and canopies that ripped and slowed our descent as the cobblestone streets loomed closer and closer. Finally, we hit the ground. The wraith broke my fall, and I ended up uninjured as I rolled off the top of it. The wraith hissed and stood to its full height, unbothered by the rough landing. Ghosts couldn't be injured in such a way. Wraiths could only be killed once you freed the trapped spirit, but you had to make it weak enough to do that. I changed back and ripped my father's jeweled dagger out of the hilt on my belt. It was ceremonially blessed by sorceresses, and so could hurt ghostly forms. I charged at the wraith. It glided out of the way, but not before I sank the dagger into its middle. It was like slicing through air. I met no resistance, but I knew I had harmed the beast when it howled in rage. Dark magic flickered off its form and flung at me, but I managed to roll out of the way and only caught the edges of the spell. The magic stung, like accidentally putting your hand on a hot stove. If the spell had actually hit me, I would have been consumed with pain, and the wraith would have easily finished the job. I barely got to my feet before the wraith lifted a hand and I was blasted back. It screamed, and the windows in the buildings around us shattered. I wanted to cover my ears and block out the sound, but instead I gritted my teeth and rolled out of the way of the falling glass. The wraith came at me several times, each time extending bony fingers towards my throat from under its black covering. It intended to rip my jugular out. I jumped out of the way and pierced its cloak 3 more times before it finally backed off. It tried to get away, but I stepped on the edge of its cloak and pinned it down before sinking the dagger into where I presumed the heart would be, if it had one. The wraith squealed in pain. I waved my hand over the wraith, and purple magic exploded from my palm, passing through the wraith and releasing the trapped spirit. The wraith let out one last squeal before it exploded into a cloud of dust. I coughed, then wiped off the dagger on my cloak. I wasn't sure if the wraith would be gone for good. Usually, to banish them completely, you had to undo whatever crime had been committed against them. Resolve unfinished business. But the protective spell would at least keep it out of the city for a few days. I noticed something. Where the wraith had once been was a small doll, a child's plaything. I picked up the doll and observed it before tucking it into my pocket. The wraith had left it behind for me. I had to return it somewhere. It was important to the spirit. Otherwise, it would come back. I would have to do some investigating to see where it came from. Lights came on above me, and I heard voices. I looked up to see Arcania poking their heads out of their broken windows, wondering what the hell had happened and what was causing all the noise. Shit. "The Phantom!" I heard a boy cry out from above. Then there were more voices joining it. "The Phantom! The Phantom!" I hated that cursed name. I couldn't change into my Wolven form. They'd see the 3 legs and know it was me. I kept my mask on and my hood up as I hightailed it out of there. Cheers and applause followed me as I fled the scene. Not everyone in Dolinska thought I was a hero. It wasn't long before the authorities arrived to give chase. I could hear the cries of the authorities as they came after me. Griffins and dragons took flight, while wolvens and alicorns stayed on the ground in pursuit. I had to pin to the walls and avoid the lights marked cast with their hands in their search. I stayed low to the ground and hid behind various objects as I outran the authorities. The Arcania Alliance, the local police, didn't like the Phantom coming in and doing their job for them. Made them look bad. I knew they'd love to catch me, but I'd be damned if I ever let them. I needed to get to the palace and back in bed before I was discovered. I took a risk and bolted. A few marked saw me and cried out to their companions that I was getting away, but I knew these city streets better than anyone else. I was able to zigzag down a couple of unknown alleyways and lose them before they even knew what happened. When I got back to the palace, the whole thing was lit up with the announcement that the Phantom had been seen again. Damn it. More complications. The servants' door was now locked. I'd have to scale the wall. I chose a lightly guarded part of the wall surrounding the palace to get back inside. Once I'd scaled it and landed in the palace courtyard, I planned to make my way back to my grappling hook so I could pull myself up to my bedroom and inside without another thought. But when I rounded the corner to do just that, I saw a plethora of guards around the barrel where I'd hid the hook. I couldn't get to it. I either had to find my way around the guards or risk falling to my death climbing up the tower without assistance. I chose risking the fall. There were too many guards to sneak past, and if I was caught as the Phantom, there went my chances of participating in the king's contest, not to mention guaranteed prison time. Vigilantes were outlawed in Dolinska. I wasted no time and started climbing. I had to stick to the wall and stay still a few times as searchlights from the marked passed me by. But with luck, no one saw me. Thank Luca. The thief god was on my side tonight. I nearly slipped a few times on my way up. Damn prosthetic. Once, a stone on the side of the tower crumpled beneath my feet, and I was left hanging by one arm. I wasn't about to quit and forced myself to haul my body higher. At this point, my arms were shaking. My energy had nearly given out. I was nearly going to let myself fall until the memory of Lucian's determined words kept me going. I forced myself to climb until I had reached my bedroom window and pulled myself in. A marked searchlight passed by the window just as I slid safely inside. I laid on the rug in my room, spread out on the floor and panting for breath. Not having wings was really getting in the way of my life. I hoped I'd be blessed with them soon. I remained on the floor, too nervous to even breathe. Eventually, an hour passed and the search was called off. I let out a sigh of relief. My identity was safe. The true name of the vigilante the city called the Phantom would remain a mystery. My back cracked as I got off the hard floor, and I groaned. I removed the mask and cloak, shoved them into a drawer, and fell on my bed face first. Dawn was in a few hours. I only had a little time to get some sleep before I'd have to report to Arcania University in the morning. But a bit of lost sleep was well worth the city's safety. If I couldn't be king right at this moment, I'd do what I could to protect the Arcania in the meantime. This was the only way I could restore my honor and fix what I'd done by killing the king. While the city slept and the throne was still uncertain, the Phantom would guard the streets and keep the people free from danger until the king's contest was done. I just hoped I could keep my identity safe until then.
Chapter 6. Emma. If I expected Lady Magdalena to escort me to Arcania University, I was sorely mistaken. She rode with me and my mom in the car to Detroit Metropolitan Airport before handing me my flight ticket and wishing me farewell, saying she had more business to do in America before the semester at the university began. I'd never ridden in a plane by myself before, but I had no choice, and Lady Magdalena made it obvious she expected me to handle it. I said a tearful goodbye to my mom at airport security, then proceeded forward, dragging my suitcase behind me and feeling like all the world was ahead of me. My heartbeat was pounding in my chest. I felt like I was walking on air. Even though I was leaving everything I knew behind, it was to experience a brand new world. Who knew what waited for me on the other side? When the airplane came in, I found myself staring slack-jawed at the biggest and fanciest jetliner I'd ever seen. The side of it read Wolven Airlines. When I stepped inside the plane, I was greeted with velvet red carpet and private drink coolers for every reclining seat. The plane even had a bar. It was very different from the rickety planes me and Mom usually took on vacation. I was shocked when the airline hostess led me to a very cushy seat right up in front in first class, one that extended to become a bed. I was given a sparkling water and a fancy dinner of slow-braised steak and asparagus. Hot towels were distributed at my request. The seat came with a TV that had unlimited movies. Apparently, Lady Magdalena only flew in style. Hell, if all Arcania lived like this, I could get used to it. Lady Magdalena had hinted they only liked the best of the best. The red-eye from Detroit to Molovia was pretty quiet, and due to the swanky seats in first class, I slept through most of the 12-hour flight. I woke up well-rested when the plane landed at 8 in the morning. Longing for a bath, I grabbed my suitcase and made my way off the plane, thankful I'd managed to avoid baggage claim. The airport was directly connected to the train station that would take me the rest of the way to the school. I momentarily panicked for a moment when I closed my passport and made my way out of international arrivals. I was in a foreign country, by myself, with no knowledge of the language or people. Arrivals and departures were announced heavily over the loudspeakers in words I didn't understand. I was way out of my element. Dozens of well-dressed people passed me by, but no one stopped to offer me directions. They mostly moved around me like I wasn't even there. I wanted to ask for help, but I didn't know if anyone in Molovia knew English. I felt like my red hair put me out of place. Most people around here either had brunette or black hair, and dark eyes, not green ones. I took a look at all the women dressed in long wool coats, mink hats, and high-heeled fall boots. I wished I'd worn something a little more formal than designer sweats, fur boots, leg warmers, and a gray parka. I was totally out of place here. Magdalena had told me that Molovia would be my home. How could it be? This was a nice place to vacation, but not to stay. I didn't belong here. I told myself to snap out of it. Magdalena said I was an Arcania. I was one of them. I belonged here just as much as any of them did. Time to buck up. Thankfully, most of the boards that showed directions to the different trains were written in Molovian and English. I read my directions to my train, Railway 5, and felt relieved when I approached the boarding site and saw a sign stating that the train was headed to Arcania University. I waited on the platform anxiously. I expected some official to come out of nowhere and say that I wasn't supposed to be here, that I was an American and I needed to go back home, but no one did. After 10 minutes or so, I heard a loud train whistle. I turned, and my mouth dropped open as I watched a massive modern train proceed toward me. The train was made of glass and edged with gold trim. It blew back my hair as it came rushing into the station and made an abrupt stop. On the side of the train were the words, "The Molovian Railway." I took a look at the map. The Molovian Railway had multiple tracks running all around Europe, but only one took you to Arcania University. I gave them my pass and was directed to the back of the train, where the students usually sat. Damn, this train was swanky. The walls were made of dark hardwood, the floors a carpet that was an intricate pattern of red and gold. Paintings hung on the hallway walls in silver frames, and miniature chandeliers lit the way down the long hallway to my cabin. Beautiful women with curled hair and painted faces carried trays of champagne and caviar up and down the aisles. I was handed another glass of champagne by a smiling assistant. I didn't know what else to do, so I sipped at it politely. Growing up in figure skating, I'd grown used to being around people who had a lot of money, but this was a bit over the top even for me. I sighed with relief when I collapsed into my cabin and shut the glass door behind me. I sat on the velvet seats and opened the Malovian travel guide that Magdalena had given me. I shuffled through the pages. My destination was a little over an hour away. The train would eventually stop in a city called Dolinska, Malovia's capital. From there, it was only a short walk to the university. Thank God. I really didn't want to drag my bag all the way there. I looked out the window, watching Malovia's green hills and white mountains roll by. The landscape here was certainly breathtaking. The trees a mixture of dark green coniferous pines and deciduous trees that were already showing off a vibrant display of orange, yellow, and red leaves. Everywhere I looked, there were beautiful, cascading waterfalls and crystal streams that glistened like sapphires as the water rolled down over the sharp rocks that coated the valleys. The skies were mostly gray overhead, coated in clouds, though shimmering yellow sunlight broke through the patches every now and then and lit up the landscape in a beautiful halo, like a blessing straight from the heavens. It was the kind of place that seemed like it was always dawn or always sunset. Eventually, the valleys changed into tall mountains with icy caps that spread in both directions as far as the eye could see. Malovia looked like a fairy tale land. Even though I lived here now, it seemed like my arrival here was a dream. I was surprised it wasn't snowing. It was only early September, but there was already a chill that permeated the air. Bits of frost were starting to fog around my train window, creating intricate patterns that I brushed my finger over. I was glad I'd packed an extra jacket. Malovia was the kind of place where it stayed cold all year round. After a while, I got a little hungry. I left my bag in my cabin and went looking for something to eat. The train was massive. I totally got lost in a matter of seconds. I found a golden door that I thought led to the cafe, but when I opened it, my jaw dropped open. People were walking around in freaking swimsuits. Pools of hot water were built into the floor, and a cascading waterfall fell from 30 feet above. Tropical plants bloomed everywhere, and the air around me felt muggy and hot, 90 degrees or more. It was nothing like the chilly Malovian atmosphere I'd only experienced seconds before. People swam in the steamy pools underneath blazing sunlight, and I heard the singing of tropical birds in the background. It was like I'd walked straight into South America. How could you have an entire hot spring in the middle of a train? With a glance down, I saw with a jolt that my normal clothes had vanished, replaced by a bikini that showed way too much skin. It must be illusion magic, right? That was the only explanation I could think of. This stuff wasn't real. It just tricked your brain into thinking it was. Feeling off, I left the room and returned back to the main hall. Once I closed the door behind me, the swimsuit disappeared and my clothes returned. I really had to get used to this place. I resumed my mission of looking for the cafe, though I was careful not to open any more doors that I passed. Finally, I found the cafe, sitting at the front of the train. This time of day, they were selling pastries. The glass case encompassed a variety of delicious cupcakes and cookies, each one looking more perfect and savory than the last. "What can I get you?" the attendant asked from behind the counter. She had a thick Slavic accent, and my God, she was gorgeous. Her sleek dark hair and blue eyes were perfectly accented by the railway uniform she wore. She could be a freaking model. "You speak English?" I asked in surprise. She bobbed her head. "Yes, American, aren't you?" "Yeah," I confessed nervously. "It's my first time out of the country. I worried I wouldn't be able to communicate with anyone." The attendant smiled kindly. "Everyone in Malovia has to study English in high school. It's the language classes at the university are taught in. I'm assuming you're a student?" I bobbed my head. It was a relief to know that I wouldn't have to learn an entirely new language overnight while attending Arcania University. "Most Arcania speak Malovian only in their own homes. I'm certain you'll be fine," she stated. She tilted her head, then added, "You seem a little pale. I just walked into some sort of hot springs room. I'm new to illusion magic, so it was a little unexpected." I gave a nervous laugh. "The Malovian Railway has several enchanted illusion rooms for our guests to enjoy," she replied. "Beside the room with the hot springs, there's also a ski resort room, a water park, and a mini shopping center, as well as sleeping cabins for guests taking longer journeys. The illusions help to pass the time while traveling." Thanks for explaining all this to me. I felt way behind. I hoped I could catch up, but at the same time, I was relieved that everyone spoke English and I wouldn't be totally lost here. I bought a cherry pastry, then headed back to my cabin. I thought the pastry was another illusion until I licked the sugar off the top and decided it definitely had to be real. In the hallway, I noticed a girl walking by. She had sleek brunette hair and makeup done to perfection. She was wearing a crisp outfit that looked like it'd come from the pages of a magazine and high heels. 2 girls followed behind her, identical twins. They were dressed similarly to the other girl, who I worked out was the head bitch, and were very tall. They had hooded eyes and square faces. I was so busy looking at them that I didn't realize where I was going. The train jerked to the side unexpectedly, and I slammed right into the leader. My cherry pastry smeared all over the front of her outfit. The girl gave a gasp and jumped backward, shaking her hands. Shit, I'd just ruined her designer tea. My mouth opened to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you. The girl glared at me. In a thick accent, she said, Are you serious? Can't you watch where you're going? The girl waved a hand. The jelly on her shirt vanished instantly, and I had to blink twice. Did I just see that? I realized that I was in a place where magic was real, and people probably did this all the time. I bet I looked really stupid in that moment. The girl was giving me a stare at my astonished look. I quickly rearranged my face and said, Sorry, didn't mean to bump into you. It doesn't matter if you didn't mean it, it happened anyway, the girl bit back. You're lucky I'm in a good mood, otherwise you'd be paying me for my shirt. Wow, okay. She didn't want to play nice. That was fine. I was good at that, too. I apologize, but to make up for it, do you mind if I buy you some manners or common decency? You're obviously in need of some. The girl's mouth dropped open again, and the twins gasped behind her. I gave her a smirk. Yeah, I knew how to play this game. Very well, in fact. You look like a student, the girl started, but I've never seen you before. Yeah, I'm not from around here. I gave a casual shrug. Obviously. The girl raised a sneer. I'm Gabriella Sierre, Gibby for short. This is my first year at Arcadia University. Yours as well? Yes. I didn't give her specifics, but my accent gave me away. You're an American. Gabby narrowed her eyes. I just got back from vacationing in Ibiza. Italy's amazing. I expect you've never been out of the country. You've got a lost puppy dog look about you. One of the twins barked behind her hand. The other laughed. My, they had this down to a system, didn't they? I wasn't impressed. Morgan, don't embarrass me, Gabby snapped. She rolled her eyes. Your taunts are like a child's. Get some class. Morgan cringed. The other twin reached out to touch her sister's arm, but Morgan yanked it away. I'm fine, Melissa, she mumbled. Melissa frowned and stared at the carpet. Gabby smiled slightly. I was able to tell them apart now, because I noticed Morgan had a tiny scar around her eyebrow that Melissa didn't have. It had also taken me 2 minutes of conversation to see that Gabby often pitted them against each other. What a great friend. Gabby crossed her arms. Since you don't know, let me give you a rundown of how things work around here, she snarled. My family is pillar. Since I don't know who you are and have never heard of you, I'm guessing you're a nobody. That makes you not worth my time. So stay out of my way or I'll make you. She'll probably bond with a weak companion, Melissa suggested. Morgan giggled. As long as she doesn't bond with anyone decent, Gabby added. I'll let you know right now. The top picks of the men are mine. You can have the scrapes once I'm done choosing. My family's been waiting for me to make my match for years, and you can be sure I'll have the best mate. I drew myself up straight. No way was I going to let this go down without a fight. My bite was worse than my bark. Those are a lot of tough words. Sure you can back them up? Gabby scoffed. Please, can you even do magic? Gabby raised an eyebrow. Her 2 clones did the same behind her. Holy hell, did she program these girls to follow her around and copy her every move? Not yet, I said, but it's probably best you have a head start because it won't be long before I embarrass you with what I can do. Gabby's mouth opened slightly. Yeah, I said it. Didn't regret it either. Girls at the rink back home knew better than to mess with me. She'd learn too. I didn't have any idea how to do magic, wasn't even sure if I'd be good at it, but I wasn't about to let this girl push me around. Gabby quickly rearranged her face and sneered. "You're overconfident. Let's see how long it lasts. The new meat doesn't last long around here." She shoved past me. Her friends followed, their noses turned up so high that if it was raining, they'd drown. Great. Gabby was the first person I'd managed to meet in this place who went to my school, and she was a total bitch. I hoped not all Arcania were like that, but I didn't count on anyone being friendly. I was an outsider, after all. Calm down, Emma. Day 1, and I was already making enemies. It was so like me. My presence was usually enough by itself to piss people off. I couldn't lie when I said I liked starting trouble. I had a problem keeping a handle on my big mouth. It liked to open before my brain usually caught up with it. Oops. Sorry, not sorry. I'd learned a long time ago that if you wanted to survive, you had to fend for yourself or get eaten alive. I wondered what she'd said about companions. Gabby acted like she was going to waltz into school and handpick the best guy to be her mate. But according to Lady Magdalena, that's not how it worked. You didn't choose your mate, the magic chose for you. It was supposed to be some deep, everlasting bond that transcended the laws of nature or some shit like that. I thought everything Lady Magdalena said was woo-woo nonsense, but after I met Gabby, I hoped I didn't end up getting left out. I was worried no one would pick me and I'd be the loser cat lady for the rest of my life. Still, I felt bad for the poor guy that got stuck with Gabby's ass for the rest of his life. I still ate my smushed pastry because fuck Gabriella Sierre, and it tasted pretty good. When the train finally stopped, I got my bag and disembarked. I was left standing on the edge of a platform made of cobblestone in a bustling station of tan brick and tall pillars, a glass ceiling hundreds of feet above my head. I turned in place, unsure of where to go next. The signs were in Malovian, and I had no idea what direction the school was in. I glanced at my map again, but it didn't help. I wasn't very good at reading maps in high-stress situations, and this was one of them. Without being conscious of it, I looked for someone to help me. My sight fell on a young girl around my age. She looked like a student. She was wearing an expression that seemed, confused. Her form was lithe, skinny, and athletic. She was wearing an oversized, light pink sweater that had fuzzy wisps coming off of it, along with pale skinny jeans and fur boots. Her blonde hair was almost pale white, and she had these giant glasses on her face that extended from her cheeks to her forehead. They looked a little ridiculous and cute at the same time. Her makeup was done lightly but professionally. She carried a duffel bag that was just as fluffy as her sweater. The girl's face lit up when she saw me. She ran toward me, hauling her fluffy bag. "You're just the person I was looking for!" "I was?" I asked, completely caught off guard. "Yes!" she exclaimed excitedly. "I had a feeling I was waiting for something or someone, but I didn't know who or why, yet here you are and here I am!" The girl let out a cheer and threw her arms around me, giving me a tight hug. I was shocked, but didn't want to push away and be rude. The embrace was warm and friendly. I was frozen and didn't hug back. "Sorry, I'm a hugger," she said as she pulled away, giggling. "I just love meeting new people." "Have we met before?" I asked. Otherwise, the hug would be weird, but this girl looked like she knew all about weird. "Nope," she sang. She stuck her hand out, grabbed mine, and shook it so frantically it yanked my body around. "I'm Odette Oksana. I'm the first year at Arcania University, Alicorn faction." She showed me her palm. I briefly saw the mark of a hoof on her palm before she drew it away and started talking again. "I've never seen you around, so I assume you're a freshman too." Odette talked so fast I had trouble keeping up. It was like this girl was on a permanent sugar rush. "I'm Emma," I managed to blurt out. "Great!" I barely had time to get my name out before Odette started pulling on my arm. "Let's go up to the school together. I know the way. I'm sure we'll have lots to talk about. How did your summer go?" "Mine went fantastic." I hesitated. I was afraid of trusting Odette. After all, Gabby hadn't exactly rolled out the welcome wagon. But Odette seemed so nice and sincere, and a bit naive. It was like looking at a human version of a My Little Pony. I figured following her around would be better than making a fool of myself trying to navigate this city alone. "Sure," I said. "Lead the way." I wasn't sure I had much of a choice anyway, because Odette had already pulled me halfway across the station by this time. She practically skipped as she moved and walked on her toes. "Do you dance professionally or something?" I asked, noticing the way she moved. She walked upright and poised at all times, like she was in constant awareness of how her body moved. I knew the feeling because figure skating required that too.
"Oh, yes, ballet," Odette said. "I've been traveling with the Russians for a while, but I gave that up to come to the university. Do you do arts or sports?"
That made my ears prick up. Dancing with the Russian ballet was insanely impressive. Odette had to be amazing. People trained for their entire lives and didn't get in, and she had stopped that for Arcania University. This had to be one special place. Odette was peering at me, waiting for an answer to her former question. "Figure skating," I belted out. Odette squealed.
"Oh, we're close then. I like skating, but I was better at ballet, so I stuck with that instead. I bet you're so beautiful on the ice."
The minute we stepped outside the train station, my mouth dropped open. My entire world opened up to a brand new universe. The first thing I saw was some sort of half-bird, half-lion thing standing right in front of me. It had golden feathers, a large beak, and the back legs of a large cat with 2 massive wings on its back. I was walking too fast, and I ended up slamming into the creature. I was thrown backwards. The creature was nothing but muscle. A griffin, I realized. They really did exist. It was bigger than an actual lion. I was sure the thing was going to break my neck in 2. A shiver of fear passed over me as the griffin turned its massive head at me. I was dinner, most likely. The griffin I'd bumped into was eyeing me with piercing yellow eyes. I realized that I was looking at a person, not an animal, and swallowed. "I'm sorry. Excuse me. I didn't mean to run into you." The griffin gave me a weird look and slunk out of the way. He probably thought I was some crazy person looking at him like that. After all, this wasn't a zoo. I realized there were more of them standing outside the train station, a whole flock. The griffins were mostly white, brown, black, and gray, although I did see an unusual mix of colors, like green or red. Some had the back legs of tigers, cheetahs, leopards, or panthers instead of lions. It was hard not to gawk at them in amazement. I pardoned myself again and wove my way around the griffins as I ran after Odette, who was still gabbing. I heard a massive roar that shook the cobblestones beneath my feet and looked up. There were dragons, literal dragons, flying through the skies. They were all different colors, scales glimmering like gemstones, some as small as a car and others as large as a building. The sun reflected off their scales and shone in all different directions. They had horns, some straight and some curled, and spines along their backs with tails that ended in arrowheads. Each of the toes on their feet ended in knife-like claws. When they opened their mouths, I observed fangs that were as big as me. Farther above, 2 dragons breathed literal fire at each other. I wasn't sure if they were playing or having an argument. The fire breathers descended, and once they approached the ground, changed back into flesh and bone men. It seemed they were having an argument because their voices grew louder as they passed. They yelled Malovian at each other and shook their fists.
"Well, come on, silly,"
Odette said, yanking on me.
"It's like you've never seen a dragon before."
I didn't want to say that I hadn't, so I put on a straight face and followed her through the crowd of people coming out of the train station. Most of them were students like us. The semester started tomorrow, so I shouldn't have been surprised. I wasn't sure what an alicorn was before I got here, but now that I saw them face to face, the best way I could describe them was unicorns with wings. Their coats were all the colors horses could be: gray, chestnut, bay, roan, dune, black, palomino, and about 1,000,000 others. I think I saw a zebra one somewhere in the crowd. But their horns were curved slightly, not straight, and instead of horse tails they had oxen ones, and feathers around their hoofs. Their horns seemed to be made of rare stones like diamonds or some sort of precious metal. The alicorns glimmered as I walked by. I wasn't sure what to be more impressed by, the beautiful horns or their wings. The alicorns ruffled their feathery appendages, snorting with impatience and stomping their hoofs as they waited for guests to arrive. I shot Odette a smug glance. She said she was part of the alicorn faction. Pretty winged horses fit her personality perfectly. I wondered who her special guy would be. Someone who had no problem dealing with sparkles and sunshine, I hoped. Then I noticed them, the Wolvens. There were so many. They stalked throughout the city with rolling shoulders and heads held high. Their coats were various shades of red, gray, black, silver, and white. Most of them were only as big as horses, though a few rivaled the size of the dragons above. Their coats were thick, lush, and beautiful. I wanted to reach out and stroke my hands through their fur, though I was sure I wasn't allowed. On the backs of some of the Wolvens were large, feathery wings that matched the colors of their pelts. A couple of Wolvens gave a running start before they leapt into the skies, spreading their wings to take flight among the griffins, dragons, and alicorns. I'd never seen wolves with wings before. I supposed that's why they went by a different name. I realized that I was going to bond with one of them. I wasn't a chicken shit by any means, but these wolves were huge. One bite could easily end my life. Whatever, I'd already killed one of them and thought nothing of it. If I had any problems with guys, I'd just blast a hole in them. Problem solved. Some of the companions had women on their backs. I could only presume they were mates. The marked that rode the shifters flew through the air and walked through the city bravely, with determined faces or bright smiles. They seemed so proud and carefree. I wanted to be like them, but doubted I could be. Suddenly, the world Lady Magdalena told me about didn't seem like a fairy tale anymore. It was real. This wasn't a dream. We finally left the area outside the crowded station and entered the streets of Dolinska. Odette went on and on about ballet as I took in the sights around me. The beauty of Dolinska rivaled the streets of Paris or Krakow. I hadn't been to either, but I'd seen pictures, and this place was just as incredible. It was like walking into a movie. I wasn't sure what was more amazing, the city, the shifters, or all the sorceresses casting incredible spells around me. The marked made pretty butterflies appear, or doubled themselves so they had identical clones, or changed their hair and eye color with a wave of their hand. There was an explosion, and I looked over my shoulder to see that one marked was making fireworks come out of her hand to the delight of the children around her feet. I realized that someday I was going to be able to do that, and my heart lifted. This was way bigger than anything I'd ever imagined. I was so glad that I made the choice to come here. The city was packed with vendors and carts. Marked boasted about love potions, claiming they'd be able to find your mate within a week of consuming. Dragons sold scales for jewelry, while alicorns waved their horns and made new dresses appear on the marked in front of them. Wolvens fought in a makeshift arena in the middle of the square, then shifted back to human form and started boxing as people made bets and cheered them on. Nearby, somebody had placed a stereo on the ground, and polka music blasted out of it. Marked danced with their companions, who were both in human and animal form. Incredible smells met my nose, and my eyes widened as we passed a bakery that had the most delicious-looking cakes and pastries I'd ever seen. We passed churches with jaw-dropping stained-glass windows that had the designs of shifters held within. We walked by tiny street cafes that were packed with people, human and animal, looking to get a sip of espresso or, as I noticed, colorful, sparkling drinks I'd never seen before. "Spells," Odette said, catching my look. She went to a cafe to purchase one. She brought back a purple drink in a tiny paper cup and sipped it. Odette giggled, and her feet elevated off the ground for 5 seconds or so. She floated toward me, coming back down with a hiccup. "Bottoms up," she said. She handed it to me. I took a sip. My stomach went light for a moment before I fluttered a few inches off the ground and came back down. My stomach flipped. It was the weirdest experience of my life. My mood felt significantly elevated, and I felt more energized. The Arcania had the best energy drinks ever created. There was so much in this new world to explore. I wanted to soak in every moment of it. "You must not have been in Dolinska for some time. You sure are walking slow," Odette said pleasantly. "I don't mind. It's such a nice day, and you're such a nice person. Isn't it great to enjoy a walk with friends? I was still trying to figure out why'd she taken such a liking to me. I didn't do much of anything except exist, breathe, and look interested when Odette talked to me. There were a few cars on the street, but they were all designer sports cars. It looked like most of the people around here drove carriages pulled by companions or sometimes just regular horses. Odette stood at the edge of the street and looked for one. "We could walk, but I'd prefer to take a carriage," she said. "My bag's getting rather heavy and—" There were loud screams. My head jerked to the side, and I screamed as a carriage came roaring into view. The horses pulling it seemed to have gone mad. They barreled through vendors and destroyed carts on their way through. Marked and companions both scattered to get out of the way. The carriage was headed right this way. I grabbed Odette and pulled her to safety as the covered carriage skidded to a stop on the curb where we'd been standing just moments before. The horses danced on the spot as someone yanked on the reins. I scrambled to get off the ground, helping Odette to her feet. I looked up to see who nearly ran us over. It was another girl. She had pale skin and straight black hair that was down to her waist, with a bright red streak going down the right side. Her outfit was the most unusual thing about her. She wore a black lace corset and long skirt, high-heeled, lace-up boots, long sleeves, fishnet stockings, and rings that looked like spider webs. She wore black nail polish, black lipstick, black eyeshadow. A black lace choker was tied around her neck. She was a goth. I don't think I had seen a goth since I was 14 years old. I was still recovering from my mild heart attack when the girl spoke to me. "Hey." She tossed her long hair out of her eyes. "You need a ride?" she asked. She was breathless. "Yes," Odette said before I could say anything. She threw her duffel bag inside and climbed aboard. "Come on, Emma." I hesitated. This could end badly. I was pretty sure this girl wasn't a real taxi driver. Bitch, get on, the goth girl screamed, and she grabbed hold of my wrist and pulled me into the carriage as she laughed. She snapped the reins, and the horses took off running. I fell against the seat, onto another suitcase that wasn't mine or Odette's. Another student, like us. My own suitcase fell on top of me as the carriage jostled around. I heard more screams behind us, and the sound of hoofbeats and wings. "Oh no," Odette said, frowning as she looked behind us. "It's the Arcania Alliance. Bother." I didn't need an explanation to know they had to be the local law enforcement. "Can you explain to me why we're running from the cops?" I shouted. "Bobby Kowalski," Goth Girl said, like the name was the only explanation we needed. "That dragon hasn't left me alone all summer. I swear to the 7 gods he wants to bond with me." She pointed to her mouth and made a gagging sound. "He still doesn't realize that it's not gonna happen. I stole his carriage and ended up crashing into another one trying to get away from him. Simple hit and run, my bad. They'll probably add reckless driving too, if I get caught." "Who are you exactly?" I asked. People on the streets jumped out of the way to avoid getting run over. The police behind us had to slow down in order to avoid hitting anyone. We were losing them. "Irina Delmare," she said quickly. "But I hate my first name, so you better call me Delmare." "Point taken," I said. "And you're a—" "Dragon faction," Delmare breathed. "I like bad boys." She showed me her right hand quickly before returning it to the reins. On her palm, I saw the mark of a reptile footprint with long claws. I wasn't surprised. Dragons seemed like they'd go hand in hand with her personality. She was destructive and loud. Didn't mean that in a bad way. It meant she was fun. "Dragons are so big and scary," Odette said, and she shuddered. "Are you sure you can handle being bonded to one?" Delmare snorted. "Dragons should be afraid of me." I smiled. I liked her. "What about you?" Delmare asked. Odette looked at me in interest. I didn't realize I hadn't yet told them. "Wolven." I said the word like it was mine, like it was something I belonged to. With a start, I realized that it was. I belonged to the Wolven faction. They were mine, and I was theirs. If the mark on my hand was right, I was going to bond with a wolf. My future husband, my soulmate, was probably somewhere nearby, milling amongst the students at the university. He could be anyone, knowing that the one person I was meant to be with was hidden in the vicinity of the city made my palms sweat. I could meet him today. I wasn't sure I was ready for this. I wasn't even sure what bonding would be like. Would I lose my entire world, my sense of self, once I formed a bond with a complete stranger I'd never met? I wasn't ready to sacrifice who I was for some guy. I never would be. Delmare said. Noted. Makes sense with the standoffish personality. I'm not standoffish, I shouted. Temper, too. Goes with your red hair, Delmare said. Don't worry. Doesn't bother me much. Dragons are famous for that, too. She had me pegged. Why don't you just pull over? I asked. Delmare laughed. And turn myself in? Never. This is too much fun. She slapped the reins again. I glanced behind us as Delmare took a turn onto a side street that nearly made the carriage tip over. Odette and I clung to the seats like cats before the carriage righted itself and came slamming back down on two wheels again. Delmare took a few more crazy turns, zigzagging around the multiple alleyways that Dolinska seemed to provide. I was getting dizzy. Finally, the cries of the police were far in the distance. We must have lost them. Whoa there, Delmare said, and she pulled on the reins. The horses came to a slow walk, snorting. Easy now. She turned around to look at us as the horses pulled forward. So, Arcania University, huh? Yeah, first year, Odette peeped. Me too, Delmare said. Got any hobbies? Ballet, Odette said. Ice skating, I rattled off. This is a school for jocks, Delmare mumbled irritably under her breath. Does anyone do art anymore? I shook my head. I can't draw worth a crap. I crochet, Odette added. Does that count? Delmare let out a sigh. Oh well, I guess it's only me. We left the alleyway and ended up on a wide road that led up a hill. There were a lot of carriages on this road, and it was packed with kids lugging their bags. This had to be the way to the university. Why did you pick us up in the first place? I asked. I don't know, Delmare shrugged. Seemed like fun. Delmare was definitely the impulsive type. Odette smiled and said, You've certainly made my day. Maybe we can do this again sometime. What, run from the cops? No thanks, I thought, but Delmare laughed. I'll drop you off at the gate. I should probably return the carriage. Delmare grinned wickedly. Bobby still needs a ride. My mouth dropped as we rounded the top of the hill. An enormous palace came into view. It was orthodox in style, with large domes, spiraling towers, and warm yellow stone. The estate was huge, several stories tall, with ornate windows and decorative statues of winged soldiers lining the outer edge, rooftops made of copper that had turned green over the years. A huge, fancy gold fountain was placed in front of the giant entryway into the palace. The courtyard was a collection of cobblestones and flora, bigger than my local state park back home. In the distance, a couple of students swam in a large lake that a dragon paddled around happily. It looked like the Winter Palace in Russia or even Versailles in France. It was that freaking big. This was a massive estate, a place for kings and queens. There had to be thousands of students that came here. Odette leaned over and nudged me. Welcome to Arcania University! Aren't you so excited? I was more excited than I'd ever been in years. A momentary bit of fear ran through me. The palace was so big. How was I supposed to find my way around it for classes? We came to the large gate, and Delmare pulled the carriage to a stop. Odette and I disembarked and got our bags. She gave us a salute as we waved goodbye. See you girls around, Delmare said, and she trotted the carriage off. The way she said farewell was like we'd been friends forever. It was nice. But it was also strange to me, so I tried to shake it off. I turned to face the university. There were hundreds of students mulling around the courtyard in front of the palace. Could I really do this? Odette was giving me an expectant look. I decided I had to. I followed her through the thick crowd of people and past the gate. When we got inside, the garden was more beautiful than I'd imagined. The grass and paths were sculpted to make curling formations. Golden fountains and flowers were everywhere. Hedges had been trimmed in the shape of wolvens, dragons, griffins, and alicorns. Parts of the garden had mazes to wander through, or shaded areas where the students lounged and talked. Whoever the gardener was, he deserved a major raise.
The university used to be the old palace for the monarchy, Odette explained. That's why it's so big.
There were guys everywhere. They were acting especially boorish, punching each other and wrestling, calling out to the girls who passed by and looking desperate. They shifted into their animal forms, playing games and contests with each other to show off their strength. Some girls paid them attention, but most of the females who walked by simply ignored them.
It's just the boys,
Odette told me, rolling her eyes and waving a hand.
All unmated companions go nuts when their mates show up, and at the start of every new school year, they get even stupider than normal trying to impress the new freshmen who aren't bonded. It's rather sad, really.
I felt like it was mating season and I was some kind of animal. It was bizarre. But when in Malovia, do as the Arcania do. I copied Odette and kept my eyes forward as we passed the huge crowd of guys performing their dumbass Olympics in the yard. I didn't feel scared or intimidated by the guys begging for my attention, more or less amused. It was kind of funny watching them fall all over themselves trying to get a girl. The guys back home weren't like this. Too many of them that I knew kept 3 or more girls on the side and didn't commit to any of them.
You need to get your uniform, Odette told me with a bright smile. Trust me, you'll love them. They're so fabulous.
Uniforms sounded terrible, but I doubted this school would let you walk around in a t-shirt and jeans. Everything looked so fancy. Odette led me to a covered table in the garden, where a group of students were handing out white boxes. They looked older than us by a few years. There was a guy handing out boxes at the edge of the table. He was tall and lengthy, with blue eyes and blonde hair. He was wearing a polo shirt and khakis that I thought seemed too formal for summer. He blushed pink as we approached.
Hello, Theo. How was your summer?
Odette asked pleasantly. Theo seemed lost for words before he cleared his throat and said, Fine, Odette. And yours?
It was amazingly delightful, she squeaked. May we have our uniforms, please?
Theo nodded. I'm glad you're finally here at the university, Odette. Last year was lonely without you. He was dropping hints, but they went over Odette's head.
Thank you.
She batted her eyelashes, and Theo gulped. So what do alicorns do? I asked him out of curiosity. Do they practice magic like the Marked, or do they fight monsters like the other companions? Theo let out a Alicorns are fierce and respected warriors. We often don't get the respect from the other factions we deserve, though our horns and hoofs are often bathed in blood. Okay. Someone had issues about being a pony. I wasn't trying to be rude, just genuinely interested. Odette reached up and ruffled his hair.
Oh, Theo, don't be that way. Emma's new. She doesn't understand.
She kissed him on the cheek, and he stilled. He looked positively afraid of her. Some warrior. Theo backed away and scanned the clipboard on the table before sorting through the group of boxes behind him. He hesitantly handed us 2. Here you go. Don't get into any mischief now.
Wouldn't dream of it,
Odette exclaimed. She gave a little twirl. Theo gave a grim nod. As we walked away, I jerked my thumb at him and asked, What's his deal? Odette giggled again.
Theo's always been a little shy. Don't know why, though.
I glanced backward and caught Theo staring at Odette's butt as she walked away. He turned red when he noticed that I saw him and hurriedly went back to what he was doing. Shy, huh? More like a major crush. It seemed like Odette was oblivious about it. Do you think you'll bond with him?
Me? Oh, gods, no!
Odette said in an alarmed way.
Theo and I have known each other since we were children. We were in ballet class together. He's a wonderful dancer, but we're just friends. It's not like that. He's basically my brother.
Odette sighed.
Someday I'll meet my alicorn prince, and we'll be dancing away into the sunset. It'll happen this year, I just know it.
Theo was glancing Odette's way again. The stare was longing and desperate. Seemed to me that Odette's alicorn prince was right in front of her, and she didn't even see it. Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Come on, our dorms are upstairs. They're separated by marked and companions. I hope you're by me,
she peeped. When we stepped inside the castle, I became even more impressed. Paintings of marked and companions lined the walls. Expensive and elaborate drapes hung over huge windows and matched the plush carpet underfoot. The windows themselves were huge, letting in copious amounts of light as we passed fancy sculptures, priceless vases, and royal artifacts of the monarchy in glass cases. The university was more like an art or history museum than a school. I wanted to stop and look, but Odette was hauling ass, so I told myself I'd be back later. We finally reached the girls' dorms. When I got my room assignment, it nearly knocked me off my ass. My room was decorated in navy blue and silver and had a 4-poster bed next to a large fireplace, a comfy armchair, and a large rug. A beautiful armoire stood next to my open window, which looked down upon the gardens. Luckily, Odette's room was right next to mine. At least I'd have someone friendly nearby. I didn't have a roommate, so she'd have to do.
The uniforms are assorted by faction. You're a Wolven, so all your outfits will be blue and silver,
Odette informed me.
I'm an alicorn, so all my outfits are white and purple. Dragons are red and black, and griffins are green and gold. Aren't they just so lovely?
I took out the pieces of my uniform and laid them on the bed. There were 2 different versions of the outfit. One was a button-up white shirt with a blue blazer that had a silver wolf's paw embroidered into the collar. It came with a blue tie, blue tights, and the choice of a knee-length blue skirt, or thick pants for the cold months. The second uniform was a hunter's coat, wool, long-sleeved and blue in color, with silver embroidery of flowers weaving throughout the jacket. The jacket was knee-length and fitted to my body. I figured it was meant for use in the winter. The outfit came with Mary Jane shoes and knee-high black boots. The uniform also came with a heavy, hooded navy cloak, which I assumed kept out the cold when Molovia got super chilly. I put it on as an experiment, and I absolutely loved how glamorous it made me look. It was like modern-day fairy tale style. Okay, I admit it. I liked it. The Arcania were pretty fashionable. They could certainly dress me better than I could myself. Odette had already changed into her outfit. She was in no way shy about showing off her matching unicorn bra and panties. It was like we were sisters and she did this every day. Her uniform was identical to mine, except the colors were white and purple, and she had an alicorn hoof embroidered into her blazer collar instead of a wolf print. She put her hair up into a messy bun on top of her head and kept it in place with a pencil.
You want to walk around some? It's lunchtime and I'm starving. We could get lunch in the cafeteria, she said.
Sure, I said. My stomach was growling. All this walking around had made me ravenous. We left our bags, and Odette led the way once more.
I know my way around because my aunt teaches here. I'm lucky that way, Odette said. The cafeteria isn't far. We just have to get through the grand ballroom.
The grand ballroom turned out to be my own personal nightmare. The walls were lined with mirrors, and large chandeliers hung from the ceiling, lighting up the room. It was absolutely packed with students, more than what were hanging out in the gardens outside. I wasn't sure if I didn't get along with people and that was what caused my social anxiety, or if my social anxiety made me not get along with people. Either way, the sight of a group of students my age in an enclosed space was enough to make me break out in hives. I stood frozen before the grand ballroom, not sure whether to walk into it or run away screaming.
What's wrong?
Odette asked as I stared into the crowded entryway. I swallowed. I don't do well with crowds, I said. I'm not very good at making friends. Odette put her arm around my shoulder and gestured to all the people around us.
Look! Friends! And they're all waiting to meet you.
Odette sure had an optimistic view on life. I was certain that most of the people in here didn't want to be my friend, but fuck if that deterred her. She guided me through the ballroom like this wasn't my personal nightmare. At first, I wanted to freak out, but as I felt Odette's warm hand on my shoulder, I began to calm down. She was right. There was nothing to fear about this. It was fine. Then I saw him, and my entire life changed. He stood no more than a few yards away from me. Even from such a distance, it was like I could hear his heartbeat, hear him breathe. He was already wearing his school uniform, blue and silver, a Wolven like me. He was only wearing the shirt, though, and the white sleeves rolled up halfway past his elbows, and his tie was loose around his neck. His hands were shoved into his pockets, and his dark hair was really messy. He looked tired. There were bags under his amber eyes, like he hadn't gotten enough sleep the night before. Still, he seemed cheerful. There was a beautiful grin on his face. I loved his smile. It was crisp and white. It lifted me up and made me feel everything good about the world. He was the most gorgeous guy I'd ever seen. I really wanted to see him change, see what he looked like as a wolf. I bet he was gorgeous to observe. I wondered what color his coat would be. The guy laughed and lifted his hand to wave his fingers. Purple sparks and smoke flashed out of his hand. It was incredible to witness. I briefly noticed something change in his gaze. That's so weird. He did magic, and his amber eyes flashed violet, just like the color of the spell. He was talking to a curly-headed girl. When he cast the spell, she laughed, and a flash of intense jealousy rose up in me. It was hard to keep down. I wanted to walk over and punch that girl in the face for looking at him, though I didn't have any reason. As fast as it came, it was gone. I was left standing there, shocked. Why was I jealous of that girl talking to some rando guy? I didn't know him. I didn't even know his name. Odette caught me staring. "I'd suggest looking the other way," she hushed under her breath. "He's taken." "I wasn't looking," I said, feigning ignorance. She laughed. "Liar! That's Ethan Nowak," she told me. My heart dropped. He bonded with her? I stared at the girl. Ethan told another joke, and she laughed again. I had no good reason, but I already hated her. "No," Odette shook her head. "He hasn't bonded with anyone." A bit of hope rose in my chest, but I pushed it down. I was here to get an education, not find a man. "How can he be taken if he hasn't bonded?" I said, confused. "Well," Odette said, flustered, "he's been here for 3 years almost, and he hasn't found his mate yet. It's assumed he's never going to. He's supposed to find a bride before he participates in the King's Contest this December, and since he can't find a mate, chastity is probably going to be his first choice. They've been on and off forever, and she's a Wolven like him. She's the girl he's talking to." Ethan's eyes connected with mine. When they did, time seemed to stop. Everyone in the square disappeared. Odette was no longer by my side. It was just me and him. My breath hitched in my throat and caught, and my heart literally ceased beating. A deep shiver started at the top of my head and flowed throughout my entire body. The way he was looking at me so intensely, I felt as if I could sink into those amber eyes and fall forever. Ethan seemed confused. He stared at me with a blank look, his mouth slightly hanging open. Then he did the most awful thing. He turned away. The effect was equal to feeling a knife slide into my chest. It hurt. Badly. I never wanted him to turn his back on me ever again. In response, I faced away from him and headed the other way, in the direction of the entrance to the school. "What's the King's Contest?" I asked, as a way to get my mind off of Ethan. For some reason, when he looked at me, I don't know, everything about Arcania University changed. "It's the way the Arcania determine who's going to be king," Odette explained. "Whoever wins gets the crown, but participants have to be bonded or engaged to enter. Prince Ethan just declared his intent to enter." "He's a freaking prince, too? Could this guy get any more perfect?" "Yes, he's part of the Melovian monarchy. If Ethan wants to participate in the contest this December, he'll have to hurry up and find a girl." "Oh." The word came out in a tiny rush of breath. It sounded small and quiet. "Well, even if you did want to be with him, you'd have to get in line. Every Wolven girl this side of Melovia is desperately in love with him. The ones who aren't are still after him because they want to be queen," Odette said. I put the prince out of my mind. He was out of bounds, off limits. I was new here. I didn't know anything about the monarchy. He was way out of my league. Ethan was a walking target, and I was no queen. Odette was right. Best to stay away. We finally left the ballroom, and Odette hooked her arm in mine. Now, who wants crab legs? I'm starved!
Chapter 7. Ethan. My mate had arrived at the school. I could feel it. She was here somewhere, among the new arrivals. It was driving me crazy. I was sure I'd go mad with the want. I didn't know what having a mate would feel like before, but now that she was close, everything was different. My entire life, my whole existence, it all centered around her. For the first time, I knew exactly what my dad had been talking about. The thing was, I was sure I'd seen her among the students, felt her somehow. I'd made eye contact with her, that was for certain, but there was so much going on and so many new people coming into the school, it was hard to tell who she was. There were so many new scents and auras resonating throughout the area. I couldn't tell which one belonged to her. I knew I had to seek her through the Wolven freshman girls, but I had a busy semester ahead of me. I was taking a mess of tough classes, not to mention I had my duties as a vigilante and preparing for the king's contest ahead. I didn't know how I'd find time to locate my mate, but finding her was the most important task of all. I needed her for the contest, but more than that, I needed her. I racked my brain, trying to remember her face, but there were so many faces that were brand new. I hoped to the 7 gods that she'd show herself during class today, and that my search would be over. I'd lose my mind in the meantime. I couldn't keep my mind on breakfast. I barely ate. It felt like my entire body had been consumed by a vicious fever, and the cure wouldn't come until she was by my side. It was wholly unbearable. Around 11 a.m., I headed to the forest outside the school for my first class. It was taught by Lord Lucian, Monster Hunting 101. It was a freshman class, but I'd retaken it on account that I'd failed it my first year and the year after that. I already knew how to hunt monsters from birth, so I considered the class a useless recap of the basics and never bothered to go to class. Still, it was a requirement for graduation, so it'd be in my favor to not blow it off. I still felt like I needed a bigger reason to actually show up. When I turned the corner to see a gathering of freshmen around a large oak tree near the school greenhouses, I got my reason. I saw her red hair first. It was long and flowing down her back, and it rippled in the sunlight, casting off a golden glow. I was staring at her back. She was tall and thin, with legs that went on for miles, but a round ass that Arcania women were famous for. When she turned around, my breath caught. Her eyes were green as emeralds. Her skin was so pale it nearly glistened, and she had pink lips that were barely open in a slight gasp. As she brought her hand up to tuck a lock of her hair behind her ear, I noticed a black paw print on her palm. A Wolven, like me. It felt like she was the only thing that mattered, the only thing that made sense in a world that didn't make much sense to begin with. I found her, my mate. What a stroke of luck. She caught my gaze. I realized that I'd seen her in the entrance hall yesterday as I was showing off my magic to Chastity. Why hadn't I realized it then? I was so stupid. She noticed I was staring. Her eyes glanced down and chewed on her lip nervously. A jolt of fear went through me as I realized that sorceresses could reject their mates. This first meeting was everything. If I came off as an ass, I could lose her, and I'd never be the same. When you met your mate, you didn't just barge in and declare it to them. You had to win over their heart first. You had to court them to avoid messing up the mating process. And that's exactly what I intended to do. I had to play it cool. I strode toward her with my hands in my pockets. "You look a little lost." Why was that the first thing out of my mouth? Her cheeks turned pink, and she said, "Kind of. It's my first class here. I have no idea what I'm doing." "Don't worry. You'll get along fine." I bumped her shoulder against mine. "If you don't, they'll just feed you to the dragons." She paled. I nudged her. God, even barely touching her felt incredible. I laughed. I'm kidding, I said. You'll be fine. Lord Lucian doesn't leave those in his class behind. She still seemed worried. Aren't you Prince Ethan? She asked. So she already knew who I was. I wasn't surprised. That's me, though I prefer not to be called Your Majesty while at school. It's rather annoying. So what should I call you? She asked. My friend Stefan calls me Prince of the Assholes, I said, though you can call me Ethan. She laughed. It was a light tinkling sound, like the music of the fairies. I'm Emma. Emma. What a pretty name. My mother had a favorite novel of the same name. I didn't get to say much more, because Lord Lucian decided to show up at that very moment. He was in his Wolven form, and pulling a cart that was full of bronze weapons. When the cart was before the class, he pulled off the harness using his teeth and transformed back into human form. Emma's mouth dropped open when she saw Lucian change, but she looked around and quickly snapped it shut. She realized she was the only one here shocked by his transformation. Something was different about her. She had an accent that wasn't from here. American, maybe? How much did she know about the Arcania exactly? Lord Lucian's eyes sought out Emma's, and he smiled kindly at her. She seemed to relax under his friendly gaze. First things first, Lucian announced. This will not be an easy course for most of you. Weak-minded Arcania do not survive the battlefield. There is no such thing as fighting fair when battling a monster. You will be expected to play dirty and keep up with the most brutal of creatures if you wish to preserve your life. Lucian took a long saber off the cart and demonstrated, swooping the sword in long movements. A warrior must be tough and disciplined. They must stay calm in the most chaotic of situations, and they must be convinced that they will win any battle. Lucian threw his cloak over the cart. Pick a weapon and follow me. We'll start with drills. He headed into the trees. Students ran to the cart to get the best weapons. Emma hung back in hesitation. By the time we got to the cart, there were only a few options left, though Emma seemed overwhelmed by it all. There are so many weapons here. I don't even know what to pick, Emma said, looking confused at all the different options before her. Well, if you're a beginner, I suggest you don't pick a spear or a mace. I rifled through the weapons until I found something sturdier, a carabella. It was a long, curved blade, a thin saber that was usually used by sorceresses riding their companions into battle. I handed it to her, and her arm instantly dropped. The blade sank into the earth. It's so heavy, she said. My arm's going to kill by the time we're done. Well, yeah, it's not going to be light, I smiled at her. You can handle it. She still looked doubtful as we followed the rest of the class to the woods. Lucian led us to a large, flat area and ordered us to spread out. I picked a spot with Emma in the back. I thought we'd be studying theory or something, not how to handle swords on the first freaking day, Emma whispered, flustered as Lucian began to bark instructions. It's sink or swim at Arcania University, I told her. Don't doubt yourself. You're stronger than you think. Yeah, right. Her tone was bland. Lucian started swinging his weapon, demanding that we follow his movements and keep up with him. As he instructed, he yelled at us to keep a wide stance, to stand tall, to be light on our feet, and keep our balance all at once. This was so boring to me. I knew all this. My time was preoccupied with watching Emma. She was sweating with the effort to keep up. Her first few times swinging the sword, she lost control and fell over. You're going to hurt yourself, I told her. I ignored Lucian and corrected her stance, my hands burning at the touch of her skin. You don't need to put so much force into it. Precision and remaining in control is more important than butchering your opponent. What if you swing too hard and you can't pull your sword out? Then you'll be left without a weapon. Practice a bunch of light strikes in quick succession instead of one big blow. Am I really going to have to kill things while I'm here? Emma huffed. She struggled to catch her breath. My expression was utterly serious as I said, You won't want to, but someday you'll have to. She seemed bewildered. I didn't get why. Well, I had a good motivator to come to class at least. Emma was woefully behind on learning weapon play. She'd need more than just Lucian to teach her. I'd have to be here to help her keep up with the rest of the class. The rest of them probably had a blade in their hands the moment they could walk. "You want to stagger your opponent," Lucian called over the crowd. "Get them off their feet and knock them off balance. Imagine your strikes as a star pattern, where you slash your weapon downward or upward diagonally to cause the most damage. Strike vertically from top to bottom to cause devastating hits. Only parry a blow as a last line of defense. When dealing with monsters, always use offense as your first choice, and limit their opportunity to have more time to kill you." "They should have given us a textbook or something," Emma panted. I chuckled. "Textbooks aren't very good out in the field, unless you want to bludgeon your enemy to death," I said. "Well, it'd be nice if someone gave me the rundown," she gasped. She swung her sword, and it was a totally sloppy strike. "I pretty much learned about this world last week." Wait, she knew nothing? Was she really that far behind? "What do you mean? You didn't know about the Arcania?" My heartbeat picked up. "My mom kept this world from me. She ran away from the Arcania when I was born and never told me about any of it," she explained to me. "So excuse me for struggling to keep up." I couldn't believe this. She didn't know anything? She was an outsider, and she was here, learning how to be an Arcania? A whiff of her scent passed me by. It was delicious, the smell of freshly fallen snow, a clean smell like ice, and something soft like mittens. I caught a warm, sweet scent, similar to amber or chocolate. Her scent drove me mad with want and desire. But underneath that heavenly scent was something else. It was an intense smell, something heavy, a different combination of chemicals and hormones. The human nose couldn't detect it, but a companion could. She was sick, something chronic. I couldn't tell what it was. It was unique. I'd never smelled anything like it before. All I could derive was that it was permanent, and it was serious enough that it had changed her life forever. A cold wave of devastation flowed through me. How could my mate be sick? I didn't want her to suffer. This couldn't be real. It wasn't happening. And yet it was. My mate was a girl who didn't know anything about the Arcania, a mate who was going to struggle to keep up not only because she was behind, but because her body would challenge her in every way it could. I felt like crying for her, but that would only freak her out. Gods, my emotions were overwhelming right now. People had told me how the bonding experience was intense and hard to endure, but I'd never believed them. I held it in as best I could and tried to focus on her movements again. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Emma had caught my stricken expression. Did she even know? I wiped the heartbreak off my face and said, "Nothing, just don't thrust like that. The stab is weak. Your hand is too loose. You'll never break through flesh in that way." She smiled weakly. "I've never been told my thrusts are weak before." The joke broke through some of the sadness, and I laughed lowly. "Bet you haven't." Lucian had stopped teaching the group now and was breaking off to give individual pointers to students. I turned towards Emma and gave her more instructions. "Use your environment to your advantage. Don't let the sun hit you in the eyes. There, you see? You can't attack if you're blinded. Slashing is always better than stabbing most of the time. Only jab the blade forward if you've got an opening. You're getting better." I turned to her and held up my sword. "Here, try and attack me." We'd get in trouble with Lucian if he caught us, as we weren't supposed to start on sparring yet, but he looked pretty busy with a freshman boy who was handling his sword like a flopping fish. "Attack you? With an actual sword? I'll cut you open," she objected. "We should do this with sticks or something first." I laughed. "You aren't going to hurt me. Just try." She seemed wary about it, but shrugged. "Okay, you asked for it." Emma charged forward, sword over her head. I was easily able to kick her away and said, "Don't raise your sword so high. It leaves you open to attack and defenseless. Being aggressive is always the better way, but there's a smart way to do it." She came at me again. This time, I countered her strikes and we fell into a rhythm. "Try to use body leverage against me. The key is to counter my attacks and be strategic about where you're placing your blade. Don't just bludgeon me with it." I was impressed that she was able to keep up, but judging by her athletic figure, she had to work out or play sports. That probably helped to keep the illness at bay. Good, I said, as she was able to effectively feint away a hit. She was getting better. Why are we learning this? Are all Arcania good for is monster hunting? Emma questioned aloud as we broke apart. She needed a break. No, I told her. In fact, most of the Arcania have other jobs, but every one of us needs to learn how to hunt monsters to protect the country. What do you mean? She'd stabbed her sword into the ground and bent over her knees to take a breather. I leaned back. Molovia is one country, but our borders are very important, I told her. Around it are magical walls that the Marked have put in place to keep the monsters in. They're strong, but if too many monsters attack the border walls, they become vulnerable. That's why it becomes important to keep them contained and slay them if they try to get over the border. We Arcania are the only thing standing in the way of monsters escaping into the world and slaughtering millions of people. Can't the other magical races handle it? Emma asked. I laughed. I wouldn't trust them with it. We're the best butchers. There are a few races who might try to make them pets. Her expression was thoughtful. But where do all these monsters come from? Do they just pop out of the ground? Kind of, actually, I admitted. Monsters come from a portal in Molovia, a passageway that leads to the underworld. The underworld is real? Her eyes widened. But if that's true, why don't the Arcania just seal it up so no more monsters get through? I shook my head. Many sorceresses have tried and failed, but you cannot seal off a portal that's been made by a god, especially a dark god of black magic. No one has that kind of power. Gods? She raised an eyebrow. I sighed. Hona Wilka, you've got a lot to learn. She gave me a resentful look. I know I'm behind. I'm just trying to keep up. Give it a few weeks. You've got Arcania in your blood. Soon it'll be second nature. I squared her shoulders so we could spar again. She wrenched her sword out of the ground and raised it, but before we could practice once more, there was a scream on the other side of the practice area. We spun around to witness something slink down from the trees above. A giant snake, 40 feet in length, slithered around the training area. It was dark green, with a black diamond pattern on its back, and a rattler that it shook as it weaved around the trees. Its fangs dripped purple venom, and its glittering eyes scanned the students as if choosing which one to have for a snack. It was a Meluza, a serpent woman. Lucian quickly ushered students back against the trees, away from the monster. Everyone stay calm. I have this handled. Lucian charged forward with his sword in hand. His arm moved so fast that it appeared to be a blur. I heard the clash of the sword against the snake's fangs as the two struck together. The snake tried to strike out several times, but Lucian was too quick. He opened up several wounds on the snake's middle and one on its head. The snake hadn't yet put a single mark on him. Many people didn't look too afraid. If anything, they were impressed by how well Lucian was handling the snake. Emma, however, was terrified. She froze in place as she observed Lucian and the snake dance, her face shocked by the brutality of battle. Then something unexpected happened, as it often did with monsters. The snake brought the tip of its tail lashing upward, and it knocked Lucian off his feet. The snake slithered away from Lucian as quickly as it could to get away from the threat. It was looking for victims that were easier to kill. The closest people to it were me and Emma. I put myself in front of Emma as the snake rampaged closer. By instinct, I exploded out of my human form and into my wolven skin. I snarled, lifting my upper lip as the snake came closer. The snake saw me in its way and tried to divert its path, but I charged. I ran toward it and sank my teeth into one of the wounds Lucian had caused, opening it up further. I ignored the tangy, awful taste of snake flesh. The snake hissed and whirled its head around to bite me, but I let go and rolled so it sank its own fangs into its body. The snake pulled out its fangs and curled up in pain. It was immune to its own venom, but that didn't mean it wasn't painful. The Meluza struck out several more times, but I was light on my feet. I managed to slide out of the way wherever the snake's head went. Several times, it sank its fangs into the dirt instead of into me. The snake was becoming furious. The eyes shone with malice and hatred as I continued to outsmart its moves. But I miscalculated. I went to deliver a blow at the wrong time, and the snake plunged. It missed sinking its fangs into me, but it still knocked me over. I struggled to roll onto my belly and watched the snake slither away. No, it was going after Emma. I pushed myself onto my paws, but the world was dizzy and I had trouble finding my feet. Emma had her sword in hand and held it in front of the snake. When it came too close, Emma managed to cut her sword along the snake's jaw. It was barely a scrape, but the snake skimmed backward in surprise, not expecting a reaction from such an easy target. Good girl, I internally cheered. I just had to reach her in time. But Emma was doing perfectly well on her own. She had a precise angle to dive her sword into the snake's head, right in the area where the neck and skull connected. It'd be a killing blow if Emma managed to deliver it. When Emma raised her sword to shove it into the Melusa's skull, the monster noticed. In a flash, it changed. Where there once was a monstrous giant snake was now a naked young woman, shaking and frightened, her long black hair tangled and falling down to her knees. The woman curled up into a ball at Emma's feet and looked up at her pitifully. Emma held back her strike. No, Emma, don't fall for it, I raged inside. I was still so far away. My paws pounded against the dirt to get to my mate. Please, don't hurt me, the woman begged. I mean no harm. I just wish to be left alone. Emma stared at the Melusa, her hands shaking so hard that the sword quivered in her grasp. Emma did the worst thing an Arcania can do in that situation. She hesitated. Those few seconds of mercy were all the monster needed to take advantage. The woman's innocent smile changed into a vile sneer that was soon replaced with fangs. In seconds, so fast you'd miss it if you blinked, the woman was gone and the snake was back in her place. The snake crouched and lunged forward, fangs exposed as she sailed toward my mate. It was like the entire world flashed before my eyes. I moved without thinking, without knowing what my body was doing. All that mattered was that I put my body between the Melusa and Emma. As the Melusa lunged for Emma, I leaped forward with a wild snarl and sank my jaws into its throat. The snake hissed violently. I tore my jaws away so that blood streamed out of its open wound. In one clean movement, I changed back into a man and grabbed Emma's sword, performing an upstrike so that the Melusa's head was cut clean off. I heard the sound of the snake's head hitting the grass, and its body was still. A few people were clapping and cheering behind me, though I barely heard it. They'd been impressed by the fight. The bloody sword fell out of my hand, landing next to the severed head. Lucian strode toward me. Well done, Ethan. As you all can see, technique is very important when fighting a monster of this size. Some of you should hope to be half as proficient as Ethan is by the time this course is over. I was heaving for breath. When I turned back around to face Emma, she seemed confused. Her eyes looked to me, then glanced downward. I felt gutted. She saw me for what I really was, in my Wolven form. She'd seen I had no leg. My temper exploded. Why the hell would you do that? I demanded, rounding on her. I took her by the shoulders and shook her. Why wouldn't you kill it when you had the chance? Emma gaped up at me. I let her go. I stomped away, pacing in circles. I was covered in blood and murderous, looking savage. She seemed terrified of me. You don't ask questions, you don't hesitate. You cut their head off and live to see another day before they kill you first. I made a slashing motion across my neck, and Emma cringed. Anything less will get you killed out there. Ethan, that is more than enough, Lord Lucian snapped. You are right that Emma made a mistake, but she is a freshman and new here. Your reaction is uncalled for. Now leave my class. His eyes were narrow and stern. I made a sharp noise, rolled my eyes, and walked off. Whatever. I didn't want to do this, and I couldn't be near this right now. This insanity. I heard whispers as I left. Good gossip about how Prince Ethan had killed a Melusa and lost his shit in class would travel fast around the school. Ethan! Emma yelled after me. I'm sorry. I didn't acknowledge that I heard her. Instead, I changed into a Wolven and ran into the woods, away from the school. I was looking for a monster to kill. Something to take my rage out on. I found nothing but my own vacant terror. I didn't mean to yell at her, or lose my temper. She just didn't realize that she'd scared me. She didn't realize what I'd been through. If I had met her and lost her, all in the same day, if that Melusa had managed to get its fangs in her, it'd be like losing my father all over again. I felt weak and desolate at the thought. I replayed the moment her eyes looked at my leg over and over. Then the cold reality hit me. Emma wouldn't want someone like me, a cripple without a leg, with a scarred past and a bad reputation that preceded him. She didn't understand this world. She'd been thrust into a new reality with no sense of direction, and it showed today in the way she'd failed to kill the snake. And Arcania wouldn't have hesitated. She couldn't be queen. It wouldn't work. She wouldn't be able to handle the responsibility of it. She couldn't take a fight with one monster. How could she stand up against an army of them, again and again and again? Being queen was an unforgiving job. It nearly killed my own mother several times. Emma hardly understood what an Arcania was. I wanted to protect her. I didn't want to put her at risk. But she wasn't a warrior. She was just a girl. And what kind of match would we be for the kingdom with not just one of us disabled, but two of us? How could we manage to win the support of the people? Were we even fit for the job? For the first time in my life, I hesitated when I thought about becoming king. I considered backing out of the king's contest and turning down the throne, all because of this one girl who I barely knew. But I couldn't do that, could I? My people depended on me. They needed a strong king, someone to lead them when times got too miserable to endure, and my father's legacy was on the line. Either I could have the crown, or I could live a life with Emma. I couldn't have both. It seemed like I had a choice to make, the monarchy or my mate.
Chapter 8. Emma. I'd seen the look in Ethan's eyes as he ran away from me. It cut me so deeply that it felt like a blade was still sawing out a cavern in my soul. I thought his wolven form was beautiful. He looked so strong and proud. I wanted to run my fingers through his thick white fur and bury my face into his shoulder. The animal he became was muscular and gorgeous. It took my breath away. Then he'd notice me staring at his lost leg. The pain in his expression was obvious and agonizing. I hardly cared if he was missing a limb, but to Ethan, he acted like he'd lost the world. He didn't want me to see, and I had. Stupid eyes. He'd yelled at me for hesitating to kill a monster. I knew I'd made a mistake, but he expected me to murder a begging woman without batting an eye. I wasn't at that point yet. I wasn't sure if I ever would be. I couldn't handle this place. It was too brutal, too savage. I'd thought I was tough, but the tough I knew was nothing compared to the Arcania. I went to get a quick lunch in the cafeteria. Every meal here was like a 4-course feast served at a fine dining restaurant. Though I'd only wanted something small, I ended up ordering a watercress salad and a pasta with scallops. I was going to be 600 pounds by the time I graduated. On my way to my next class, I passed Odette. She was talking to Delmare. They were sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard near a giant sculpture of an alicorn, chatting away. Both of them were wearing their uniforms. Odette noticed my frown as I approached. "What is it?" Odette asked. "You seem upset." "Yeah, who pissed in your cereal?" Delmare added. Odette smacked her playfully. I waited before I dared to ask the question. I had class with Ethan Nowak. He took his wolven form and one leg was missing, but in his human form he still has all 4 limbs. "Oh, it's a prosthetic," Odette said. "Ethan lost his right leg while fighting a Lashane a few months ago on the hunt. It killed his father and everything. A lot of people still blame Ethan for the king's death." "You mean his father was slain right in front of him and he lost his leg in the process?" How absolutely horrible. I couldn't even imagine. I wasn't an emotional person, but tears sparked at the corner of my eyes, thinking about how awful it must have been. No wonder he'd freaked out on me. "Yep, very tragic. But his wolven form doesn't have a prosthetic, so..." Odette shrugged. "Are injuries like that common among the Arcania?" I asked. Odette made a noise. Not really.
If you lose a limb or an eye, you're considered one of the lucky ones. Typically, people don't walk away if a monster gets their claws in them. But no good Arcania dies of old age.
A horrid death, Delmare added, and she shivered. You mean you'd rather be killed by a monster than die warm and old in your bed? I asked.
Of course, Odette exclaimed. How else do you expect to get into the great hunting grounds that lie beyond? The best warriors with the best deaths get to join the eternal hunt. It's a great honor.
If you live to be ancient and don't have any scars, people think you're lazy and not doing your job, Delmare informed me. The eternal hunt sounded a lot like Valhalla to me, but I didn't tell Odette that. I didn't know the rules here, and I didn't want to offend anyone. I keep hearing about the 7 gods, I said. What are they? Are you serious? Delmare let out a deep laugh. You must be joking. I just found out about the Arcania a week or so ago. My mom hid this world from me, I explained. Whoa, Delmare said. So you have mommy issues. Me too. Well, I wouldn't say that, but Delmare pointed out the obvious. My mom and I obviously weren't as close as I thought we were if she kept things from me, especially something on this scale.
Pop a seat! Odette patted the spot next to her, and I squeezed in between her and Delmare. Odette crossed her ankles and said, Okay, so the first thing you have to understand is that the Arcania don't come from Earth. We are actually descended from Fae that come from another dimension called Edenmire.
Fairies, right? I asked.
Yep, Odette nodded twice. Our ancestors were Fae who mated with humans, and they produced the Arcania.
Can you still get to Edenmire? I asked. Nah, Delmare shook her head. The portal to Edenmire was closed off long ago, and no one has been able to find a way back since. No one knows who shut it either. Why did we leave? This was all so confusing to me. It was a very long time ago, but as the lore goes, we had to leave, or we wouldn't survive the war between the 7 gods, Delmare added. The 7 gods.
Right, Odette said. There are 7 gods total who were the ultimate authority in Edenmire. First is Tomir, king of the 7 gods, also known as the father stag of the hunt. He's the god of virtue. He's the leader of the eternal hunt in the great hunting grounds. Only the greatest and bravest Arcania are allowed into the eternal hunt, though most Arcania make it into the great hunting grounds. It's our version of the afterlife.
So, what happens if you don't get into the great hunting grounds? I asked. Then you go down, Delmare said, and she chuckled.
Getting to that, Odette said. Next is Droga, the black stag of wrath. He's the god of agony and suffering, the god of poor death. He's basically the grim reaper among the 7 gods. Those who serve him value power and try to please him through sacrifice. He's the only god that doesn't live in the great hunting grounds. He exists in the underworld instead. Arcania that serve dark magic go there, like the Black Claw.
A chill crept over my skin. What about the others?
Well, let's see.
Odette tapped her chin.
There's Vesna, the blue doe of knowledge. She's the goddess of wisdom and is usually worshipped by sorceresses. Then there's Radak, the red stag of war, the god of bravery. Warrior Arcania follow him. Then there's Neva, the specter doe of shadow. She's the goddess of time. Last is Luca, the ghost stag of chaos. He's a thief god and the god of vigilantes and peasants.
You're forgetting one, Delmare said. Milana, the white doe of peace. I felt a shiver when she said Milana's name. I don't know what it was. When she uttered the moniker, my stomach did flip-flops and a great warmth spread over my body, stronger than anything I'd ever felt. I longed to feel it again.
Oh yeah, Odette popped up in her seat. Milana too. She's the goddess of love, fertility, and romance. She's Tomir's wife. She leads an all-female brigade of the Eternal Hunt called the Brigada.
So we fled Edenmire because the gods were fighting, I clarified. Tomir and Droga, to be exact, Delmare stated. One fought for light magic, the other for dark. Droga ended up losing.
It was this whole ordeal. The legends are truly epic. But since we left Edenmire, we can't go back, Odette said sadly. Not that we haven't tried, anyway. I nodded. So the Arcania worship all the gods, or... Not really. In December, there's a yearly event called The Choosing, Delmare said. It's a big pagan celebration with a ball at the end of the ceremonies. There, you pledge yourself to your mate if you found them, and pick a god or goddess to worship. All Arcania devote their lives in service to one of the 7. Panic rode through me. Not only did I have to devote myself to a mate, I had to pick a god to align myself with as well. This was too much. I didn't think I could handle it. Which one of the 7 was I possibly going to pick? You have time to figure it out, Delmare said, catching my expression. You won't be called to participate in the choosing until you find your mate and either accept or deny their bond. I was already feeling overwhelmed, but I didn't want to show it and look like the girl who was always behind. I checked my watch. I've got to go, I told them. I've got Illusion 101 in 15 minutes. Have fun, Odette said cheerfully. I waved goodbye and tried to shove the thought of being forced to choose a mate out of my head. I proceeded toward the center of the courtyard, where a round stone pillar was set. According to my campus map, Illusion 101 was at the top of that tower. I entered and began climbing steps, taking them slow. I was in pretty good shape, but I felt weaker than normal. It was obvious my disease was advancing. I was looking forward to starting treatments this week. Shoving needles in my stomach didn't sound fun until you literally needed them to keep existing. When I reached the top of the tower, I paused for a few moments to catch my breath before I went inside. Mahogany desks formed a half circle around a professor's desk. The floor was emerald carpet, while the walls were white stone. Skeletons of dragons and griffins hung from the ceiling, and on the shelves lining the walls were a variety of interesting objects in jars. Preserved butterflies, shimmering crystals, and live fish swimming in liquids that were purple instead of blue. One jar even had a swirling formation inside of it that looked like an actual storm. Lanterns holding burning candles levitated over the desks by themselves, and a green fire blazed in the hearth, giving the room an eerie glow. Most students were already here, all female. I'd gotten the impression that many of the classes at the university were separated by gender, as Marked and companions learned different things. I caught Gabby sitting up front with Melissa and Morgan. I didn't want to sit anywhere near them. The only seat left was next to a girl in the back. I headed toward it and dumped my stuff onto the desk. It went scattering everywhere. I went to clean it up. Sorry, I told my partner. I'm kind of messy. The girl had a mane of black hair over her face, so I couldn't see it and didn't comment. She kept her head bowed and remained still. She was antisocial. Great, so was I. We'd get along great. The door slammed shut and I jumped. I heard the thumping of heels on the carpet. Enough foolish gabbing, ladies, a cool voice behind me said. Let's see if we can get those pretty little heads to do something else besides exchange gossip. My eyes gravitated toward my teacher. She was a tall woman, thin, with a pinched face and eyes that said she'd have no problem throwing you out of her classroom if you crossed her. She wore a long, dark dress and had her hair up in a tight bun that looked like it pulled her entire face back. Her lipsticked mouth gave an unwavering sneer. She seemed pleasant. I am Lady Corva, and this is Illusion 101, she began. I expect anyone who is a student of mine to keep up. You will not be coddled in this classroom. Illusion is the bread and butter of a sorceress's magic. If you cannot do this, you cannot be a Marked. It's as simple as that. No one dared to speak. Lady Corva clasped her hands together. Sorceresses are the bond that holds the Arcania together. Without us, our companions would certainly be lost and our race would die out. I cannot stress enough how important your duty is as a mate and future wife to whosoever you bond with. You need to be prepared to defend your companion at all costs, for as the saying goes here in Malovia, the queen protects her king. Corva prowled the room like one of the monsters she was warning us against. cunning and calculated, as if waiting for someone to make a mistake so she could pounce on us. Illusion is intention. The magic is created by summoning our will within us and forcing that reality upon another's mind. There are limits. For example, you may disguise a building so that it appears not to be there at all, but those experiencing the illusion will still run into a brick wall if they attempt to walk forward, whether their mind sees it or not. You can make someone believe that they've been run through with a sword and still kill them. Though their body may remain undamaged, the perception that they've been fatally wounded will convince the brain, the heart, and all affected organs to begin shutting down, thus ending your enemy's life. The mind is the most powerful thing in the world. Trick it, and you will be able to bend anyone you wish to your will. Lady Corva crossed her arms. Imagination is key to an illusionist's arsenal. Whatever you can think of, you can create. That is, if you're strong enough. Lady Corva straightened up. Let's see how many of you are prepared to harness your magic should the need arise. Each of you take an empty jar from the wall. She snapped her fingers. Girls hustled out of their seats to grab empty jars lining the shelves. I rushed to get one before they were all gone, but I found that the girl I'd sat by had already grabbed one for me. Thanks, I told her. She said nothing. Damn, she was shyer than I was. Lady Corva grabbed the jar with the storm inside of it from earlier and lifted it high to show it to the class. This is an example of a minor illusion. As you all know, Arcania cannot manipulate the elements. That magic lies only with the elementi. But we can, however, produce the illusion of a storm, and on a much more minor scale. It is critical that every marked knows how to generate these kinds of illusions to produce a distraction for enemies should their companions be put in danger. I want each of you to produce an illusion that mimics weather inside your jar before the class is over. Begin now. There was a sound of scraping chairs and scuffling jars. Lady Corva began sweeping the room to observe. My mouth was left hanging open. She hadn't even given us instruction. I didn't know how to do this. I tried to remember what I'd done when I'd burst an illusion out of my hands to kill the wolf, but my mind went blank. I hadn't thought about it. It'd just been instinct. I did my best to try and force some sort of, something inside of my jar, but nothing happened. I was just staring at blank air. At least I wasn't the only one struggling. Melissa had busted open her jar trying to trap tiny lightning, and Morgan wasn't able to conjure more than a cloud inside of hers. Gabby could create a torrent of rain inside her jar, but it vanished the moment she looked away from it, and she was swearing under her breath with frustration. My head turned to the right to look at my partner, and my mouth nearly dropped open. She'd already created a mini typhoon within her jar and was watching it closely as the waves crashed within underneath a collection of black, churning clouds. "How did you do that?" I asked. It'd taken her mere seconds. "Oh, it's easy," the girl said behind her hair. "I've been doing it for years." "Can you help me?" I asked. The girl paused. She turned in her seat toward me and slowly parted the curtain of hair from her face. The girl's face was unlike any I'd ever seen. Her skin was mostly dark, though there were white splotches over her eyes and mouth, with freckles dotted over both. She was totally unique and beautiful to look at. I wasn't sure if she had some kind of pigmentation variation or if it was a birthmark, but I had the thought that she looked incredible. Bet she didn't feel that way, though. She was probably self-conscious about it. "I'm Kiara," she said quietly. Her uniform tie was gold, a griffin. "Emma," I said back. "Now, can you tell me how to do this thing before Lady Dominatrix comes here and beats my ass?" Kiara gave a tiny smile. "Picture a storm," Kiara whispered. "Visualize whatever you want to create in your head, then direct that intention to the jar. If you believe it'll come, it'll happen." Sounded hokey to me, but I'd try it. I tried to imagine the type of storm I wanted to create. I pictured it in my head, ice surrounded by fireballs. It wasn't real, but as soon as I thought about placing that thought in the jar, they appeared. Tiny pieces of hail, surrounded by mini fires, started falling inside the jar and tinkling against the side of the glass. I nearly fell out of my seat. How did I do that? I gaped at the storm inside the jar, feeling both shocked and elated.
What we're creating isn't real. That's why it's easy, Kiara said. Bringing illusions to life is much harder. We have to get ourselves to believe, and others will see it too.
A shadow fell over our desk. Kiara went quiet as Lady Corva loomed overhead. She picked up my jar and sneered when she brought it to her face to look at the ice and fire raging within. That isn't a real storm. It doesn't exist, Lady Corva said. She slammed the jar back down on my desk. The storm disappeared, the ice melting and fire fizzling. Try again. What? Creativity was not honored here at Arcania University? I thought I'd get extra points for thinking outside the box. Clearly not. Lady Corva was the type of woman who obviously ran things like the military. Step out of line and you'd face her wrath. Fine, I said. I picked the jar up again, made a show of shaking it, then placed it back on the desk, empty. There, I did it. There's nothing in there, Lady Corva snapped. It's an invisible storm, I said. Lady Corva's face went red. A couple of girls put their hands over their mouths, and Kiara cringed in her seat. Miss Sosna, if you think you're going to come into my class and disrespect me, you are sorely mistaken. You asked me to create an illusion, and I did. What does it matter what it is? It's made up anyway, I said. People gasped. Lady Corva's eyes flashed. I assure you that what we do here is not made up. It's the difference between life and death, she snarled. With that kind of attitude, I expect your companion to be slain within a year of bonding with you. Figments of the imagination are not enough to fool advanced monsters, especially childish notions such as yours. A coldness went through me. I'd only been here a day or so, but even I knew you didn't speak of a Mark's companion that way. She'd made it sound like I couldn't protect him if I had to, whoever he was. Even though I had yet to meet my mate, I still felt fiercely protective of him. Lady Corva had crossed a line. Her eyes went to Kiara. Kiara's typhoon had died to little more than a bit of sloshing water inside her jar. Lady Corva sniffed. A pathetic attempt. Lady Corva opened the jar and dumped the water all over the desk before placing the jar back before Kiara. Try again. Kiara focused her attention on the jar, but with everyone in the class looking at her, she lost her ability and began to shake. Kiara couldn't recreate her magic under pressure. Lady Corva made a scoffing sound. What I expected from a griffin? Kiara stared at the wooden desk. Lady Corva turned away from Kiara and said, I didn't expect much from you because of who your parents are, Miss Mazursky, but even this is disappointing. Perhaps if you study hard enough, you can learn to cast a powerful enough illusion to get rid of the hideous mark on your face. Kiara's lip trembled. Gabby and her clones laughed under their breath. As Lady Corva walked away, Kiara quietly gathered her things. Don't go, I pleaded, but too late. Kiara hurried to rearrange her hair in front of her face and ducked her head behind her books as she ran out of the room crying. When she was gone, a couple more girls dared to laugh. I felt rage well inside of me until it boiled over. This was bullshit. What kind of teacher was Lady Corva, making Kiara cry on her first day? My mouth spoke before I could rein it in. I'd rather have a face like Kiara's than one that looked like it just got done sucking a lemon. Lady Corva whirled around so fast I was surprised she didn't get whiplash. Miss Sosna, out of my classroom, she barked. You may not come back until you learn to hold your tongue. Gladly. I didn't care how things landed as I threw them into my bag. I was hauling ass out of there before she decided to cut my throat. When I got to the bottom of the tower, I saw Kiara running across the courtyard. Kiara, wait! I shouted, but she didn't listen. She disappeared into a crowd of sophomores before I could catch up with her. I stood at the bottom of the tower and felt terribly sorry. Yep, the world of the Arcania could be more brutal than I ever predicted. Eyes up! Arms straight! Come now, Emmeline, is that really the best you can do? My breaths came in quick puffs as I stroked around the ice, working on my speed. I had my first practice with Lady Magdalena as my coach that afternoon, and hell, she was tough. She pushed me harder than anyone else ever had, even my mom. We'd only been on the ice for an hour, and already I felt like I'd been there at least 2. The ice rink on campus was huge and state-of-the-art. It had 3 Olympic-sized rinks and leather stadium seats instead of stands. On the upper level was a gym and a couple of dance studios where Odette was currently practicing. This rink was exclusive to figure skaters, while the other 2 were dedicated for hockey. I heard the sound of boys yelling and smashing each other into the boards through the thick walls. Companions played hard when it came to ice sports. I switched to skating backwards and did some crossovers before I went into a triple loop. I leaned too far out of the jump and went down. I slid into the boards. Lady Magdalena made a tisk-tisk sound. "Again, Emmeline. Perform a tighter rotation this time. Your arms are too loose." Delmare, who'd followed us along just for the hell of it, was currently eating nachos she'd gotten from the vendor in one of the seats that surrounded the ice. She gave me a thumbs up as I struggled to get off my ass. I groaned. I was going to be hurting tonight. I returned to Lady Magdalena, dusting snow off my tights. My eyes caught someone as they came onto the ice. Shit, it was Gabby. Motherfucker. She was an ice skater too? What didn't this bitch do? Lady Magdalena looked at her as she approached. "Try the jump one more time, Emmeline, then our session is over. Gabby's lesson is up." Gabby wrinkled her nose when she saw me. "Ew, you're here." "Yeah," I told her. "Turns out you don't own the rink, so just stay out of my way and don't mess up my jumps." Gabby's eyes narrowed. "Girls, play nice," Lady Magdalena scolded. "Save it for the competition." Gabby sneered. I went to do my triple loop again. This time I landed it flawlessly. Lady Magdalena clapped lightly. Gabby rolled her eyes. "Cool down, Emmeline, and call it a session. You've done well today," Lady Magdalena said. "Gabby, warm up, then I want to see your program." My body was tired and sore, but it was so worth it. I was going to excel under Magdalena's teaching. I bet once I started infusions, my energy would come back and I'd blow Gabby out of the water. I stroked around the rink and pretended to drink my water, while really, I was observing Gabby perform her program. She was skating to Swan Lake too, just like I did, but she played the part of the black swan, while I always skated to the part of the white. It was really fucking ironic. She knew I was watching her too, and landed every jump. Not one spin wobbled, and her footwork was flawless. Gabby's eyes were totally directed at me as she finished her program with a smirking smile of victory. I was going to wipe that smirk off her face. I resolved I'd train harder and get better before the competitive season in Molovia began in January. Like hell, I'd lose to her. I'd be fine with second to last place as long as she was under me. When I came out of the locker room, Odette and Delmare were waiting for me in the rink lobby. Odette had her ballet bag over her shoulder and was wearing a big smile on her face. Since school was over, all of us were back in our normal clothes. I had on skinny jeans, a white racerback top, and leg warmers over sneakers. Odette wore a cute pink dress that had purple horses on them. Delmare sported combat boots and ripped fishnets with a leather skirt. The best part of her outfit was the spiky black bra she wore under a see-through long-sleeved black shirt. I had to give it to Delmare. She was one brave-ass bitch. "That was the best lesson ever!" Odette beamed. "Even better than the last one." "I'm sure you say that every time," I said. I noticed Theo walking out of the glass double doors ahead of us. "Is Theo in your class with you?" "Oh, yes. He's been my dance partner since we were little kids," Odette said cheerfully. "We work well together." Geez. I could only imagine. That had to make things awkward. For him, anyway. There was nothing quite like the feeling of the warm sun on your body after you left an ice-cold rink. It sent pleasant pinpricks running up and down my spine. It wasn't a long walk back to campus from the rink. It only took us 5 minutes to walk up the cobblestone path through the gardens back to the university. On our way, we passed Chastity, the girl that everyone said Ethan was going to marry. "Please don't tell me she ice skates," I moaned when she was out of earshot. I don't think I could take any more competition, even though I really didn't have a problem with Chastity, just her attachment to Ethan. "No, Chastity skis and snowboards," Odette informed me. "She goes to the gym to condition in the off months." Snowboarding was totally cool. I bet Ethan found that really attractive. What the hell? Why was I thinking of him? He'd yelled at me. He obviously didn't feel that way toward me. When we got back to school, Delmare, Odette, and I helped ourselves to a dinner of beef tenderloin in the dining hall. By the time we were done, Delmare had suggested a horror movie marathon back in her dorm. Odette didn't like scary movies, but I was a fan of gore, so we managed to talk her into watching at least one. She was practically shaking in her skirt as we walked back to the girls' dorms. "Can't we watch a cartoon? I love cartoons," Odette protested. "Violence makes things interesting. Aren't you an Arcania?" Delmare asked. "An alicorn Arcania," Odette protested. The way Theo was talking made them sound like the bloodiest of all. I laughed. Odette peeped. "Theo doesn't know what he's talking about." Both the boys' and girls' dorms connected to a big, open space that people called the rec room. There were couches, TVs, and games inside, including air hockey and foosball tables, along with a separate area set up for video game tournaments. It was the only area of the college that was decorated in a modern fashion, with posters of bands and celebrities on the wall and giant, body-sized beanbags on the floor. The far wall was completely made of glass and gave a view of the entire gardens. Basically, it was a place where everyone could hang out without getting in trouble. For a college, this place had strict rules on boys and girls being alone together. They really did hold the companion-marked bond sacred. When we got to the rec room, it was humming with excitement. Everyone was on their phones and showing them to each other while gossip buzzed. At Arcania University, people were allowed to have cell phones, though I'd been informed this morning that any use of them to expose the Arcania's secret on social media or otherwise would result in immediate expulsion, something, so far, no one wanted to chance. "What's everyone talking about?" I asked. Delmare took out her phone and started scrolling. "The Phantom!" a boy shouted near us. "He's been spotted!" "Who?" I asked. Delmare showed me her phone. She was on the website of the annual Arcania, Dolinska's local newspaper. At the top of the site was a photo of a tall, hooded man wearing a wolf mask over his face. He was cloaked in shadow. The photo had been taken from far away. The person snapping the shot had gotten it just before the figure ran off screen. I felt attracted to the photo. Didn't know why. Something about it just resonated with me. It was something about the eyes. "The Phantom is a vigilante," Delmare told me. "He solves crimes that the Arcania Alliance can't, and fights criminals that they can't touch. He showed up a few months ago out of nowhere. They've been trying to catch him ever since." Holy crap, this place had superheroes too? It was like I was living in a comic book or something. "If he's doing good, why do they want to catch him?" I asked. Delmare huffed. "The Popo don't like the people stepping on their turf. He's a hero, but he's still breaking the law. There's no due process with this guy. He leaves messes behind. But it'd be so juicy to figure out who he is." I stared at the photograph and felt just as curious as everyone else did. Who was the Phantom, and why did I feel like I knew him?
Chapter 9. Ethan. I'd been careless. Someone had taken a God's cursed photograph of the Phantom, and now it was making the rounds around Dolinska like wildfire. The picture wasn't great, which was my only blessing. Any closer and the police would have been able to make out facial features. Not good. I couldn't make such a mistake again. I knew I should be lying low, but I was close to busting open a set of slayings that had been committed in nearby warehouses. I planned to go out tonight to resume my investigation after class was over. Wolfpack Theory was a class only open to Wolven companions and was held in the late hours of midnight to 2 a.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I often reserved those times after these night classes to do vigilante work. Tonight was no exception. As the new moon rose, I proceeded into the cover of the woods. I was glad I could see in the dark, for the light being cast above was a mere sliver. I smelled the other Wolvens before I saw them. A group of about 10 or so was up ahead of me, all in their Wolven forms. Some of them had wings, though most others didn't. Elijah was in this class. He lifted his lip and displayed his fangs to me as I passed. I snarled back. He was such a joy to have around. Professor Lucian was at the center of the circle and in his Wolven form. He rustled his feathers as a brisk, chilly wind passed by. I caught the smell of a woman passing, and everyone's head lifted. The level of testosterone in here was legendary. Each time a female walked by, every man's head craned to look at her. Not that many females walked by this time of night, anyway. "Boys, pay attention," Lucian began. "We'll be running rounds tonight. Each of you needs a refresher after the summer break." Several people moaned. Nobody liked doing rounds, including me, but they were important. Wolvens could produce formations to hunt down monsters that other shifters couldn't. It was easier for us to work in groups. "I'll be giving chase. If you let me come close enough to touch you, you'll fail for the day," Lucian said. "I'll give you a 15-second head start, no less. Arrowhead formation, beginning now." The wolves scrambled to get into formation as class broke into a run. Elijah, being the ass he was, took the spot at the front reserved for the alpha. I wasn't as much as a dick and took the back right corner, so that the 10 of us made an inverted triangle. It wasn't long before I could hear Lucian's heavy footbeats behind. His hot breath was practically on my heels. If I failed because of Elijah today, he'd have to deal with me. The pack moved as one through the trees, keeping formation even though there were obstacles in the way, and Lucian was hot on our tail. "Good form. Those of you with wings, circle formation. The rest of you on the ground, jagged dancer." 3 Wolvens spread their wings and took to the sky, creating a circle that they flew in like vultures from above, waiting to strike down on their prey. Me and the other Wolvens, still on the ground, took a zigzag pattern and used it to weave in and out of trees. Lucian managed to jump on the back of the last Wolven in line, and he whined as he went down. We picked up the pace, not wanting to join him in receiving no credit. "If I can catch you, a monster will have no trouble," Lucian warned. "Use the environment to your advantage. Snake formation." The line changed, and our zigzag became more of a weaving line. Of course, I ended up right next to Elijah. He was behind me, trying to shove his way up front, but I wouldn't let him. "Get out of my way, peg leg," Elijah growled. He stepped on my tail, and I wasn't stupid enough to assume it was an accident. I tried to ignore him, but that ended up being the wrong decision. He reached out and knocked my back leg out from under me, causing me to lose my balance. I toppled forward into the Wolven in front of me, and the whole line went down. We went tumbling headfirst down a hill, and the world spun for a moment as various bruises and scrapes littered my sides. When we finally came to the bottom of the embankment, many people were groaning in discomfort or dizzy. Elijah, one of the few to remain upright, came running down the hill with a smug smile on his face. I leapt to my feet and bared my fangs. As soon as he came within distance, I lashed out with my paw. He jumped backward and landed in a crouch, ready to spring forward onto me so we could fight. Lucian was between us before either could act. "We are working on rounds today, not dueling," he said sharply. "If both of you wish to fail, I'll be more than happy to have you sit out for the rest of the class." Elijah gave me a hateful glare, but said nothing else. Lucian gave a low growl and said, "Let's try again. If anyone pulls another stunt like that, I'll see to it that they will not graduate. Rock formation." Lucian made sure to separate us for the rest of the class. We ran more rounds and drills until 2 hours had passed, and many Wolvens were lying on the ground, struggling to catch their breath. Not me. I still had a long night ahead of me. Lucian shook his head. So many could not keep up. The summer's made you soft. I plan to beat that out of you by the time the first snow comes. Class dismissed. Elijah looked fine. He was one of the few that hadn't passed out during rounds. He was in top shape. It was clear he'd been training for the contest all summer. I kept my eye on him and didn't turn my back until he was well out of sight. I became my human form once I entered the palace. The halls were dead and quiet at this time of night. I avoided the dormitories and instead went to a different part of the castle, the dungeons. They hadn't been used in years and were supposedly blocked off to students, but I'd found a way in through a hidden doorway that posed as a bookcase in the library. The hidden halls were a secret to anyone who wasn't in the royal family, special passageways that had been built behind the walls of the palace for the king and his kin to use in case of emergencies when the palace was built in 1700, but had been forgotten about long ago. I only remembered they were there due to something my father had said in passing shortly before he died. I emitted a purple light from my hand to guide the way through the dark passageways and long tunnels that weaved like a maze. Finally, I came to the end of my destination. It was an underground bunker that had a door leading to the streets of Dolinska. I sparked a fire in the fireplace, then used it to ignite the torches scattered around the room. The flames illuminated the room. My cloak and mask were tucked into a locked trunk near the door. Scattered maps and clues splayed over an old wooden table. Bunks were placed alongside the walls, but I never used them. It was the perfect hideout for the Phantom. I highly doubted the Arcania Alliance expected the vigilante to be a student. I changed into my outfit, then quickly scanned the maps where I'd outlined a trail. There had been 10 murders at Arcania warehouses in the area where we shipped out our famous Malovian wine. The wine was enchanted by sorceresses and was of high value in the magical marketplace. Production had been slowed due to bodies showing up around the area. A few more people who worked for the wineries had gone missing entirely. The people that were found killed had been consumed, so I knew we were dealing with a monster and not a person. The only question was, what kind? I stood before the warehouses shortly after, on a rooftop that overlooked where the bodies had been found. My nose could smell the protective charms that the sorceresses had put over the warehouses for security purposes. I couldn't break them. A marked needed to do that, so I'd need to go around. There were sewers leading into the warehouses, I was sure. I dropped down, then searched the ground for a manhole. When I found one, I popped the lid and slid inside. I fitted the cover over the hole as I proceeded through the large pipeline beneath. When I was certain I was inside the warehouse campuses, I found another manhole and came out the other side. My guess was successful. I was inside the magical ward now. I tried the first door I came to and found it unlocked. Arcania didn't typically lock doors when they had magic to protect whatever was inside. The contents of the warehouse didn't arouse any immediate suspicion. All that was inside were hundreds of wooden barrels full of wine stacked up to the ceiling. Then I smelled it. The body. It was freshly killed, within the last hour or so, and still warm. Metallic blood was seeping all over the concrete floor. My eyes quickly caught other small details through the darkness. Spilled barrels, claw marks, the signs of a fight or struggle. The blood showed signs of someone else being dragged along the floor. There'd been 2 people here, both attacked at the same time. I heard sucking noises. Something was feeding on the corpse. The dead eyes of a marked stared out at me as I approached. As I drew closer, my sight illuminated green scales. The monster was long and thin, reptilian, with 4 legs and a long snake-like neck that ended in a pointed head with venomous jaws. It wasn't much bigger than a large dog, but that didn't make it any less dangerous. Its vicious red eyes caught me as I approached, and it hissed, lashing a whip-like tail. Momentary shock went through me. A Baythir? What was it doing here? The Baythir went to run. I chased after it. The creature scattered between barrels of wine, and I slipped in the blood trying to catch up. It spit venom at me, which I quickly dodged. Sizzling green liquid landed on the floor next to me and ate up the concrete. I got within reaching distance and extended my arm for the tail, but it lashed me in the face and left a small mark. My hand instinctively went up to my face. Before I could do anything else, the creature left through the door I'd come out of and hurried away into the night. I groaned. Who knew where the monster had went? Something wasn't right here. Baythir weren't native to Malovia. They could hardly be classified as monsters and didn't come from the underworld. They originated in Scotland. They were more of a magical creature than anything else. Dangerous? Yes, but not specifically out to harm human beings in service of Droga. Yet this Baythir had. He'd killed 2 people before getting away the last time. Yet there was no easy entrance for the creature, as far as I could see. I'd had a hard enough time finding a way inside, and it couldn't come in or out through the wards that defended the warehouses. The evidence was clear. The monster couldn't have gotten in unless someone had let it. I examined the body. There was a large gaping hole in her middle. The Baythir had shot his venom at her, and it ate away at her body. Claw marks, like those from a griffin, were deeply embedded in the floor. I even found a missing talon that had been ripped off, and a few feathers the griffin had lost while trying to get away. Next to them were bloody footprints that looked human, and a few scraps of frayed black cloth. Her companion had been taken by force. It was the only thing I could conclude from the situation. I searched the warehouses extensively, but I didn't see any other sign of the Baythir, or clues as to where the captured companion had been taken. I'd scared the reptile into hiding. I found pieces of where the monster had been, a nest even, made of old, oily rags, but nothing else. I destroyed the nest before a thought came to me. Someone had let the monster loose inside the warehouses in order for it to hunt down and wound fellow Arcania. If the Baythir didn't kill it, they'd kidnap whoever was left alive, now that their monster had made the job easier. What they did with them, I didn't know. This went way deeper than a few monster slayings. If I truly wanted to figure out what was going on, I'd have to leave the monster alive and come back tomorrow to see who was following it around. Puzzled, I went back the way I came through the sewers and resumed my walk to campus. I wouldn't figure this out tonight. I took the rooftops on the way back home. Less conspicuous. I was nearly back to Arcania University when I heard screams. They were coming from a female. Instinctively, I knew they were coming from Emma before my brain registered the fact. I increased my strides along the rooftops to get to her. What was she doing out so late at night? Didn't she know these streets held danger? I came to a stop on the edge of a rooftop that hovered over an alleyway below. There, Emma had her back pressed against a dead end, while 2 hooded figures approached her. They wore cloaks of all black, with grotesque masks of skulls painted in red blood covering their faces. They advanced slowly on her, saying nothing, appearing as horrid ghosts from hell about to take the life of a frightened mortal. "Don't come any closer or I'll fry your ass. I've done it before," Emma shouted. Her voice was tight with fear. She raised her hand and attempted to make light come out of her palms, but it was weak, and her magic failed her. Her power got dimmer and dimmer with every steady step the strangers used to approach, arms extending to grab her. Her whole form quivered as they continued their slow advancement, remaining silent and stoic. Rage blinded me and made adrenaline pound through my system. They had the nerve to threaten my mate? How dare they? I fell from the rooftops and landed in front of Emma. She gasped. The figures stopped their advancement toward her as they stared upward at my form. "I suggest you walk away," I said lowly, "or the consequences for remaining here will be your lives." The masked figures didn't listen. They lunged forward, one of them exploding into a gray alicorn to deal with me, the other reaching out toward Emma. I reacted in mere seconds. I grabbed my dagger and shoved my shoulder into the charging alicorn, knocking it over. Then I whirled around and grabbed the one who was trying to hurt Emma. I shoved the dagger into its stomach, a fatal blow. I heard the person gasp. The alicorn on the ground, who I assumed had to be her companion, let out a high-pitched scream. I shoved the masked figure backward, ripping out the dagger. She clutched at her stomach, attempting to hold in her innards. The alicorn scrambled to get up and used his neck to lift his mark onto his back. Hoofsteps clattered into the night as the shadowed figures fled, the one I'd stabbed leaving a bloody trail behind. Normally I'd follow to finish the job, but I wouldn't leave Emma's side. You'd have to take my other leg before I'd leave my mate alone after what had just happened. I turned around, and my cloak swooped behind me. Emma was still shaking. I longed to put my arms around her and hold her, calm her down, but she'd already been terrified enough by masked men tonight. "Are you all right?" She gasped at me. I think she was speechless, or going into shock. Her expression was frightened. She didn't know who I was. "It's fine," I said gently. "I'm not going to harm you. Now I ask again, are you hurt?" She finally found her voice. I don't think so." She pried herself slowly off the wall. "Who were those people?" "Servants of the Black Claw," I told her. "Most likely, they were here to take you as a human sacrifice." "Sacrifice?" Her eyes grew wide, and she swallowed. "Well, thank you for saving me." "Don't thank me. It was foolish for you to be wandering these streets after dark. You should know better," I told her gruffly. Her cheeks turned red with anger. "I just wanted to go for a walk. I'm a student at the university. I couldn't sleep, and the city's beautiful at night," she protested. "It doesn't matter. You could have been killed. What on earth are you doing out at 3 a.m? I couldn't keep the harshness out of my tone. I wanted to shout and rage at her. What she didn't understand about this world, it almost resulted in me losing her tonight. Emma raised an eyebrow. "Your voice sounds familiar. Who are you?" She took a step closer. I ignored her. "You shouldn't be walking around at night by yourself. It's dangerous to be on your own. Even in a city like Dolinska, monsters still prowl here." "Well, escort me back to the school yourself," she snapped, and she crossed her arms, "or I won't go." I rolled my eyes. "You're a stubborn woman. Very well." I extended my hand to her. Slowly, she took it. When our hands touched, I felt a powerful warmth surge through me. It went up my arm and traveled through every pore of my body, settling in my gut and creating a home there. It was emotional and powerful, and flowed through me like my very blood. It felt like holding lightning in my hand. Emma had felt it too. Her eyes widened and her lips parted a bit, color flashing in her emerald eyes. I tugged on her hand and said, "Come on, I don't have all night." She narrowed her gaze at me. "I'd be fooled, seeing as how you're walking around looking for trouble." "You're a mouthy one." We proceeded through the streets of Dolinska, holding hands. I was so intently aware of every movement her body made next to mine that it made my form feel like it was on fire. What was this unexplainable, undeniable connection between us, and how could anyone on this earth live without it? How could I, after so many years? There were nightly wards around Arcania University as well, but you could pass through them if you were a student or part of the staff. I hoped Emma didn't know about them, because if she did, she'd have one more clue to piece together who I really was. But as we passed through the wards to enter the school grounds, she said nothing. I breathed a sigh of relief. Emma went to go through the front gate of the school, but I tugged her back. "Not that way." We went around, through a back door in the gardens that few people knew about, hidden behind a square hedge. This part of the gardens led directly to the dormitories. "Which one?" I asked, as I looked up at the rows and rows of windows above us. Emma pointed. "It's 3 stories up, the only one with a balcony. I got lucky," she said. "I'll say." I reached into my cloak and grabbed my grappling hook gun. I shot it at the balcony, and it hooked over the side. I grabbed Emma around the waist and said, "Hold on tight." I pressed the button on the gun, and the line pulled us upward. Emma clung her arms around me as we rose. Gods, the feelings of her body pressed into mine was making my instincts go mad. It was like a million sensors were firing off in my head all at once. My head clouded over so that it was hard to think. The only thing I could conjure in my imagination was the sight of Emma beside me, Emma in my bed. I'd never been like this before. It was too much to handle. When we got to the balcony, I lifted her over the side before I climbed over the railing. I unfastened my grappling hook, sliding it back in my cloak. You got something else impressive under there? Emma asked. She smirked. If you're trying to make a crude joke, it's not funny, I told her. It's funny to me, she snickered. I rolled my eyes. You need to stay inside the school at night. Don't go walking around on your own, I told her. Excuse me? Who are you to boss me around? She shot out quickly. My temper raged. I wanted to respond back that I was her mate and that she needed to listen to me as much as I would her, but instead I said, The Phantom commands you. Ooh, scary, she waved her hands. Some weird guy in a mask tells me what to do, and I'm supposed to listen? I did save your life. I'm not expecting to take time out of my day to rescue your pretty little ass again, so if you want to repay the favor, you'll do as you're told, I snapped. She huffed. Fine. I'd say that was a fair deal. She tapped her fingers against the balcony. I kept my gaze fixed on her. I'll hold you to your word, Miss Sosna. I hesitated. Shit. I never meant to say her name. Her eyes widened, but before she could say another word, I started scaling the wall. In less than a minute, I was on top of the roof and out of Emma's eyesight. My heart felt like it was in my throat, making it hard to breathe. That was a close call. I'd nearly slipped up and given myself away. I wasn't so sure I hadn't.
Chapter 10. Emma. I'd met the love of my life. He was the Phantom. It was a big jump to make, but when our hands touched and he interlocked his fingers in mine, there was no doubt in my mind. I felt the magic there, binding our lives and fates together. It was an undeniable attraction that nature itself couldn't ignore. The Phantom was my mate. I only needed to discover who he was so that we could be together. I was certain that I'd run into him before. He knew my name. He had to be in one of my classes. And Odette had told me about the wards around the school that were placed at night. You couldn't pass in or out of them unless you went to school here, which meant that the Phantom was somewhere among the male students at Arcania University. But there were thousands of guys here. I couldn't tell you how many I'd met in the past few days. The Phantom could be any one of them. Narrowing it down wouldn't exactly be easy, but I did have hope. He'd bonded with me, which meant he was a Wolven. Besides, nobody but a Wolven would run around with a wolf mask as a disguise. The guy really needed to up his game when it came to the secret identity department. I'd have never met him if I didn't make a spur-of-the-moment decision to take a nighttime stroll through town. I missed my mom. I wanted to know more about the world she came from. Okay, maybe a midnight walk through town wasn't the safest way to do it, but I tossed and turned all night. I couldn't sleep while picturing her at my age, roaming magical alleyways and performing magic like she was born to do so all her life. I'd wondered why the streets were so empty, and I found out. The Black Claw cornered me long before I'd even realized they were following my trail. It had been scary learning about them in the first place, but actually seeing them in person, coming toward me with those freaky skull masks, had made them horribly real. Then the Phantom had saved me. Even better, he'd bonded with me. Now all I needed to do was solve the mystery. A couple of weeks had gone by, but I still wasn't used to things at Arcania University. If I was useless at illusion, I was even worse at Intro to Enchanting. The enchanting classroom was in the shape of a crescent moon, with a wall of windows that looked out over campus. There were a variety of round tables covered in purple velvet cloths, surrounded by an assortment of large armchairs where we did the enchanting. Professor Calliope strode around the room, observing as we attempted to infuse swords with magical energy. Professor Calliope was a dragon marked who had long black hair and a robe that appeared as if it was made of starlight. She was old, dignified, and strict, but I liked her. She treated everyone the same, and if anyone had the nerve to get cocky, she'd take them down a peg. Clear your mind. Professor Calliope spoke strongly over the girls struggling to enchant their weapons. Focus your intention on the blade, then visualize the color of the spell. The color of the enchantment of protection is blue. Guide your hands over the blade, hovering slightly by an inch or two. If done properly, the blade will glow with a similar hue to the magic, and the sword will provide an added defense while taking down monsters. Calliope demonstrated again, and a sparkling blue magic floated from her fingertips and landed on the broadsword displayed on the desk in front of the table. Enchanting is the magical art of infusing objects with a certain intention, similar to illusion, she spoke. For example, if you enchant a teacup with the intention of happiness, whosoever drinks from that cup will immediately experience an elevated mood. Likewise, if you wanted to enchant a sword for better defense during battle, you would cast an enchantment of protection, like we're attempting to do so today. Alicorns in particular should experience ease while casting enchantment charms, as their magic is best suited for shield magic, but all marked should be able to cast some sort of protective enchantment should the need arise. Not me, apparently. We were supposed to use these swords in our next monster hunting class with Lord Lucian, so I wanted to get this right. I didn't want to be the only loser without a working enchanted blade on Monday. Everything at Arcania University connected together, and if you failed in one class, it would affect your performance in the others. I held my hands over the sword and tried to focus, but I couldn't see the blue light, nor could I picture my intention. I didn't feel safe, not even within these stone walls. The Black Claw were out there, and they'd nearly killed me twice now. Who's to say they wouldn't try again? I didn't feel protected at all. I felt scared. The blade glowed red, and Professor Calliope stopped at my table. That's wrong, Emma. That's the enchantment for fear, which works well if you're attempting to get the monster to flee, but is not the purpose of this class. She waved her hand, and the red color from the sword faded, drifting into air like smoke. Take a moment to realign yourself. She walked off. I glanced around the room. Many girls had already gotten the spell. The room was lit up with blue. I was one of the only 3 who hadn't nailed it yet. I sank low in my seat. I'd never get this. It'd be easier if you tried to relax, Kiara said beside me. I know it's difficult. I was surprised at the sound of Kiara's voice. She'd sat next to me in all my classes and was my partner for most of them, but hadn't said a word since Lady Corva had spoken nasty things to her face. I huffed. Is there an easier way to do this? Kiara shrugged. You can add certain crystals to create a circle around the object for easier enchanting, but those are only to be used with advanced spells where the magic doesn't want to take. But what if I'm not strong enough? I asked. The magic is inside of you. That's what makes the spells work. You have it. You just need to learn to access it, Kiara said. Picture it as a well you're drawing from. It'll come easier. Kiara's words gave me inspiration. I decided to try again. This time, I closed my eyes and placed my hands slightly over the sword. I pictured my powers as a huge waterfall, hundreds of feet high. I saw myself standing at the bottom of it with a wooden bucket ready to draw from its endless supply without worrying if there was enough. I needed to feel protected. I thought of the Phantom and how he'd come out of nowhere to save me. I'd never have to worry about being in danger or being hurt again as long as he was around. He'd protect me from anything. I remembered the cool and comforting look he'd given me when he'd left me on the balcony beneath the stars. It was unlike anything I'd experienced in the world. I felt a tingling warmth spread from my palms, and I opened my eyes. The sword now gleamed blue. See, you can do it, Emma, Kiara encouraged. You merely need to have faith. Professor Calliope stopped by our table again. Looks like Miss Sosna works better with her eyes closed than open to direct the magic. That's the sign of an advanced marked, she praised. You're an excellent sorceress. You merely need to get out of your own head. I was beaming when I left class. Kiara fell in step beside me. She hid a tiny smile behind the many books she carried. I finally did it! I'm such a badass, I said. Thanks for all your help, Kiara. I couldn't have done it without you. Yes, you could have. You did the work, not me. She shuffled the books in her arms as we wandered through the crowded hallways, keeping her head down. Where are you off to now? Another class? I'm actually meeting up with my friends. Want to come? I asked her. I stopped in front of a stained glass window that had a bench in front of it. Kiara bit her lip. I don't know. She scuffled the ground with her shoe. I don't really do well with new people. I didn't either before I came here, I told her. I promise you'll like them. Odette and Delmare are awesome. She looked down. It's not that. I sat on the window seat. Why don't you tell me about it? Kiara hesitated. The look in her eyes was fearful, like she worried that if she said what was really on her mind, I'd use it against her later. She slowly took a seat across from me. I'm surprised you want to be seen with me, seeing how I look like, well, this. Your face is beautiful. Fuck anyone who tells you otherwise, I stated. It's the mark of an outsider, she said quietly. My mother was a marked who mated with a human. I came out with a mark on my face and all over my body. But why does that matter? It just makes you unique, I said. You don't understand. It was a huge scandal when my mother mated with someone who wasn't our kind, that she never found a companion to God. She didn't do her duty to our people, Kiara explained. When others found out she was pregnant with me, they tried to stop the pregnancy. They called me a halfling baby. That's why Lady Corva told me to fix my face, so people wouldn't know I was half human. Oh my gosh. I put a hand over my mouth. That's horrible. She nodded. We were allowed to live in Dolinska, but on the outskirts, as outcasts. I have more human blood than fairy. People say it makes me weak. That's bullshit. You're more talented with magic than anyone in our class, probably the whole school even, I said. If anything, your human blood makes you stronger. I don't know. She nuzzled her head into her books so that her nose was hidden behind it. I just don't want to be picked on anymore. This is embarrassing, but to be honest, I've never had a real friend. I placed my hand over hers. I'm an outsider too. I didn't know anything about this world until recently. I didn't even know the Arcania existed. Really? Her eyes widened. Yes, I told her. And you shouldn't be worried about being bullied by my friends. They're pretty weird themselves. I wouldn't hang out with them if they were jerks. Her eyes nervously darted away from mine. Okay, if you say so. I know so. Come on. I hooked Kiara's arm in mine and stood up. Odette is going to love you. I just know it. She never sees the bad in anyone. As long as you laugh at Delmare's shitty jokes, you should be fine. Kiara looked nervous as hell. I hope they like me too. I've been having trouble talking to people of my own faction. Griffins aren't very approachable. I want to talk to the boys, but they're intimidating. Not scary so much as all business. She sighed. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever bond, or if I'm destined to mate with a human just like my mother. You'll find an amazing griffin to bond with someday, I told her. I bet he's looking for you right now. And if you pick a human, that's fine too. What matters is that he makes you happy. I hope so, she sighed. Have you found your mate yet? My pulse quickened. Yes, but I don't think he even knows I'm alive. That's too bad, she frowned. I hope you two get together soon. A bitter loneliness crept into my throat. So do I. Odette and Delmare took pretty quickly to Kiara. It wasn't 2 minutes into the conversation before Odette was making Kiara swear to come over for a makeover later, while Delmare was asking if she wanted to go get tattoos. Kiara was pretty uncomfortable at first, but she got used to the two extroverts throwing themselves at her within the hour. By Monday, she'd officially been inducted by Odette into our little group. The first week of fall in Molovia was bitterly cold. The leaves were turning a burning orange and bright red, and tiny snowflakes were beginning to fall on the golden evenings that quickly summoned winter. At Kiara's request, I kept my head down in my classes and did my best not to piss Lady Corva off. I was getting better at enchanting, though illusion still eluded me, and I was still having trouble keeping up with the drills in Monster Hunting 101. My other 2 classes, Intro to the Monarchy and Intro to Flight, were all history and theory, but I worried about my flight class the most. I didn't have my wings yet, as some sorceresses did, and I feared the day would soon come that I'd be asked to use them. I was practicing illusion by myself near a fountain of a marked with beautiful butterfly wings that afternoon. I was trying to make the statue come alive and flutter its wings, but all I'd managed to do was change the stone from gray to red, and I was stuck trying to figure out how to put it back. I gave an angry sigh. How the hell? I waved my hands and tried again, focusing on my intention, but all the statue did was get redder. Having trouble with that? I heard a voice behind me. It was Ethan. His hands were in his pockets again. He was giving me an amusing look, like it was so funny I was busting my ass trying to make the statue come alive. If you're going to tease me, go away, I told him. I waved my hands again, and the statue gave Ethan the finger. I smiled. Not the result I wanted, but I'd take it. Ethan laughed. You can't be that bad if you're using objects to insult me. I'm horrible. Don't even go there. I dropped my hands to my side with a smack. How do you guys do it? I'm way behind everyone else. Marked are far better than companions at magic. It's you guys who hold the most power, Ethan said. Could have fooled me. I made a face. Great. Now the thing's stuck like that. No, it's not. Ethan waved his hand. A purple hue settled over the statue, and the red color I'd put into it drained away, until the statue appeared to be its normal self again. Once again, Ethan's eyes flashed violet when he performed magic. I crossed my arms. Show off. The Arcania who struggle the most with illusion find themselves incapable of being fake, Ethan told me. It's a compliment, Emma, not a weakness. Being unable to conjure an illusion simply means you're too honest. That made sense. Gabby was an exceptional illusionist because she was the fakest bitch in school. So how do I become a better illusionist? Ethan leaned in and whispered, Be a better liar. He walked away, his broad shoulders strolling with a casual amble. His words caught my attention. What exactly did Ethan have to hide? I thought about what I knew about the best illusionists. I knew Delmare wrote poetry and short stories in her free time. She'd even composed a novel that she'd self-published online. I read it and thought it was really good. A bit dark, but that was Delmare. She was good at illusion casting. She had experience creating other worlds other people could hardly dream up. Me? I was too rooted in reality. I struggled to use my imagination for anything my eyes couldn't see, and it was killing me out here. I didn't know why I still had trouble being inventive in a world where anything was possible. Maybe it was because my mom had kept it from me for so long. I knew she wasn't ready to tell me why, but someday I needed to know. Saw you talking to Ethan, Odette teased as I met up with her in the hallway to head back to the girls' dorms. He seems to like you. My cheeks blushed, but I said, You told me he was taken. He was, but now I'm not so sure, Odette said cheerfully. He sure does seem to have eyes for you lately. I brushed it off. Ethan could look at me all he wanted. I only had eyes for the phantom. Emma, Kiara came jogging down the hallway. I wanted to ask you. We need to pick up that new book for illusion class. Would you like to come with me? Sure, I'll go along, I told Kiara. Do you want to come, Odette? No, thank you. I have to meet up with Theo, she told us pleasantly. Have fun! She trotted off, and Kiara and I looked at each other. Do you think she'll ever realize she has a thing for Theo? I asked Kiara. Kiara shook her head. Probably not. But you think she would. They hang out practically every day. That was an understatement. Every hour was more like it. If I was with Odette, it wasn't unusual for Theo to be too far away. We decided to walk, as it wasn't that far. The streets were crowded in the late afternoon, and we had to press close together to avoid being lost in the crowd. Kiara took me to this tiny bookshop in an alleyway that twisted and turned. A stone gargoyle in the shape of a griffin blocked the door. "Watch this," Kiara told me. She waved her hand above her head. "The password is... password." White magic fluttered down from her hands, landing on the stone gargoyle's head. The gargoyle came alive and moved out of the way so we could enter inside. "Keeps monsters out," she told me pleasantly, "and those who don't know the secret code." "Why would a bookstore need to be guarded?" I asked as we stepped inside. Kiara's lips turned upward. "Siona has some items in here that are strictly contraband." Enchanting Whispers was unlike any bookstore I'd ever been into. It had a coffee shop set up in the corner, tables clustered next to the windows that looked out into Dolinska's streets. There were shelves upon shelves of not just spell books, but fiction and poetry of all genres. Glass jars with tiny pixies hovered on their own over the bookshelves and illuminated the space. It smelled like coffee and pumpkin inside, with a bit of white sage and incense. There were a bunch of people in here. They read the newspaper at tables or browsed the shelves while sipping on tea. Along the back wall, I understood what Kiara was getting at when she said the store was stocked with contraband items. There were twisted black wands that looked like they'd been made of roots, staffs set with glass globes, and crystals hanging from long chains. Arcania were forbidden to use wands, staffs, or crystals to channel their magic. They were considered tools of the Black Claw. It was a scandal if a sorceress drew from any power that wasn't her own. Lady Corva had drilled that into our heads since the moment I showed up in her class. It was seen as weak to rely on tools to use magic. "I've got one," Kiara whispered to me as we passed, and she showed me a small white crystal embedded on a gold chain, hanging underneath her shirt. "Not everything they say up at the school is right. Crystals can be used for white magic." "Is that how you've been able to catch on so quickly?" I asked. She nodded. "I have a natural talent for it, but the crystal helps me focus and center my powers. You should pick one out." My eye lingered on an amethyst crystal dangling on a chain, but I shook my head. "Maybe later." "Kiara!" A loud voice caught our attention. A dark-skinned woman, only a few years older than us, gave us a bright smile. Kiara grinned. "Sis!" The woman and Kiara hugged. As they drew apart, Kiara turned to me. "Emma, this is my big sister, Siona. She runs the shop." "Pleased to meet you," I said. I noticed there was a green stone hanging around Siona's neck, similar to Kiara's. I had a bad feeling her mixed heritage wasn't the only reason people chose to judge Kiara. Siona slid a hand through Kiara's hair. "What brings you girls in today?" "We need a book for illusion class. Lady Corva requested it," Kiara said. "I think I have the one," Siona said. "Though you're lucky, there's only 2 copies left." Siona and Kiara went down another aisle. I went to follow, but something caught my eye. It was an old book, covered in so much dust I couldn't read the spine. It was purple velvet and had rusting golden clasps. I took it down off the shelf and dusted it off, coughing as I did so. The title was written in a language I didn't know, though it wasn't Melovian. It wasn't like any language I'd ever seen, scrawling letters in a pretty ornate cursive font. I opened the book, and the sound of crinkling, antique parchment with worn edges hit my ear. This book was super old. It could have come from the Middle Ages. I turned the crinkling pages and saw paragraphs of the same strange language, although there were ornate drawings of winged marked and companions within. The book looked like it'd been handwritten, not printed, the drawings done by a skilled artist with a quill. They were so beautiful. I pressed the book to my chest. I didn't know why, but I had to have it. The sketches inside were so pretty. Siona was ringing Kiara up at the cash register. "Hey, how much for this?" I asked, putting the book on the shelf. Kiara sneezed as dust from it rose into the air. That old thing. You can have it. Siona wrinkled her nose. It's been sitting on the shelf for ages, and nobody's bought it. I don't even remember purchasing it for the shop. Wow, really? Thanks, I said, pressing the book to my chest. She laughed. Don't thank me. I should be thanking you for taking that old tome off my hands. Now I can put something in its place that'll actually sell. Siona put the old book and her 2 new textbooks into an eco-friendly bag and handed them to Kiara. So, how's old Battle-Axe Corva treating you girls? Kiara's face fell. I knew she didn't want to tell her sister what Corva had said to her. Just about as well as an old battle-axe would. I thought so. Siona's expression was grim. I wasn't fond of her either when I was in school. I've enchanted the stone griffin outside to vomit on her if she tries to come near my shop. Kiara and I laughed. We waved farewell to Siona and began the walk back up to the university. As the city turned into heavy woodland, Kiara gave a shiver. Something doesn't feel right. What do you mean? I asked. What was it with Arcania and feelings? I don't know. She bit her lip and looked down. I can't put my finger on it, but my stomach's churning, like something bad is going to happen. Just that very moment, the 2 of us heard screaming. It sounded like it was coming from a bird in distress, a very large one. Someone's in trouble, Kiara said. Her face had gone pale. Come on. She ran into the woods, following the sound of the voice. Kiara! I shouted. I had to rush to keep up. My breath soon came in labored gasps. Shit, she was fast, and my energy wasn't what it used to be. Slow down, will you? She didn't listen. She stopped far up ahead of me, where it looked like things dropped off over a cliff. I skidded beside her and looked down. Below us was a ravine, a nearly vertical 20-foot drop that ended in a canyon that was circular in formation. A griffin had fallen down the ravine. His feathers were gold, and he was in a curled-up position on the ground, his right wing bent at the wrong angle as if broken. He tried to flap his wings to fly, but it only resulted in blood gushing from the gaping wound. He couldn't go anywhere, nor could he climb the ravine. He was trapped. Kiara observed him in stark terror. I cupped my hands over my mouth. Hey, are you okay? The griffin's eyes widened when he saw us. I realized he was the same one I'd accidentally bumped into outside the train station weeks ago. Don't come down here, he shouted. It's not safe. We saw what he meant when a large, hairy spider ventured out of the cave at the bottom of the ravine. It was huge, with large pincers and dozens of beady red eyes. Venom dripped from the pincers as it approached the griffin. The spider drew near. The griffin swung his talons at the spider, hissing at it to back off. The spider retreated, but only a short distance away. It was biding its time to attack until the griffin passed out from blood loss. Hold on down there! We're going to get you help! I shouted. What's your name? Alexei, and hurry! He called back. I don't think I can hold out much longer. The spider attacked again. Alexei lashed out with his beak and struck at it, causing a wound. The spider backed away again, but the effort to wound the insect had made Alexei weak. He transformed into a man, though he remained on all fours and struggled to breathe. I worried if we went back together and left Alexei alone, he'd be dead when we returned. I didn't know what to do. But no mind, because Kiara made up my mind for me. He'll be eaten alive, Kiara shouted. She dropped the bag of books. You go back, Emma. I have to do something. Before I could grab her, Kiara slid down the ravine. She landed on the ground and ran to Alexei, putting a hand on his shoulder. You need to stay conscious. If you pass out, it'll be the end for you. Alexei's eyes grew huge at the sight of her, and he nodded feebly. Kiara turned to face the spider. All right, let's see if you like this. Kiara sent a bolt of blazing yellow light out of her palm. It hit the spider in the face, and the monster squealed, rubbing its eyes frantically. Kiara didn't stop. She threw bolt after bolt of light at the creature. My mouth dropped open. Kiara couldn't tell Lady Corva off, but she could face a man-eating spider to save a stranger. This girl needed priorities. Well, I couldn't just leave the two of them there, so I figured I might as well join them. I copied Kiara and slid down the ravine, taking my place at her side. "What are we facing?" I asked. "It's a tarantula. One bite of its venom will kill you," Kiara told me quickly. "They don't like extreme temperatures." Well, let's see if we can turn it down then. I imagined a blue substance between us and the spider, something that would hurt when you touched it, like dry ice. I was shocked when it appeared before us. The spider put its foot into the substance as an experiment. It screeched and violently drew its limb back immediately. The limb looked frostbitten. I smiled. Looks like I performed well under pressure. I figured that would be enough to get it to leave us alone, but guess not, because the spider drew back and fired a large ball of green goo at us from its pincers. I dove to the side, and Kiara grabbed Alexei, dragging him away from the goo ball before it could touch us. The liquid sputtered and smoldered on the ground, eating away at the stone beneath our feet like some type of acid. Right, don't let that touch you either. Kiara and I had no time to make another plan of defense, because the spider started firing off venom balls like a machine gun. I dodged, and Kiara did her best to yank Alexei out of the way at every possibility. The spider paused for a moment as if to refill his venom. Alexei's head was lolling on his shoulders. "Leave me. You'll die too," he begged weakly. "We aren't leaving you behind," Kiara said firmly. She had him propped up against her, one of his arms thrown over her shoulder. She looked at me. "What do we do?" she whispered. "I don't know," I said. I was still new at this monster hunting bullshit, and Kiara couldn't help me when she was busy protecting Alexei. We couldn't climb up the ravine either, because we jumped in without thinking and we were stuck down here. We only had a few seconds before the spider recovered and we'd have to dodge venom bullets again. "Emma, what are you doing?" I heard a voice from above. I looked up. Ethan stood at the edge of the ravine alongside a dark-haired boy I didn't know.
"I think it's pretty fucking obvious we're trying not to get eaten by a giant spider,"
I shouted.
"So if you want to help, it'd be greatly appreciated."
I heard the sound of Ethan swearing, and he said, "Stefan, get them out. I'll deal with the spider."
"It's a tarantula,"
Kiara corrected. I rolled my eyes. There was a rushing sound, the noise of transformation. The dark-haired boy had transformed into an enormous black dragon, who spread his wings so he could drift down the ravine. He landed in front of us, blocking us off from the spider. Stefan roared, and the spider cowered at the sight of him. There were perks to having a dragon around, I guess. Stefan opened his mouth, and flames came furling out from it, making the temperature in the area rise by 10 degrees and causing the spider to flee for its life. While the spider was attempting to get away from the flames, Ethan jumped off the ravine. He changed into a Wolven mid-fall and landed on top of the spider, crushing it to the ground. Ethan raised an open mouth full of fangs before he sank them into the spider's head, causing black blood to gush out of the monster's skull. The spider gave a few involuntary twitches as it died. Ethan stepped off of it once it was dead. Totally badass. Ethan advanced toward us, changing back into a human as he did so and wiping his mouth of blood. He looked really pissed. I couldn't imagine why. "The beast is dead. He won't be trapping Arcadia down here any longer," Ethan snapped. He shot me a harsh look. "Really? What did I do to deserve that?" "What about the venom?" I asked him. "Won't it kill you?" "My fangs sank into its brain. I didn't get any of the venom on me," Ethan said. Ew, the taste of brain was probably very unpleasant. But we still had a problem. Alexei was fading fast. The cut on his wing had changed as he did, and turned into a large gash that started on his left arm and went all the way down his back. It was pouring blood. Alexei faltered, and Kiara went to catch him. "On Stefan's back," Ethan instructed. He lifted Alexei onto Stefan like it was no problem. By this time, Alexei had passed out. Ethan helped Kiara up. She sat between Stefan's spikes, holding onto Alexei's body securely. Then I felt hands boosting me up. My entire body got warm as I felt Ethan lift me upward and set me on Stefan's back. He got on behind me and put an arm around my form, holding me tightly while grasping one of the spikes for support. Stefan started forward before I was even ready. He sank his giant claws into the ravine walls and began scaling them like a gecko. I clung to Ethan because I was worried if I tried to grab onto the spikes like the rest of them, I'd accidentally slice my hands open. They looked sharp. When we got to the top of the ravine, Stefan stopped. "We'll get off here. Stefan will fly faster with just the two," Ethan said, and he slid off. Stefan looked at him with glittering red eyes. "Back off on the snacks and it wouldn't be an issue." "Ha, ha," Ethan said dryly. Stefan rumbled with laughter. As I dismounted, I ended up losing my balance. I would have fallen forward on my face if Ethan hadn't been there to catch me. I collided into his chest. I looked up, and for a moment caught his eyes. My heart skipped a beat. My breaths became faster as we shared a glance between us. It was so brief, I barely noticed it. "Back off, Emma. You belong to the Phantom, not this dude." I pulled away. Ethan seemed regretful to let me go. I stooped down to grab my backpack and our bag of books from the ground. "I've got these, Kiara. Meet you back at the dorms?" "Okay." Kiara was barely paying attention to me. Her eyes were too fixated on the boy in front of her, studying his face like he was some sort of puzzle. "Kiara, he's a griffin," I teased. She blushed. "I know." "Oh, gods, don't start this shit," Stefan complained. "At least not with me around." Stefan spread his wings. The black dragon lifted into the sky and carried the two of them off to school in the direction of the medical chamber. The moment he was gone, Ethan whirled on me. "Why are you always getting into trouble?" My mouth dropped open in outrage. "Me? Yeah, because I go looking for things to kill me. It's a pastime of mine." "It sure as hell seems that way," he growled under his breath. "Look, if you didn't want to save me, you didn't have to. You could have walked away and let the spider eat me. At least you wouldn't be bothered to take time out of your day." I crossed my arms. "You're impossible," he grumbled. "Come on, we need to get back to the school." "Nah, I think I'll stay out here and look for something else to attack me. After all, I'm good at that, right?" I asked sarcastically. "Now, Emma." I knew better than to resist the command in his tone. I shook my head and followed after him. Ethan remained close by my side as we got back on the path to Arcania University, our shoulders nearly touching. I figured he'd put his arm around me if he wasn't so pissed. "This isn't my fault. Bad things just happened to me," I argued. "Apparently, I'm in half a mind to lock you in your room and never let you out." He gave me a half smile that was rugged and intense. "A princess in a tower, eh? Funny. Usually the wolves who come to play want to keep her out, not in." I gave him a harsh stare. "You know, so they can keep reminding her of her mistakes." "Look, I'm sorry for the way I treated you in monster hunting on your first day. It was uncalled for," Ethan said. He took a big sigh as if this was a hard thing for him to do, admit he was wrong. "But I lost someone, and I don't think I could handle it if I saw the same thing happen to you." My anger softened. "Your father?" He nodded. "Yes, so please don't take it personally. Being in Arcania is serious business, and I don't want to see anyone else get hurt." My stomach sank. It wasn't anything special to him. Just in Arcania, he didn't want to become another statistic like all the others. I crossed my arms around my torso and held myself. "Well, believe it or not, you're not the only one who saved me. I went for a walk the other night and was cornered by the Black Claw. The Phantom chased them off. He saved me. So maybe you're right when you say I go looking for trouble, even though I say trouble finds me." A thoughtful look crossed his face. "So you've met the Phantom. I wouldn't consider yourself lucky. People who get tangled up with him often end up hurt." "I beg your pardon?" I asked. Anger boiled beneath my skin. How dare Ethan talk about my mate that way? It wasn't right. He had no fucking clue. "The Phantom is a menace. It'd be best for everyone if he was caught. He impedes the justice system in this city." Ethan rattled off. "The sooner he's put behind bars, the better." He saved my life, I shouted.
So have I, twice now. It's really not anything special,
Ethan said.
The whole school will probably get a chance before you graduate.
I felt my face turn red. It doesn't matter. The Phantom and I, we have a connection. Ethan paused.
What do you mean?
The words were coming out of my mouth before I could stop them. I felt the bond. He and I are mates. A horrified expression crossed Ethan's face. That was before he suddenly broke out into an insulting laugh.
Mates? You can't be serious. Dream on, Emma.
I am serious. Ethan stopped laughing and shook his head.
Okay, this isn't funny. The Phantom is mixed up in some really shady business. If you go looking for him, you could get hurt.
Well, apparently I'm good at that, right? I snapped back. He frowned.
That's not what I meant. I'm just saying, I know the Phantom. Not personally, but I know what he is. And there's a darkness in him that you don't want to mess with.
You don't know a damn thing. He could fuck right off. The spires of the school were coming into view now. Ethan and I crossed through the west gate. The moment we did, I made sure to separate myself from him further. Ethan took a steadying breath.
All I'm saying is, don't go chasing after fairy tales when reality is right in front of you.
Oh, this guy was rich. Was he jealous of the Phantom? It was sad. I tried to contain my fury before I said, whatever happens between the Phantom and I is none of your damn business. I ran off before he could say anything more and shoved my shoulder into the double doors so I could get away from him. The guy was a judgmental jerk. Ethan was wrong. I wasn't going to stay away from the Phantom. If anything, I was going to run toward him. And nothing anyone could do or say would stop me from seeing him again.
Chapter 11. Ethan. Emma thought she was in love with the Phantom. She didn't realize that she was truly in love with me. When we touched as I was in disguise as the Phantom, the mating bond fell in place, and it couldn't have come at a worse time. We'd brushed each other before, in Monster Hunting 101, but this was different. Holding hands after we'd been in a life or death situation together was intimate. It provoked the magic to come out and seat our souls together forever. But how could we truly be in love? We barely knew each other. She'd only been in my life for a few weeks. She didn't know me yet, who I truly was. I wanted more between us than just primal instinct. If we were going to be together, I wanted her to like me for me. I wanted us to be real. I didn't want us to be together because some magical bond told us we had to be. And I had to get to know her better, too. I'd made the Phantom out to be a villain when she brought him up. I had to disapprove of the Phantom in public as much as possible to lead away any suspicion that it was me. But with Emma, I was over the top about it. I told her those things because I wanted her to stay away from me. The Phantom and Prince Ethan were two totally different beings. They lived in different worlds, one light and the other dark. Of course, it had to be the tortured side of me that she fell for, and not the man underneath the mask. I was walking a very thin line here. If Emma tried getting in contact with the Phantom again, it would lead to consequences for her. I had enemies. The Black Claw knew I was onto them, and if anyone guessed that the Phantom had someone in his personal life he was close to, she'd become a target for both the Black Claw and the police. If she found out who I was and kept my identity a secret for me, she'd risk getting accused of charges herself for conspiring with me. That is, if I ever got caught. Then there was the matter of the King's contest. I still didn't know what I was going to do about that. The contest was quickly approaching, but I didn't know if I should make my bond with Emma clear or protect her by choosing another girl as my queen. Someone stronger and more likely to survive. Someone who didn't mind risking their lives for a chance to be in the monarchy. It wasn't uncommon for marked or companions to perish in the contest, and I wasn't sure I could sign Emma up for that, especially if she didn't want what I was offering. Everything I was doing was putting Emma in danger, and that's why I needed to keep pushing her away, so she could be safe. It would be far better to me to pine for her for the rest of my days than it would be to grieve her death. I was coming back from hockey practice one Friday afternoon when I saw her again, She'd been avoiding me since the last incident with the giant spider. She was sitting on the lawn of the school, surrounded by textbooks and looking puzzled. Despite myself, I gravitated towards her. She wrinkled her nose in disgust as I dropped my hockey gear and sat down beside her. I noticed she was wearing a big knit sweater, along with black leggings and light pink leg warmers. I was really into leg warmers. And socks. I loved knee-length socks on girls. Couldn't tell you why. Yeah, I had a sock fetish. Wasn't afraid to admit it, either. I didn't say I was ready to talk to you, Emma said. She turned a page idly and tried to ignore me. I didn't think you were, but here I am anyway. I leaned back and smirked. You look like you needed some help. Not from you. She gave me the finger. I laughed. Come on. What's troubling you? I asked. She made a face. I've been here for nearly a month now, but I still don't understand this world. Nobody's told me the basics. I'm expected to know everything about the Arcania, but I barely know why spells work in the first place. Well, there's your problem. You can't master magic if you don't know what it is, I said. She gave me a sour look. I suppose you could teach me? Of course. I put my elbows on my crossed legs. There are multiple branches of Arcanian magic, I explained to her. Illusion is obviously the first and the most important. Sorceresses are gifted at illusion. Companions are as well, but they aren't half as powerful as marked. The second is shifting. Only companions can change into animals. The third is enchanting, infusing objects with special charms that change its composition for a certain purpose. The fourth is alchemy, which almost every magical race can do, so it's nothing special. I rolled my shoulders to stretch them. The fifth skill depends on your faction as an Arcania. Alicorns have shield magic, which means they're better at protection spells and can cast shields to defend themselves and each other. Dragons have battle magic. They can create magical bombs or use their powers much like weapons. Wow, Emma said. That's intense. Isn't it? But I think griffins have the worst of it. I kicked my leg out. They're empaths. They can feel the emotions of others, which is useful in battle because you can predict what your enemy is going to do or if someone is being dishonest with you. But they can never turn their magic off. They're constantly feeling multiple emotions all the time, their own and others. Is that why Kiara is so quiet? Because she's trying to handle everyone's emotions? Emma asked. Probably, I said. Griffins are easily upset. They just can't help it. They process everyone's feelings in the room all at once. If they don't learn how to block it out, they have to be specially trained so they don't go insane with experiencing everyone's feelings. What can we do? Emma asked. Telepathy, I responded. All Wolvens, male and female, can cast their thoughts extremely far to mentally speak to each other. Although all companions can speak mentally, only wolves can speak to other Arcania over long distances. We're talking up to 50 miles, sometimes more. The female Wolven have extra abilities, though. They can levitate objects with their mind. Someday you'll be able to do that, too. Lady Corva talked about that briefly in my illusion class, but didn't go into it much, so I didn't understand what it was, Emma said. That's because they want to start you with the basics. You're just a first year. They won't get into the magic of different factions until your second semester, I told her. She nodded. Makes sense. But I still feel like there's more to it. Something the school doesn't teach. I've heard people, I don't know, whispering about it in the hallways, like it's something forbidden. If you want to get technical, there's a sixth branch, I say. Dark magic. It's what the Black Claw uses. It's drawing power from living creatures, or from the dead, to make yourself stronger. If you called it by a specific name, it'd be known as shadow manipulation. The Black Claw can make themselves appear as shadows, and usually you don't see them coming until it's too late. Holy shit, that's horrible. Emma cupped a hand over her mouth. It's pretty bad, I confessed. I've stumbled upon ceremony sites where the Black Claw have performed their sacrifices, and they never look good. Emma seemed conflicted. In class, we were told that wands and crystals were objects of dark magic, and we should never use them. But I've seen someone I know wear one around their neck. Emma didn't trust me with that information. She was protecting someone. But who? Wands and crystals aren't necessarily bad. They've just been used as tools by members of the Black Claw for so long, people see them that way, I explained. They've been used before to store life energy from sacrifices, but they can hold good magic too. But I'd tell your friend to keep that crystal pretty close, unless she wants to cause trouble for herself. She's pretty careful, plus she's got me. I'll kick anyone's ass who tries to mess with her, Emma vowed. I smiled. She was brave, and she defended her friends. I liked that about her. She tapped a pencil against her chin. One thing I don't get is how we're able to do all of this. I know we're descended from fairies from a different world, but there has to be a scientific explanation behind it all. The fairies we're descended from had extraordinary power, rumored to be gifted to them from the gods themselves, I said. If you look at our cells under a microscope, they can shift and influence the environment to create hallucinations on the mind so that we can perform illusions. But what power enables us to do this? Stuff doesn't just happen, she argued. I shrugged in a carefree way. What's the power that keeps your heart beating? What's the power that wakes you up every morning and makes conception possible so life can go on? Sometimes there just isn't an explanation, Ona Wilka. Is that a Malovian word or something? She asked in a sassy way. Yes, it means little wolf. I gave her an affectionate grin, and she turned slightly pink. I'm not a little wolf, she grumbled. She seemed irritated by the name, and it only became more endearing to me. An idea came to me. You know, I don't have class till tonight, I started, and there's something I want to show you. Her one eyebrow raised. Then show me. I got to my feet and extended a hand. She took it, and as I pulled her to her feet, I swear I felt the mating connection spark between us. We returned to our dorm block and left my hockey gear in her book bag behind. I changed out of my jersey into my school uniform, as I had class later and didn't want to waste time once we returned. Where are we going? I led Emma off campus and into the twisting woods of the Malovian landscape, keeping my eyes open for any monsters that lurked. Somewhere secret. Twilight was lighting up the landscape. The shadows and colors loomed against the twisting trees, and I kept Emma close to my side, just in case something was to spring out from behind. Eventually, the trees opened up to a clearing. Stone ruins formed a circular structure that resembled what was left of an ancient tower. Ivy and other plants had overtaken the ruins, and dead leaves clustered against the crumbling stone. Within the ruins of the old castle was a giant willow tree. It was an unusual size, over 100 feet tall, its growth blessed by magic. The trunk of the tree was beautiful. In the bark were the designs of fairies with gorgeous wings, their shifters morphing into the wood with them. The carvings stuck out of the wood and were intricately and delicately designed. There were hundreds of carvings within the bark, and the fronds of the willow tree shifted and moved on their own, as if the very tree had come to life. You can relax, I said to Emma's shifting gaze as we walked into the clearing. This land is sacred ground, blessed by the priestesses. Monsters can't set foot here. Her shoulders slumped. Why are we here? I wanted to explain to you something of our heritage, I explained. The ruins are a fairy fort, a place of supernatural fey activity. Our powers are strengthened here. What is this place? She asked. She nearly tripped over a rock before I caught her last minute. I helped her over a ruin carefully as we made a path to the tree. There used to be a chateau here. It was called the Zamek Marzenia, the Castle of Dreams. It was where the Fey Kings used to rule, I explained. What happened? The castle was destroyed after the split of the Seelie and Unseelie courts. No Fey King has ruled here since. Seelie? Unseelie? Her eyebrows knitted together. I'll explain in a moment. We sat at the base of the tree. I reached out and took her wrist. When I placed it against the bark, she jumped. It's okay. It's not going to hurt you, I said. The tree is warm. I can feel it pulsing, like it has a heartbeat, she said. Because it does, I said. This is the Willow Maiden. She's been here for over 1,000 years. Are you going to tell me what happened here? Emma pressed both of her hands to the tree in wonder, her eyes widening as she felt the energy coursing through the tree. The first thing you should know is that there used to be two types of fae, two very different courts, I began. The first was the Seelie, the day court. They are the court that uses white magic, the court modern-day Arcania are descended from. The other was the Unseelie, the court of night. They used dark magic. They no longer exist. She sent me a puzzled expression. Why not? There was a great war many years ago. The Seelie won and outlawed dark magic. The Unseelie died out because of it, I stated. So there are other types of fae besides us? She asked. There used to be. There were Sidhi, fairies of the underground. There were also water fae, who lived in pools and rivers, and brownies, household fairies who used their powers to help humans. If I had to list all the fae that ever lived, we'd be here a long time, I expect. Do they no longer exist? No one knows, I shrugged. They haven't been seen for hundreds of years. The only fae on record that we know are still alive are the Seelie. Can you tell me more about the night court? Emma asked. She crossed her legs and held her ankles. The Unseelie were known as tricksters, and, according to the stories, they were ruthless. I felt a shiver creep up my spine. They were quite malevolent, and their dark magic was rumored to be so powerful that even the gods feared them. They worshipped Droga and had other shifter forms than us, dark creatures that could manipulate shadow. Do the Black Claw worship them or something? They sound very similar, Emma questioned. The Black Claw actually claimed to be the last living descendants of the Unseelie that died out long ago. They see it as a sort of genocide that the Unseelie were wiped out and wish to restore what's left of the bloodline back to power. Well, they're going about it in the wrong way, Emma mumbled. I laughed. You could say that. I waved my hand around. This was the place where the Unseelie were finally defeated, but before they fell, they cursed Malovia to a cruel end and used their dark magic to seal the curse. The priestesses bless this area every year to keep the Unseelie curse from spreading farther than this valley, though the Willow Maiden absorbs most of the dark energy and turns it into white magic. So what's the deal with this tree? Emma looked up. It's definitely not ordinary. A very old story. I leaned in closer. There was a priestess called Jadwiga Waldemar who swore to keep the Unseelie magic bound within the valley. A shifter fell in love with her and tried to steal her away. I shrugged. When she left the valley with him, she succumbed to a terrible affliction and died. The shifter could not steal from the valley what was never meant to leave, and Jadwiga was committed to keeping her vow even if it meant her death. That's horrible. The color drained from Emma's cheeks. When he returned her body to the valley, it took root and grew into the willow. I ran my fingers through a few fronds. Jadwiga kept her promise and is protecting the valley even to this day. It's a beautiful story, but a little creepy. No way I could be a tree forever. Emma shook her head. Only the Arcania have tales this weird. There are other magical cultures where women have become trees. It's quite common, actually, I said. I swear if I become a tree in any way, shape, or form, I will wait for you to come by so I can beat your ass with my branches because it was probably your fault, she grumped. I laughed again. I doubt that's going to happen. As far as I know, Jadwiga is the only one of her kind. Thank the gods. She ran her fingers over the bark again. Can you tell me more about ancient fae? How are they different from us? Not much has changed. Though we've integrated with the humans so much, some of our customs have been forgotten. I put my back against the willow maid. Fae used to be extremely tricky. Our favorite thing to do was mess with humans. The reason we have illusion magic is to fool humans. We'd make fae circles out of mushrooms and make portals to Edenmire they'd get lost in, or give them bad contracts that were worded in such a way it ended up turning out awful for the person that asked for help. We also used to take their babies for our own, so they could mate with our kind and leave changelings in their place. That's fucking horrible, Emma burst in disgust. Nobody ever said fae were nice, I pointed out. We have a bit of a bad rep in the magical community. I can see why, Emma huffed. Are there any other ridiculous fae customs? This tradition has died out, but the fae didn't used to like saying thank you. If a deed was done, the The Fae wanted you to remember it instead of expressing gratitude. In the ways of the old magic, nothing was ever given without something in return. Gifts were never truly gifts, as nothing was ever given for free. It was once our greatest law. Then we left Edenmeyer, and if we wanted to assimilate among the humans, we needed to change. Why would you want to? The Fae had tremendous power. I don't see why they needed to blend in with humans if they had all this magic to use against them. They did have one thing against us. They had iron. What's that got to do with anything? Her eyes narrowed. Iron is poisonous to Fae. We can't touch it without being burned, I said. I still have a scar on my hand from accidentally scraping it once. I lifted my palm and pointed to it. Just before my thumb was a blotchy red scar that would never quite go away. But we use steel swords, and that comes from iron, she pointed out. With Fae, specific words mean specific things. That's how illusion magic works. It's how Fae were able to trick humans into bad contracts for thousands of years, I explained. When iron is tempered into steel, it becomes something different. The quality of the metal and its compounds are broken down, making it safe for us to use. But iron in its purest form is highly deadly to Fae. That's why we use other metals to make our weapons, like bronze and copper, and avoid using it to construct our buildings as much as possible. Is there anything else Fae are vulnerable to? She glanced around the valley, probably expecting me to start making a whole list. Fae are pretty indestructible, but besides iron, we're allergic to yarrow and St. John's wort, I said. I don't suggest getting anywhere near either. I took St. John's wort once. A girl at school gave me some herbal pills to calm me down before a test, and I got so sick, she said with clarity, as if a realization was dawning. Mom freaked out when I told her I'd taken them, and I didn't get why. I was ill for a week afterward. Well, now you know, I said. Emma shifted closer to me. She was so close that I could smell her perfume. Her red hair drifted across my cheek when the wind blew, and if it wasn't that small incident that made me completely fall for her once more. Do you think all unseelie magic is bad? She asked. That all dark magic is evil? I've been raised all my life to believe so. That's hardly an answer. I sighed. I don't know if it was right that all the unseelies were killed, but I do know that Seelie shouldn't tamper with dark magic. That includes you, Emma. Seelie blood runs in your veins. You're a Fae of the Day Court. You do well to remember that. Emma said nothing more about it, only got a grim expression on her face. She rose slowly to her feet. Thanks for the lesson, Ethan, but I have to get going. I've got practice at the rink in an hour. Yeah, I've got class too. Not that I was looking forward to it. Professor Waldron was hardly my favorite teacher. As we left the Willow Maid, Emma's red hair bounced on her shoulders. I tried not to stare too long. She seemed lost in contemplative thought. It only felt right to pry. What are you thinking about? I questioned as we walked through Arcania University's gates. Emma hesitated. I'm not certain. I just have a gut feeling there's more to the story than we know. Something about the unseelie just doesn't add up. You could be right. The Fae liked their secrets, even now, and I wasn't sure how far our ancestors had gone to completely conceal, or perhaps twist, the truth. Emma and I separated once we got back to the castle. On my way to my evening class, I noticed a headline blaring across one of the TVs in the dining hall. The Baythier I'd been hunting had been captured and killed. The Arcania Alliance had somehow cornered it yesterday night and destroyed it. Damn. I'd missed my chance to figure out who set it loose. The suspect was still at large, and there was no way to find them now. The officer they were interviewing said that they expected the slaughters and disappearances at the warehouses to stop, but I was doubtful. The monster hadn't been the sole reason people were vanishing. That was the responsibility of the Black Claw. I'd hit a dead end investigating the case. I needed to find out where these cultists were hiding. Maybe then I could put a stop to the murders plaguing the city. Interspecies cooperation was one of the few companion classes I had indoors. Companions of all grades were in here, talking and goofing off before class. I took a seat in the back and tried to imagine where the Black Claw could be. Gods, I can't wait until this semester is over, Stefan complained in front of me. Professor Waldron is so boring. He needs to fucking retire. Agreed. He was a griffin that was older than Molovia itself, I bet. The only thing we did in this class was listen to him lecture for an hour about how important interspecies collaboration was. It was enough to put you to sleep. The sound of thuggish laughter caught my attention. That Alexei guy we'd saved the other day from the Taranticula was in this class. He sat up front and mostly ignored everyone else, keeping his eyes straight, though someone had set their sights on him. It was Elijah. He and his goons were throwing wads of paper at him. When Alexei didn't respond, Elijah and his boys took turns shoving Alexei and smacking the back of his head. I rolled my eyes. This was fucking college. Couldn't these clowns grow up? We were beyond grade school bullying. Alexei stared forward and tried to ignore them, but it was obvious he was getting pissed. His hands were bunched together into fists, and his face was glowing red. I expected him to explode into a pile of feathers at any moment. I wasn't the only one who noticed. An alicorn kid, Theo, was watching the situation from the other side of the room coolly, his arms crossed. He wasn't impressed with Elijah's stupidity. Time passed. 15 minutes went by, then half an hour. Professor Waldron never showed up. Where was he? It was weird for him to be late. Elijah and his friends were still tormenting Alexei. Most of the class had tuned in to watch the spectacle, though nobody stepped in to interfere. I wanted to stick up for Alexei, but I knew if I did, his reputation as a companion would be ruined. As a male Arcania, you were supposed to be able to stand up for yourself at all times. If someone else had to intercede on your behalf, you'd be seen as a coward and weak. People would never let you forget it. It would be worse than the bullying. I didn't want Alexei branded with that kind of label, although I longed to do something about it. Alexei was going to explode any minute. I tapped Stefan on the shoulder and gestured to Alexei. Looks like Eli's about to get a talon in the face. Stefan gave a stony expression. Right. Stefan stood up. Hey guys, let's fucking blow. It's obvious Waldron's not coming. There were mumbles of agreement, and chairs were scraped backwards as people got up to leave the room. I felt like my time had been wasted. I thought Elijah would get bored and go somewhere else, but that didn't happen. 3 of his thugs trailed behind as Elijah continued to shout insults at Alexei. Hey, chicken boy, Elijah shouted. Why don't you come back and polish my boots? They need cleaning. Fuck off, Eli, Alexei called behind him, but he didn't stop walking. That was smart. He wouldn't be able to take 4-on-1, and he knew it. I caught another figure lingering behind. Theo was following them. He kept a decent distance, although the gaze he gave the situation was calculating. Couldn't let him have all the fun, right? Hey, let's go, I said, dragging on Stefan's arm. There's trouble. Stefan's eyes sparked. Trouble? I'm in. Thought so. Stefan was always ready for a fight. We came to a broad hallway in the west wing. Elijah and his group were still far ahead of us, though. Theo was closing the gap. Hey, chicken boy, I'm talking to you, Elijah called again. He went to grab Alexei's shoulder to turn him around, and that's when it happened. Alexei lost his patience. He changed into a griffin and lunged at Elijah with his beak exposed. Elijah didn't even flinch. He grinned as he transformed into a wolf and pounced. 2 companions at his side morphed alongside him. Both of them were alicorns, one gray and the other black. Elijah held Alexei down, while the alicorns took turns kicking him with their hooves. Alexei struggled to get Elijah off of him, but he was powerless to do so while he was getting kicked in the face. I meant to stop the fight before it happened, but now that it had turned into an all-out brawl, there was no stopping it. I changed into a wolf and knocked Elijah off of Alexei, while Theo, who had gotten there before I did, galloped with his horn down at the other 2 alicorns. He drove them away and started fighting the black alicorn, the one I knew as Xander. Alexei staggered to his feet and was able to start battling the gray alicorn, Oren, lashing out with his beak and talons. Now that it was a fair fight, Oren looked scared. He backed away and shook his head as Alexei's attacks pressed him into the wall. Stefan wasted no time at all and changed into a dragon, his massive form swelling so that it took up the hallway. His back hit the ceiling, causing stones to crumble from above onto the floor below. Elijah's dragon friend, Andrik, changed as well, his red scales contrasting sharply against Stefan's black coat. The two dragons lunged at each other. Windows shattered and walls crushed as they wrestled, slamming their bodies against the stone. We were causing a ruckus. Any moment now, people would come running. I put my teeth to Elijah's throat and growled. "Not so big when it's a fair fight, are you?" Elijah snarled. He made a go at my jugular, but I swiped his muzzle away. He kicked me away, then called to his friends. "Let's get the fuck out of here." You didn't need to ask Oren twice. He was already fleeing down the hall, his hooves making a clatter on the stone. Alexei was bleeding, but he stood victorious, his head held high as he watched Oren make a break for it. Xander gnashed his teeth as he waved his sharp horn in the air in Theo's direction. "I'll be seeing you later." "I count on it," Theo said darkly. Xander turned and ran after Oren, though I'd say it was far from a cowardly fight. If anything, the look in his eyes that he gave Theo before he left posed a threat. Stefan and Andrik were still tangled up in each other, though they were human now and throwing punches. A particularly rough punch from Stefan knocked Andrik to the ground. He hastily got up and gave in, turning to go after Elijah. "Sure you don't want to go again? On Dick?" Stefan called scathingly after his opponent. Andrik flipped him off before the four of them disappeared behind a pillar. The hallway was completely destroyed. Stefan and Andrik had done most of the damage. They'd even put a hole in the roof. But the rest of us had done our part, too. There was blood from Alexei and maybe a few others. Place looked like a freaking crime scene. I heard excited voices coming from around the corner, saying there was a fight. That wasn't good. "We gotta go," Theo started, looking around in a panic. It was like he suddenly realized what he'd just done and was paranoid he'd get caught for it. Alicorns were stingy with the rules like that. Didn't want to be seen as anything but goody-goody. "Yeah, let's leave, before teachers show up," Stefan said breathlessly. I was in agreement. Didn't want to be around when people noticed that the West Wing had basically collapsed. We made a run for it. I didn't know if anyone saw us or not. We didn't look back, or stop until we were outside and far away from the West Wing, on the other side of the school. We halted by a portrait of a Fey woman and leaned over our knees to catch our breath, trying not to gag. "You guys didn't need to step in. I had it handled," Alexei breathed. He was sporting a black eye where one of the alicorns had kicked him. "Yeah, for sure, since you clearly weren't getting your ass beat before we showed up," Stefan shot at him. "But next time I'll back off. Sure, you've got it covered." Alexei went to start toward Stefan, but I got in the way and put a hand on his chest. "Hey, don't be pissed at him," I started. "We were just trying to help. Next time, we'll let you eat dirt." Alexei took a deep breath to cool off. "Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks for having my back." Stefan put his arms around Alexei and Theo's shoulders. "I'd say we had a good fight, gentlemen. Let's go down to the Drunken Dragon and have a beer to celebrate." Theo wrinkled his nose. "Beer is distasteful." "Wow, all right, have a wine then, sissy," Stefan said. "But as far as I'm concerned, we should all have a celebratory drink for a brawl well won." Alexei hesitated before visibly relaxing, the tension in his body draining. "To be honest, I'd love a drink right now." Alexei remained quiet as we gathered around a circular table in the pub. He stared at his mug and kept his shoulders hunched, even as Stefan was picking on Theo for ordering Chardonnay instead of ale. "You're pretty quiet," I told Alexei, before I took a swig. He jumped in his seat like he was frightened, before staring at me. "Sorry," he said. "It's just weird. I don't usually hang out with people." "Too much to deal with?" I asked. Alexei sighed. "Yeah, emotions are a lot." He was reclusive, even for a griffin. I knew that all griffins were empaths, but their families usually taught them a bit about handling their powers before they got to the university, so they weren't complete social rejects. Alexei acted like he didn't have any control over his abilities at all. "Didn't your parents teach you how to handle empathy?" I asked. He shook his head. "Don't have any. Grew up alone." That would explain it. No wonder he couldn't control his temper and constantly got into trouble. I didn't want to make him feel worse by asking about his childhood, which I suspected had to be shit, and said, "You should probably work on that. Eli isn't going to back off if he thinks he can get a rise out of you." He gripped his mug. "It's just, I could feel their hatred. They didn't have a reason for going after me. They just thought it was funny, he said. Most people, when they pick on you, there's a tiny bit of remorse, you know? They know they're doing wrong. Eli, though, he just didn't care. Alexei took a deep breath. It's nice hanging out with you, though. You seem pretty flatline. Little did he know, I just kept my emotions so well under wraps he couldn't feel them. Can't say the same for these two. I gestured at Stefan and Theo. They were ignoring the conversation altogether. Stefan had gotten Theo into a headlock, and Theo was trying to get out of it. It was obvious they were just playing around, so I didn't interfere. Stefan was amused, though I could tell Theo was vastly annoyed. He kept commenting on how this was improper behavior for a public place, and that Stefan needed to unhand him immediately. Alexei gave the slightest of smiles. Yeah, well, your dragon friend's got about 3 emotions as far as I can tell. Happy, horny, or pissed off. And the alicorn is just exceptionally irritated. You've got us pegged, I clapped him on the back. Tell you what, I'll buy you another drink. On me. Alexei paused. Then he relaxed under my arm and said, Well, if you're buying. Another drink turned into more than just a drink, if you get what I'm saying. 3 hours later, the 4 of us stumbled out of the Drunken Dragon more pissed than sober. Alexei was smiling pleasantly, his head obviously in a buzz. Theo, who had lectured about the improprieties of being intoxicated in public, was drunker than all of us. He had his arm around Stefan, and the 2 of them were singing Mourning folk songs. They'd warmed up to each other quickly. I had a clearer head than the rest of them, but not by much. I led the way back up to school and tried not to trip over my own feet as we stumbled up the stairs leading to the dormitories. Alexei fell over, and Theo giggled behind him. Gods, we were so drunk. Then I smelled it, the blood. It was metallic and tangy, stinging my nose. I threw my arm out to stop the boys behind me. Wait, I told them. Something's not right. Can you smell that? They sniffed the air and immediately sobered. It wasn't that late in the evening, just past dinner time. I bet everyone was still in the cafeteria. The blood was fresh, warm. The smell only got stronger as we came closer to it. We rounded the corner to the main hallway that led to the dorms. There, in a place where someone would want a body to be found, was Professor Waldron. But he wasn't alive. His corpse had been attached to the wall several feet above the ground. A large spear was embedded in his chest, pinning the body in place on the wall. Blood dripped down from the corpse and onto the floor below, creating a thick pool that spread throughout the carpet. His gut had been cut open, and entrails spilled out of it, hanging in a grotesque display. There beside him on the wall was a message written in his own blood. The Black Claw has found its master. Hail to the dark god Droga. Hail to the hidden king.
Chapter 12. Emma. But who's the hidden king? I asked. Ethan gave a long sigh.
I don't know who the hidden king is. Nobody does. That's why everyone is freaking out.
I put eggs Benedict and bacon on my plate, my favorite breakfast of all time. The usually bustling cafe was quiet and somber today, as it had been since Professor Waldron had been murdered a week ago, and that hideous message had appeared on the wall. Ethan seemed irritated and on edge. I couldn't blame him. He'd been one of the people to find Professor Waldron's body, along with Stefan, Alexei, and Theo. It had to be traumatic for all of them. But you must have some idea, I insisted as we sat down at one of the nearest dining tables. Ethan had a plate piled high with bacon, eggs, sausage, ham, and about 1 million other meats. Perfect for a wolf, I guessed. I don't think I'd seen him eat a vegetable since I'd met him. Ethan shook his head and bit into a strip of bacon with a sullen look.
I don't. The Black Claw has never had a leader, let alone a king. It's like they just made it up to scare people.
Leaving a body hanging from a spear in the middle of Arcania University is more than a scare tactic. It's a clear threat, I pointed out. Ethan rubbed his face.
I know, Emma. It's just weird. A few months ago, people, including me, thought that the Black Claw was gone for good. Now, since my dad's been gone, it's like they're out in full force all over again.
A permanent frown was embedded on his face, as if Ethan thought he was the reason for the Black Claw's return and blamed himself for Professor Waldron's death. I reached out and grabbed his hand, squeezing it lightly. "Hey, it isn't your fault." He gave me a slight grimace. "You'd have a hard time convincing me of that." I bumped my foot against his underneath the table. "Maybe I'll kick it out of you." His grin faltered. "It's just, there's never been 2 kings in Molovia. This hidden king has got to be some sort of challenge to the throne," Ethan said. "They see an opening now that my father's gone and want to take it." "They can't overthrow the Malovian monarchy, can they? They'll never have enough support from the people to back them up," I said. He shook his head. "All I know is the King's Contest can't get here quick enough. We need someone to hold the crown. Things are getting darker every day." I munched on my eggs. "Are you still thinking of entering that thing?" He nodded. "Yes, it's my duty." "But is it what you want?" I asked. "Does it matter? Molovia needs me." Ethan finished wolfing down the rest of his meal, then stood up. "I've got class. There's a sub now for interspecies cooperation. Let's see if he's worth his weight." "I hope things go all right," I told him. "But don't go blaming yourself for what happened to Waldron. There was nothing you could do. Even if you guys got to the hallway earlier, there's no guarantee those Black Claw freaks wouldn't have killed you too." He let out a huff. "Just be careful, okay?" Ethan warned. "Arcania University is supposed to be safe, but somehow the Black Claw broke in and managed to kill Waldron without being seen. Don't go anywhere unless you have someone with you." Usually, I'd protest because I was a loner who liked my private time, but true worry shone in Ethan's eyes. He had a good point, too. There were murderers walking around the school. I could be next. "Okay, I'll be careful." I waved a hand in farewell. I watched the rolling of his shoulders as he strode away, until he was out of my sight. An uncomfortable weight settled in my stomach once he vanished from my view, like it always did these days. Whenever Ethan was around, I was at ease, carefree. The second he left me alone again, anxiety rose in my gut. It was like I knew he'd protect me if more shit went down, like it had with the Meluza. As much as Ethan and I argued, he was my friend. I liked him, despite the fact he could be a total jackass. He was always helping me in Monster Hunting 101. Thanks to him, I was somewhat competent with a weapon that wasn't my mouth. And I worried about him, too. The Black Claw was after the throne, and he still wanted to enter the King's Contest. I bet the local terrorists would love to eliminate a prince from the running for the crown. I finished off my breakfast and booked it to Introduction to Flight, my mind still on the murder. I'd gone out several nights looking for the Phantom, but hadn't seen any sign of him since our last encounter. If anyone could solve this mystery, it was him. I bet he was already on the case. I pined for him in a way that was embarrassing. I saw him in my dreams almost every night. I approached him slowly, raising my hands to lift the wolf mask off his face so he would reveal himself to me for good. But before I could glimpse his face, the dream ended. Every freaking time. It was maddening, enough to drive a girl crazy. I knew the Phantom felt a pull to me as I did him. Sooner or later, he had to show up in my life again, and I'd yell at him for staying away for so long. I wanted to get to know him, the true him, the real person behind the mask instead of the superhero everyone said he was. I knew he had a dark side and was no saint. He couldn't fool me. And I had fallen for the dark side of him just as easily as I'd fallen for the hero. I obsessively read every article I could find about the Phantom and all the speculations about who he could be. It was all gossip and hearsay, nothing substantial to go on. I hoped to the 7 gods he wasn't 80 or something. Shit, that'd be my luck. I could deal with ugly, but I didn't do age gaps well. I walked into flight class right on time, which was surprising because being late was my specialty. Flight class was held in a giant glass bubble in the inner courtyard of the palace grounds, one that was circular-shaped and at least 100 feet tall. It was called the conservatory, and it was one of the most beautiful places in the school. The temperature in here was controlled at a warm 70 degrees, and inside, a variety of magical plants grew that marked use in potions. Palm trees that were purple in color and had long, purple fronds that moved like arms sat placed next to ferns that had tentacles for leaves. Signs were put next to the Venus flytraps, which were the size of small dragons, warning people not to get too close or risk being swallowed whole. The greenhouse caretakers fed them steaks daily to keep them happy and prevent them from actively seeking out students to feast on. Large puff mushrooms got up and hopped around, while toadstools played leapfrog and swam in the green pond. Lily pads whose roots took the shape of women rose out of the water, dancing as we walked by. Professor Mara was at the center of the conservatory, surrounded by marked and companions alike. This was one of the few classes where boys and girls were put together, as everyone needed to learn how to fly. In the middle of the bubble was a stone fountain with the sculpture of a dragon, alicorn, griffin, and wolven woven together. Most of their bodies had wings that melded into one another. It was a gorgeous fountain, at least 20 feet tall, and at the base were all kinds of swirling circular designs, with a Melovian mantra carved into the bottom I couldn't yet read. Arcania were obsessed with circles for some reason. Hell, if I could tell you why. "Line up, class," Professor Mara said. "Today I'll be demonstrating the basics of flight, as well as techniques you can use to bring out your own wings. I know many of you are freshmen, and that some wolvens and marked among you do not yet have their wings." Her face remained impassive. "However, if I deem by the end of this semester you have not made significant progress in at least finding your wings, rest assured that you will be back in this class next semester. I do not award points to people who do not try." I felt a paralyzing fear flood through me. We'd been mostly studying flight in the classroom. I didn't know we'd actually have to fly to pass this class. I was still doubting I had wings at all. Okay, sure, I could do magic, big whoop. This lady was going to have to do a lot of convincing to make me believe I had giant hidden wings on my back. I joined the long line that surrounded the stone fountain. Professor Mara stood in front of us. "Watch closely." She spread her arms. Yellow wings, like those of dragonflies, appeared behind Mara's back. The class oohed in appreciation. She raised her arms higher, and her wings fluttered, lifting her upward until she was flying easy circles around the fountain. "The trick is to treat your wings like any other limb," Mara called down to us from above. "Trust that they know what to do and how to carry you, and you will not fall. It takes practice using your wings, like building up a muscle. Imagine yourself light as a feather, able to be carried away by the slightest breeze. But if you doubt yourself in any way, know that you will never get off the ground." Professor Mara landed. "One last note. Be sure not to look down. It's the most certain way to fall. To fly, you must always look up. I don't wish to be scraping anyone off the ground today." A couple of people chuckled, but I felt nauseous. She was kind of serious. Professor Mara clapped her hands. "Right. Those of you who can fly, I'd like to see what you can do. Up, up! The ones left on the ground, I'd like you to try summoning your wings. It isn't as hard as you think it is, girls, and boys, for those who are wolvens. You just have to believe, for whatever you truly believe in will become your reality. Everyone's wings are different. They take on different appearances due to your personality, and are truly unique to you. Once you have a clear understanding of who you are, they will emerge beautifully." Believe, believe. It was like a mantra here at Arcania University. I never used to think that you could believe yourself into a new reality until I got here. I should have believed I'd win the lottery back home and I'd be a gazillionaire right now. In minutes, dragons, griffins, and alicorns were flying around the conservatory like this was just a blow-off class to them. If it was any consolation, most of the marked were still left on the ground, though a couple of them had managed to bring their wings out. Companions came down and flew by their side, coaching them as they rose higher. I closed my eyes and tried to concentrate. I tried to make big-ass, badass wings come out of my back so I could show everyone I was cool too. But when I was sure I felt fluttering, I reached behind me and brushed nothing. I jumped into the air a couple of times to experiment, but it felt more like warming up for the ice. This was getting nowhere. My wings just wouldn't come. Gabby was smirking at me from the other side of the room. She could tell I was having trouble. When I finally got tired of her obvious staring and went to send a sneer her way, she took it as an opportunity to show off. Great, translucent wings like those of a bat's, blood red in color, emerged from her back. She rose into the air with a smile so huge I longed to slap it off her face. The only small joy I got from watching Gabby buzz around the room was that she was pretty shaky, and she couldn't go very high. I bet she'd just gotten her wings yesterday. Beside her, Morgan sprouted wings that looked like a monarch butterfly's and rose to flutter beside Gabby. She shot me a smug look and spread her wings wider, like she thought that would impress me. Melissa stayed on the ground and made faces as she struggled to conjure her own wings. I forced myself to turn away from her and the twins and try again. My concentration was broken by a couple of Wolven boys who were wrestling and laughing nearby. It was clear they didn't give a shit about flying. They wouldn't pass this class. It was disheartening to watch more and more people get their wings as the class went on. Marked grew beautiful wings of gossamer, wings that sparkled and shone rainbow colors. They seemed to come in every shade and shape. I tried and tried, but still struggled to get the hang of this class. I shouldn't have felt left out. Half the class was still wingless, like I was. But I did. I felt like a loser. After an hour of practicing, Professor Mara clapped her hands. That's enough. It was a valiant effort for today. Most of you, she glanced at the Wolven boys, did well. We'll resume again next week. I was fuming as I left the conservatory. What gives? I flew every day on the ice. I performed death-defying jumps during practices that most people would be terrified to attempt. I soared through the air on a daily basis just on blades instead of wings. How was that any different? If anything, this should be easy for me. Gabby glided by me, hitting me on the shoulder as she passed. I had the urge to pluck a stink bomb from one of the magical plants that grew nearby and fling it at her head, but she had flown away before I could do so. Why was she so threatened by me? It was really kind of pathetic. There were a million other people in this school she could pick on, yet her targets were set on me. I guess it was kind of a compliment. As the outcast, I should have been the weakest threat, but I'd only been here a month and a half, and I was making Gabby shake in her skates. I was already showing her up at practice. She might have an edge on me in magic, but I matched her on the ice. It wouldn't be long before I caught up in the Arcania world, too. Then I'd show her what was up. If I ever got my wings, that was. I was glad the week was over. I went back to my dorm, threw my bag on the floor, and changed out of my uniform as quickly as possible. I was mentally and physically exhausted, and it wasn't just from class. My body felt weak and tired, like I was totally drained, and was in need of a battery charge. My limbs shook, and a wave of nausea hit. I felt like I was going to collapse any moment. Knew what that meant. Time for a treatment. I went to my mini-fridge and got out a glass bottle of refrigerated human plasma. I had 4 bottles in there, a month's supply, along with a new box of medical supplies sitting in the corner of my dorm room. All my medication was being shipped to the school's medical ward by the Malovian government, which I could pick up every month, so I'd always have a steady supply. I changed into a baggy shirt and loose yoga pants, then took 2 pain relievers and an allergy pill before I got to work. I drew the clear plasma out of the glass bottle with 2 plastic syringes, then screwed 4 strands of long, thin, and clear tubing onto the syringes. The tubing ended in tiny needles smaller than the tip of my finger. I pushed the syringe so that the plasma flowed through the tubing until it was primed through the needles at the end. This was the hard part. I tied my shirt around my middle using a scrunchie, then wiped my stomach clean with alcohol pads. I began inserting the needles, one by one, in various places around my stomach. I nearly fainted the first time I did this. I'd never poked myself with a needle before, but it was either that or deal with going to the hospital every week to have someone do it for me, and no way was that going to happen. I could take this. 3 of the needles went in easily and painlessly, and I secured them with transparent, square dressings that would stick to my skin and ensure the needles didn't slip. I pushed in the last needle. It was blunt and caught on my skin. I couldn't bring the needle back out and try again due to risk of infection, so I was forced to stab it on through. I hissed. Black dots swarmed my vision, and I gritted my teeth. I pounded my fist against the desk. Who knew a little needle could hurt so much? But whatever. They were in. I secured the last needle with the tape, then put the first syringe into a small machine, an infusion pump. It was plastic, smaller than my forearm, and easily transportable. I turned the pump on, and it started pushing the plasma into my system. I put the infusion pump into a small tote bag that had gray foxes on it, and slung it over my shoulder so I could walk around. I grabbed the TV remote and a blanket as I settled on my bed to watch the movies. The plasma itched as it went in, causing a red rash to spread across my stomach. The doctor said that was normal, but I wasn't supposed to scratch it. It killed me. I put on a heating pad to get some relief and focused my attention on the show in front of me. But it was hard. My body felt achy and worn out as the plasma continued to do its work. I struggled to keep my eyes open as my favorite show kept playing. It was like my brain was out there floating, and my body was full of rocks still stuck to the ground. The doctors told me the first 12 months of the infusions would be awful, as the medicine was still working on getting all the junk and germs out of my system. I couldn't imagine feeling like this for 12 months straight. But once the year was over, I'd feel a lot better. I'd crave the infusions instead of hating them, and the side effects would stop. My body would get used to the medicine and would eventually feel off without them, like I was being charged like a battery. Next year couldn't come fast enough. Not to mention this shit was making me gain weight. I needed to retain a figure for the ice, but the medicine was ruining it. Didn't have a choice, though. I couldn't imagine doing this every week for the rest of my life. It was hard to think of in that moment. I wondered if I'd ever grow used to it. There was a knock on the door. I wanted whoever it was to get the hell away, but they kept on knocking. I sighed and got up. No easy feat either. My feet felt like bricks. I dragged myself to the door and opened up just a crack so I could peek my head out, but the rest of my body was hidden. I didn't want everyone in the dorm halls to walk past and see me.
"Hey, Emma," Odette peeped. "I was wondering, do you want to go for a walk? It's beautiful out today."
I was allowed to go places with my infusion pump in. I could just throw it in the bag it came in and walk around with the pump on my back, allowing the treatment to work its magic while I roamed where I pleased. I could go with Odette today. It wouldn't be a big deal. But I wasn't ready yet. I didn't want people to see me like this, walking around school with a bunch of tubes coming out from under my shirt. They'd ask questions and they wouldn't understand when I explained. They'd think I was different, like some kind of freak. "What's wrong with you?" I didn't want to say. "Maybe tomorrow," I said. "I'm kind of feeling tired."
"That's okay. I just have some free time, so I figured I'd offer," Odette said. "Theo wanted to go to a recital later tonight, so let's hang out at noon tomorrow, okay?"
I nodded and shut the door quietly, feeling queasy. I gently lowered myself back onto the bed and resumed frying my brain with more TV. 2 hours later, and I felt like shit. The medicine had finally finished infusing, and my stomach was swollen from all the plasma it absorbed. I took the needles out and placed 4 bandages over the insertion sites. I glanced at the mirror and had a thought. I looked like a little kid. I threw the needles into a plastic medical box before rushing to the bathroom. I spent 15 minutes over the toilet gagging, but no food came up, even though I'd been munching for a while. I'd eaten through all the food in my dorm. The infusions made you like that, inhale everything in sight. The brain fog was major right now. I could barely string 2 sentences together, barely remember my name. It was like everything was one major duh. I felt like little birds were tweeting in a circle around my head. I didn't even turn the TV off before I curled into a ball on my bed and pulled the blanket over me, closing my eyes. I woke up from my nap about an hour later. I felt a little better, more energized, though still kind of groggy. Maybe those infusions really were working. That was one thing to be grateful for. I did some research on magical races that could heal. Healing magic was rare, and the few races that had healing magic at all didn't have infinite power. There was only so much they could do. They weren't miracle workers and couldn't tackle the kind of illness I had. Magic wouldn't heal my body, so I'd have to rely on the powers of modern medicine. I was only a month into these infusions, and I was already tired of them. I needed comfort. I wanted to go to the rink, but right now there was just no way. The scariest thing about my disease right now, at least to me, was my struggle to continue being active. I had to leave the ice early the other day because my body just couldn't keep up. The look on Gabby's face was so smug. I'd been an athlete all my life. I didn't know who I was without skating. I wouldn't let my disease take that away from me too. I needed some fresh air to clear my head. I wished I'd taken up Odette on that walk earlier, but at the same time, I just couldn't. I wasn't ready. Ethan had told me not to go wandering off on my own, and I'd promised him not to. But I couldn't sit around here. It felt like the 4 walls were closing in on me. So I resolved to stay inside the school grounds where it was mostly safe. It was around 3 o'clock. I forced myself to roll out of bed and get a shower. I put on a white sweater with an oversized flannel scarf, dark wash skinny jeans, and knee-high boots. I left my purse, as I didn't think I would go anywhere I'd need it, and left the dormitories. I shuddered as I passed the place where Professor Waldron's body had been found. It had been long since cleaned up, but if you looked closely, you could still see where the spear had been embedded in the wall. It was really messed up. I'd barely been at this school for a month and a half, and already murders were taking place on campus. Well, I guess that was one good thing about Arcania University. You'd never be short on gossip, and there was no possibility you'd be bored. I passed through the gardens. I noticed Ethan playing frisbee with his dragon friend, Stefan. Ethan changed from a Wolven and back again as he and Stefan tossed the frisbee back and forth. I smiled. It was nice to see him enjoying himself. He seemed really pent up after what had happened. "Hey, Wilka," Ethan called as I passed. He jogged over. "Where are you off to in such a hurry?" I didn't know I was hurrying. "Just out. Is it any of your business?" I teased. Ethan blinked before giving me a wide smile. "Perhaps I'll make it my business." He changed into a Wolven and bared his teeth. "You better run, Wilka." I gave a yelp and made a run for it. People laughed as Ethan gave chase throughout the school grounds. Stefan cried out for us to get a room as we ran past him. Usually, I didn't like the attention, but with Ethan, it was different. I liked messing around with him. It made me feel better when he wasn't taking life so seriously. It made me feel like I should be that way, too. I left the main gardens and went to a part of the school that was more secluded, the outer grounds. They were still surrounded by the school's fencing, but it was such a long walk to the palace that practically no one came out here. I laughed and ducked behind a hedge as Ethan spun out while trying to catch me. As he launched himself upward, I took the opportunity to hide next to a Wolven statue. I had to hold my hand over my mouth to keep from laughing. If he heard me, he'd catch me. I heard the sound of Ethan's giant footsteps before I felt his large shadow looming. I squealed and tried to bolt, but I felt huge paws on my back and I went face first into the grass. I turned over. Ethan was on top of me, back in his human form and laughing. I punched him in the shoulder and pushed him away. He rolled off, still snickering as he stared up at the sky. "So I can't outrun a wolf. Big deal," I said, though a large smile had spread across my face. "You could if you had wings," Ethan said. He sat up, brushing leaves off of his jacket.
I'm sorry to say I'm stuck on the ground.
That wiped my good mood away. My smile fell off my face, and I said, "You're not the only one. Flight class is currently sucking ass right now." Ethan gave me a quizzical expression.
Having trouble finding your wings?
Yeah, and Gabby is making sure to rub it in my face at every opportunity. I sighed as I pushed myself to a sitting position.
We could take you to a cliff and throw you off of it, fly or fall,
Ethan teased. "Ha ha," I said dryly. "Sure, I'll fall."
You wouldn't have to worry. I'd be at the bottom to catch you.
He winked. What was up with him? He was being so sweet lately. I hoped he didn't ask me to be his chosen so he could participate in the King's contest. I didn't want any part in that crap. I was no queen, and Ethan was definitely not my Prince Charming. I preferred the Robin Hood types. Ethan got to his feet. He held out a hand to pull me up, and I took it. He almost threw me into the next century with the force of his pull. I shook my arm out and said, "I just want to get my wings. I need to pass this class."
You will,
Ethan promised.
Give it some time.
We started on the way back to the main campus. The skies had turned in seemingly moments. It'd been sunny and cool only moments before, but now the winds had developed a strange chill to them, and gray clouds that were nearly black in color blotted out the sun. It looked like it was going to rain. "Strange," I said. I held up my hand as I felt raindrops hit my head. "Do you think it's going to storm?" Ethan was looking upward. His gaze had changed from carefree to concerned.
I don't know. Something's not right.
The minute he said that, a haunting figure emerged from the trees. Her feet floated several inches above the ground, and a haggard old hand extended out of a tattered and ragged brown robe. From beneath her cloak's hood, I could see a large, crooked nose, decaying flesh, and warts that spread all over her ancient body. She was hunched over and had a wizened face with so many wrinkles that you couldn't count them all. She looked to be hundreds of years old. I knew what she was, a hag. Lord Lucian had taught us about them in our Monster Hunting 101 class. They were witch-like monsters created by users of dark magic. What was one doing on campus?
Emma, get away from her.
Ethan planted himself in front of me. He changed into a Wolven and snarled, snapping his jaws in warning. The hag didn't seem bothered by Ethan's threatening stance. Instead, her old eyes sought me out. She pointed at me, then spoke in a wheezing voice.
You. It is you, the one the gods have sent.
Me? I squeaked. Ethan curled around me protectively, but the hag made no move to advance. She kept on speaking in that strange, unearthly voice.
And there shall be a sorceress who is above all mark,
the hag chanted.
She will be written as destined and cursed, for there is not one who is as strong as she, nor one who is so damned. Realms shall bow to her will, but never shall she escape her cruel fate. She will be known as the World Weaver. She who holds the power of the Arcania will be their final end. For when the wolf howls, the World Weaver who rules over reality itself will surrender her magic and die.
When will this happen? I asked. I felt the blood leave my face as a chill ran over my spine. The hag bobbed her head.
Before the first of the snow melts away at the end of the 4th winter, you shall meet your death.
I put a hand out to grasp Ethan's fur so I could remain standing. 4 years? That's all I had before I died? You sure you got the right girl? I asked weakly. Ethan's growl remained low in his throat.
I bear a warning, World Weaver. Hags are the keepers of foretelling and future, and we will be your guides as you approach the coming end.
She spoke.
Beware of the one they call the Hidden King, for he will bring your death.
Go now! Be gone! Ethan shouted. He leapt forward, jaws wide, to sink his teeth into the hag. She vanished in a flash of light and black smoke. The moment she disappeared, the gray clouds cleared and sunlight came back into the area. I was left shaking. Ethan turned back into a human. He tried to hide it, but worry and concern devastated his features. I'm going to die? I peeped. Shit, maybe it wasn't such a good idea to come to this school after all.
Don't listen to her, Em. Hags can't be trusted,
Ethan said firmly. He brought his arm around me and held me tightly to him.
They're monsters and we're Arcania. We can't take anything she says as truth. It was probably some kind of trick.
Well, she seemed to know exactly what she was talking about, I protested. Ethan frowned and said,
What I heard was a lot of gibberish. World Weaver? I've never heard of such a thing. And Emma, I don't mean to hurt your feelings, but...
He took a deep breath.
The hag said that this woman could harness extreme magical power and... Onawilka, you haven't even gotten your wings yet. It doesn't sound very much like you.
The statement didn't sting at all. I didn't care about being the weakest Arcania alive if it meant I got to keep my life. But why would she come to me at all? It doesn't make any sense. Plus, she mentioned the Hidden King. That's kind of a big deal.
Ethan shook his head. Why do monsters do anything? It was probably just to scare you, get you off your guard. Who knew what might have happened if I hadn't been here? She was trying to distract you so she could get a quick meal. That was all.
I nodded, but I was more or less agreeing with him because I wanted some validation that what the hag said wasn't true, even though I was terrified that it might be. He nudged me.
Come on, let's go back to school and get some dinner in you. You look as pale as a ghost.
I wanted to shoot back that he didn't have a lot of color in his cheeks either, but I was too shaken up for playful banter at the moment. Ethan kept on reassuring me on the way back to the palace, but to be honest, it felt like he was just giving me excuses.
Before the first of the snow melts away at the end of the 4th winter, you shall meet your death.
I had a rotten feeling in my stomach that Ethan Nowak wasn't telling me the truth.